Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and get started. I'd like to call the September 12th, 2019 South Florida Water Management District Governing Board monthly meeting to order. Mr. Martinez, I believe, is absent today, and I'd ask our Vice Chair to lead us in the pledge. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, Mr. Wagner. There's still a bake sale going on. You all passed it coming in. Thanks very much for your help. If you bought something last month, we raised about $2,000, and you don't have to spend that much this month. But if you get hungry, please do support it. It's for a charity called Madison's Miracles. Now we're going to go down front with Drew for some employee recognitions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to introduce to you our Employee of the Month. Our Employee of the Month is Barry Brown. He's an engineering tech for operations and maintenance. Barry, please come on up. So, the reason Barry is our Employee of the Month is because she's in our engineering and design section. And that section uses the computer a lot, the CAD system to move and design things. And Barry spent a lot of time researching how that could be more efficient. If you think about using the computer and a CAD system in particular, if you move an item, if it doesn't move right away, you're going to see that hourglass. Maybe I'm dating myself. Maybe it's just a spinny circle, right? But you're going to see that, and she spent a lot of time figuring out how to optimize that so that they could do design, reviews, everything with their computers, and save time and not stare at an hourglass spinning. So I really appreciate it, Barry. Thank you. Now, Board, we have a team of the month. We call them the Central Florida Water Initiative Well Drilling Team. And please come up to the front, Elizabeth Geddes, John Jansen, Steve Krupa, Linda Lindstrom, Emily Richardson, and Keith Smith. Now, we have the Central Florida Water Initiative up around Orlando. And the challenge with that water initiative is the upper Florida aquifer is basically allocated out. And so what we need to look at is the lower Florida aquifer. That's much lower, much deeper. And so our South Florida Water Management District needed to do more research on that aquifer, which involves drilling wells. And to drill a well to the lower Floridan is quite an endeavor. It takes many months, many long days, and it takes a lot of requirements to make sure that you're safely drilling because you don't want to contaminate between the aquifers. And this team did that. Spent a lot of time up in Central Florida, long, hot days, making sure that well was drilled properly. And now we have it to use for that very important initiative. So very much appreciate it. Let's get a picture. Now, we have a 25-year service award, and I'd like to welcome to the front Arlindo Dias, also known as Butch. He's a senior pump systems engineering specialist. Come on up, Butch. Now, before he came to the district, he was a merchant marine, so he basically navigated the world on a boat, which was probably got some good stories there. But once he came to the district in 1994, he was our pump guy. And he has been here for a while. He understands our pumps, our pump houses, how they all work together, and he keeps them going. And we all know how important that is, particularly after Dorian was bearing down on us. If this were the Starship Enterprise, Butch would be called Scotty, And so we really appreciate everything you do for us, Butch, and congratulations on 25 years. All right. So we've got a very special recognition to do today. The South Florida Water Management District has a long-standing partnership with the Corps of Engineers. And we work well together every day to provide the services of flood control, ecosystem restoration, water supply with our partners at the Corps of Engineers. And every once in a while, you get a person at that job that really you enjoy working with tremendously. And so at this moment, we're going to recognize Deputy District Commander for South Florida, Jennifer Reynolds. Should we have her come on up while we talk about her, embarrass her? Let's do that. Now, Jennifer, everyone in this room knows Jennifer Reynolds because she is not shy about talking to everyone, even if it's a very uncomfortable conversation. And she is super at solving problems. My first introduction to Everglades restoration, I think, was almost the first introduction of Jennifer Reynolds as well, when we had to solve a contract issue down at Mod Waters, which is down there on the Everglades National Park. If anybody knows how thorny those are, that's thorny. So she and I were in a room for the very first time working through that issue, and we solved it. And that's what Jennifer Reynolds brings, is that problem-solving ability. The other thing she brings is an amazing ability to communicate. I mean, have you ever heard her give a talk or a speech or any kind of presentation? you know, I stand in awe. It's like, wow, who writes your talking points? I asked Colonel Kelly, and it wasn't him. And so, you know, but it's just fabulous, and particularly in those situations where there's estuary discharges or, you know, any kind of lake issues or flooding issues, she's right there in front of the crowd, and the crowd is angry, but the crowd absolutely appreciates her and what she does in those situations. She's phenomenal at public engagement. So it's really fantastic we had the opportunity to honor her. And I'd like to turn it over to Chauncey Goss to present her.
Thanks. It is an honor for me to be able to read this proclamation and present a proclamation to Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer A. Reynolds. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer A. Reynolds became the United States Army Corps of Engineers Deputy District Commander for South Florida Jacksonville District in June 25th, and whereas during her 4-year South Florida leadership position, progress has been documented on numerous regional water resource management fronts, many in lockstep and partnership with the South Florida Water Management District. And whereas Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds is recognized by the South Florida Water Management District as a collaborator and problem solver who underscores the value and benefits of working as a partner on precedent-setting environmental restoration and water resource issues. And whereas Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds fostered public engagement and accessibility, which built relationships and strengthened restoration partnerships to deliver the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Program. And whereas Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds' outstanding leadership and support will be missed. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the governing board of the South Florida Water Management District that Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer A. Reynolds is to be recognized and commended for dedicated and exemplary service to South Florida's environment and people. Signed this 12th day of September 2019 in West Palm Beach, Florida, Chauncey P. Goss, II, Chairman, South Florida Water Management District, as well as all the governing board members. Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer A. Reynolds, thank you so much for your service to our country and to South Florida.
Okay, there's a lot of people that came today to recognize Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds, and what I'd like to do is, if you want to, please come on up and we'll take a big group photo, like in church, with everyone and Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds. So please make your way up if you want to congratulate her and get the picture with the rest of the group.
Sorry.
I'm not hiding.
Yes, that's good. And we have some people just filling.
I'll sit down.
Okay, yeah, that's Miss
Okay, we'll pick back up with the agenda. We'll look for agenda revisions. Tia, do you have any agenda revisions?
None, Mr. Chair.
Great. I'm going to poll the board members now. Is Mr. Martinez on the phone? Okay. I'll poll the board members for abstentions or disclosures on agenda items, starting with Mr. Steinle.
None.
Ms. Needs?
None.
Ms. Milovich?
None.
I have none. None. Ms. Wagner?
None.
Mr. Bergeron?
None.
Great, thank you. The minutes for the July 31st Lunch and Learn and the August 8th meeting were distributed. You've all had a chance to take a look at them. Are there any additions or amendments to those minutes? If not, I'd take a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion to approve the minutes as submitted as a second. All in favor, or any comment? No. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, likewise. Thanks. Those pass unanimously. Tia, we'll go to general public comment. If we have any elected officials or tribal members, we'll start with those.
Mr. Chair, we have a Big Cypress Basin report.
Yes, we do. How did that get up there? I'm sorry, Charlotte.
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Good morning. I would like to present a report on the August 22nd Big Cypress Basin meeting report. And the really important part of that meeting was the fact that our agency director attended his first Basin Board meeting, and we also celebrated his birthday with cupcakes. So that was the significant part of that meeting. But seriously, we had Colonel Reynolds come with her team from the Corps of Engineers to discuss the Southwest Protection Feature for the Picayune Strand Restoration Project. The project manager, Steve Baisden, provided an overview of the project with an expected completion date of 2025. The protection levee is required to be built in order to provide flood protection to the adjacent landowners. Currently, 3 pump stations have been built, and I provided in the board packet both a map of the project and a cost summary sheet to date. However, only 30% of the project has been restored. And part of the reason is because if you look at your diagram that I provided, the pump station furthest to the right or east is the one that's in full operation, the Merritt Canal. The other pump stations are not in full operation due to the fact that the Southwest Protection Feature has not been completed. And with the sheet flow that the restoration is providing, it would not provide the flood protection. I have talked to the agency director and the Corps of Engineers, and I think Drew reported on this at one of our previous meetings, to look at some of the modeling we did for the Fack Union Canal to see if we can put some of that canal into operation at some point ahead of the 2025 completion of the Southwest Protection Feature. So I wanted you to have both of those additional items, the map and the cost breakout, for your reference in that project. Also, Dr. Serge Thomas, the associate professor from Florida Gulf Coast University, provided an overview of the study that he completed on Lake Trafford. He looked at the nutrients coming into Lake Trafford from the groundwater, and he gave us a full report on that. In addition, Lucine Dadrian gave us an update on the capital projects for fiscal year 19, and Candy Heater gave us an overview of the Basin's final millage and budget for 2019-2020. The Basin Board approved a resolution for the submittal of a rolled back millage rate of 0.1192 and approved a resolution submitting the fiscal year 19 and 20 budget in the amount of $13,984,146 to the governing board. And that we'll discuss later on in the meeting later. And our next meeting is scheduled for October 24th. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any questions for Chairwoman? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip you. I appreciate
No,
your report.
that's all right. I was ready whenever you were.
I know. Now, we'll go to public comment.
Yes, sir. We have Newton Cook, then Bob Mooney,
and Gary Goforth.
Good morning, Newton Cook, United Waterfalls of Florida. I really appreciate this public comment on the front end because deer season opens Saturday and I'm heading for the farm this afternoon. The most important thing I'm here for today is to invite everyone watching to the Water Management District's recreation meeting, which is this Monday night, 5 o'clock, right here in this room. We have some great topics. The Headwaters National Wildlife Refuge, we're getting an update on that from Bill Miller. Now, the Monday night meeting will have a lot of people there who are on what we call the Sportsman's Group, who was set up, good God, almost 10 years ago, to get this refuge north of the lake, 150,000 acres. At the time, no one in this state that was considered a sportsman wanted to see the federal government get another acre because of the situation in the South. But over the years, we've managed to put together a group that's worked with the National Wildlife Association and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife people and the FWC, and now we have good support. And a lot of the people on that trust group, including myself, will be there Monday night. And this refuge is going to happen. It's already there, but we're just getting it a few thousand acres at a time, up to 150,000 acres. We'll also be speaking about the new shooting range, the Palm Beach County shooting range, which is something we need badly to keep the people off the district land target practicing instead of being on a controlled shooting range where it's a lot safer. As you know, we lost an angler about 3 years ago just fishing down a canal from a stray bullet. We just can't have that. And then Pete here is going to be talking about the Land and Water Conservation Fund, great work that they do. And also, the district and the FWC youth python hunt, which comes directly out of the recreation program that the district has here. It's so much appreciated. And I'm going to take the opportunity just real quickly to finish my day by saying the discussion agenda, the only thing on there that I have to speak about is expanded python hunt, and of course we 100% support that. I already had one python try to eat one of my ducks one time. It's not a nice experience knowing there's a 15-foot snake come up within a few feet of you, and you look up and he's out there, you know, here he is going for your duck. So they're out there, and what's really bad, if you wade, we don't worry about the gators too much, but when those pythons slithering around under your feet, you know, in 3 foot of water, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. In my 24 years here, I've seen a lot of people in the Corps, and I do want to say that Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds is exceptional. And I would say that she's going to be missed, but I guarantee you she's going to stay involved. She's going to be here. My public comment is about public commenting. 3 minutes is too long. If you can't say it in 2 minutes, you shouldn't try.
You were directing that at me, were you? Good morning, Gary Goforth. I serve on the board of directors of the Florida Oceanographic Society. I'm here to express my appreciation to this board, to Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds and the Corps of Engineers, the fine, caring staff of the Water Management District for avoiding discharges to the estuaries in the face of a massive hurricane. Years past, there would have been really no discussion. Those gates would have been opened, the estuaries would have been destroyed. Governor DeSantis was elected on a pledge to improve the water quality in this state. He understands the vital importance between water quality, good public health, a vibrant ecology, and a healthy environment. I'm so grateful to the governor that he's appointed you as the board members of this fine agency. You share that vision. And again, I just want to thank you all and the Corps of Engineers for avoiding lake releases at this time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Goforth.
Next, I have Pete Quashes, then Nyla Pipes.
Good morning, Pete Quashes on behalf of Audubon of the Western Everglades.
and literally everybody in Southwest Florida with whom I work. Jennifer Reynolds is a superlative public service. Everything that needs to be said has already been said, but not by me, so thank you, Jennifer. I really appreciate what you're doing. When I met the new colonel, I said, boy, I hope you got big feet, you got some big shoes to fill. Well, it turns out there are things that Jennifer can do that he will not be able to do. So we're looking forward to her spending some time with family, but hopefully she will be back in the fray in a couple of years. Thank you.
Good morning. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. First, I want to start by echoing those sentiments. I mean, I can't say it any better. I'm privileged to have worked with you these years. I also want to compliment staff on yesterday's workshop. It was one of the most in-depth, beautiful explanations of what really happens south of the lake that I have seen. And I just think it's really important that we dial in the way we are into those little nuances of what this really means to restore the Everglades, send water south, stop the discharges, all of those things we're all working to do. So keep up the great work. I also want to invite you all to the County Coalition meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. at the historic courthouse in Okeechobee. This is, some people say it's the 9 counties, some say the 16. It kind of depends on, which one you're going to. Tomorrow, there should be representatives from all 16 counties. They've been invited. The County Coalition is one of the more powerful organizations involved in this because what it is an opportunity for our county commissioners from each of the local levels to really go forth and put a lot of pressure on the federal government. I see that as their largest value. I know they do, other things, but that really is a very powerful board that is very helpful to what you guys are trying to do here. And I just like to remind people that that meeting happens, on about a quarterly basis, and it's a really great place to be. So again, that's at 9 a.m. at the historic county courthouse in Okeechobee tomorrow. Speaking of the federal government and the process for federal funding and Everglades restoration projects, on the St. Lucie River, in spite of having no discharges from Lake Okeechobee, post-Dorian, we are seeing a very turbid freshwater plume well out into the ocean. That is our local basin runoff. So I want to again ask you, anywhere you can, support those projects in the local basin to help us deal with the water that comes from the C-23, the C-24. I know we're making great progress on the C-44, but we've got to keep the rest of IRL South at the top of that list because it really is damaging our local basin with those local basin discharges. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the meeting.
Thank you all. Mr. Mooney, it's up to 3 minutes. You don't have to take the 3 minutes. Thank you. We'll go to board comment now, and there is no time limit on it. We'll start with Mr. Bergeron.
Well, first, I want to congratulate Colonel Reynolds. As a former commissioner for the FWC for a decade, I can tell you my experience with her. It didn't matter if it was midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning, all the issues, every time I called. I want to thank you so much for her leadership and her vision to protect one of the natural wonders of the world. It's been a great relationship, and we want to make sure you stay around. And for all of that, I'm going to give you a gift, free alligator wrestling lessons. But thank you for your total dedication. Our meeting yesterday, I just want to say that these workshops, I know it's takes a lot of time, but I tell you, it's so important that we're able to listen to all of our stakeholders. And I thought the panel that was chosen, Drew, was an excellent panel, people with great knowledge. And I think it allowed all of us to be able to have a dialogue with experts and be very transparent on all of the different issues that we're going to be dealing with. I think as we continue to go forward with Everglades restoration, that we have to look at all the projects that we've built over the last 18, 19 years, and we have to examine any missing links that would allow us to connect and get the benefits of billions of dollars that we have spent in connecting modified water delivery, and then addressing the quality of water issues with the additional monitoring that we are doing to see how we can get our quality of water right for the future of 8.7 million people in 16 counties. And but I really, Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the workshops. I think they're just extremely important for us to connect all the dots, and I'm honored to be a part of it.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Roma.
you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to echo Ron's remarks about Colonel Reynolds. As a new board member, she has been just instrumental in assisting my understanding in terms of the interrelationships between the Corps and the district, and also so generous with her time in assisting the basin with the Picayune Strand and unraveling all of the pieces of that. And your leadership will be missed, but your partnership, I hope, will continue. And I really appreciate that. Also, the workshop that we had last night, talk about a wealth of information that we could really use. And I think that something that jumped out at me was the fact that even more so than what I thought before, how interconnected everything is. And at a previous meeting, we talked about sequencing, and I think that becomes even more important when you add that layer of understanding of those pieces that we learned about last night. You have so many natural systems interconnected. Then you have our actions creating conditions that changes the setting for those natural conditions. And then you have the service responsibility that we have to the citizens of Florida. And that is a whole bunch of stuff it's interconnected to the degree that we have to figure it out so that we know what to do first in order to move forward in the best possible way. And it was just for me anyway, it was just a window into all those natural systems and how they're interconnected. Not to mention flood protection, water supply, and everything else. So that's going to be a challenge. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wagner.
I would also like to echo thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds. She's getting praised a lot around here today, but it's totally deserved. The work she's done has been meaningful, and she's really been a master of her craft, I think, especially in three ways, which the interaction is not necessarily easy with many of our stakeholders. She has always, to me, been poised. She has always been prepared, and she has always been pleasant. And I think, you know, what you start to learn in your own situation as a governing board member on this board is that things come at you pretty quickly from a variety of different directions and a variety of different stakeholders, and you think at one moment you're pleasing everybody, and then all of a sudden somebody else comes out, you know, they've got a real concern. And I think Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds has really handled that as an example of how at least I aspire to handle a lot of these situations. So thank you very much for your service. You are certainly going to be missed, and I'd be surprised if your phone wasn't ringing, even though you left sort of formally here. So thank you very much for everything that you've done. I also want to thank staff for yesterday's workshop. It was incredibly beneficial We only had, obviously, 4 hours. I think we were done in 4 hours and 15 minutes, so not too bad there. And the information was done, I think, just right. It was teed up correctly. The charts were fantastic. The information that was given was, frankly, stuff I had not seen really before. And the way that it was presented, I thought, was incredibly helpful. It was really a positive meeting with a lot of optimism from everybody across the board in terms of where we are and where we're hopefully going. I would like to, I mentioned it yesterday, and I think it's important to be mentioned again. I do think this is something we should be examining and pushing forward boldly. Is this, it doesn't seem like a massive project, but to me it seemed like there was a lot of buy-in from a lot of stakeholders who typically aren't on the same side of things. They agreed to this sort of curtain wall, protecting the seepage of the water east and keeping it in the park while keeping some of the farm areas drier. To me, that was a very positive piece of or project we can look into. I hope we'll push it forward in an effort to try to get things on the board that help us. I do think, Ron's comments are correct. We're close to getting things really, really, we've got a lot of tools in our shed, but there's some element of plugging them in together. And it feels like we're really close, and if we can do that, hopefully we can create the magic that we need to sort of thread the needle on all these issues. So I would like to look at that seepage wall because I do think that it's very important we have commonality with stakeholders on that.
Thanks. I'm going to echo my colleague's sentiments for Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds. I met you, I think it was last summer, in less than ideal circumstances, and your communication skills are unbelievable. I remember watching you deal with some people on the West Coast who were not happy at all, and for good reason, and you did it with such poise. You're a real testament to the Army's best, and I can't thank you enough, and you are going to be missed. I'd also like to thank our staff. The preparation for Hurricane Dorian was incredible. I was so impressed with that. I don't know if people who don't watch this district day to day probably don't understand all that goes in behind the scenes to make sure everything keeps running when we have a hurricane or preparing for a hurricane. And I thank you to all the staff. I know it's incredibly disruptive. I know you're always worried about your families. You're always worried about your own personal property. And at the same time, you rise above that and put that aside and make sure that's taken care of, and then worry about the residents of South Florida. So I really appreciate that, and I thank you from the governing board and from the residents of South Florida for all you did. Luckily, we didn't have it. We had a miss, but the preparation was phenomenal, and this governing board's all new. Drew, I know you and Sean and knew, Jennifer here knew, so everyone sort of got to see this as a trial run, but it was a really good trial run, and I thank you all because it could have been bad. I'd like to talk about something I haven't talked about before, and I'm not allowed to talk to anyone unless we're sitting here in this situation. So I want to talk to Chair Roman a little bit about Big Cypress Basin. I've been approached by 2 of the municipalities in southern Lee County about trying to expand the borders of Big Cypress Basin into southern Lee County, and that's something that we haven't talked about at all because we can't. I've talked a little bit to staff about it, but it's something that I'd like to explore further and sort of see if that's possible, if it makes sense to do. I've talked to the legislative delegation in Lee and Northern Collier, and they're okay with it, or at least with us exploring it. So that's something that, in the next couple of meetings, if we can put that on the agenda to start taking a look at, I'd like to do that. And I don't know if you've had any interaction with Estero or Bonita about it.
We've had the basin administrator, Lisa Keeler, has been in some meetings, some initial discussions regarding what their expectations might be and what they'd hope to get out of that. And we've also had some conversations with the county as well, but they're all preliminary at this point.
Great. I just wanted to make sure you were up to speed, or as up to speed as I am, which it sounds like you are, and that we can sort of pursue exactly what the boundary changes should be if they make sense for the district, if they make sense for Lee County and Bonita and Estero, and if they do, then let's see what we need to do.
I think the initial challenge has been them being able to express what their expectations are and what they hope to get out from such a merger to join the basin. That's been the challenge so far. So hopefully we can nail that down and we can talk about it further.
Great. I hope that Lisa, the executive director, will be able to help them understand what we can and can't do as a district and you can do as a basin. And I appreciate your help with that.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Lipich?
The first time Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds came to the Rivers Coalition meeting, which is always, pit of vipers sometimes. I mean, a lot of upset people with the estuary situation. I watched her change that room without even saying a word. She came in, and rather than talking down to people, so to speak, at the podium, she came in and she looked at the people sitting at the table and kind of non-verbally asked if she could sit at the table with the board members. And she did. And she sat down talking to the Rivers Coalition. And all of that tenseness just melted away. And I thought, that's a superstar. So thank you very much for the big things and the little things that you've taught us all. I wanted to thank Dr. Gary Goforth for his comments about no releases and our wonderful governor and our staff. Thank you very much. And I myself was probably for the very first time, and I've been here since 1965, I was scared when Dorian was heading straight towards us. And I want to thank all of the South Florida Water Management staff for all of the work they did. I was obsessed on it. I sat in on all the EOC calls that I could. And another thing with all of that is we help the people of the Bahamas and deal with it ourselves. I really think in our strategic plan, resiliency needs to be a part of our strategic plan, which it's not now. We're in a new world. I also wanted to briefly ask that with the 40E-61 rulemaking, that I brought this up at my briefing, that hopefully as a group, when we go into those public talks, that we don't just open up to the public without some kind of expectation from the board or structure, because that will be so complex that I think it will be difficult for the public to just show up at a meeting, and they might start talking about other things too, because they don't know what the rulemaking process allows for 40E-61. So my request is for some more structure, communication-wise, and as a board, what we know we're going into when we get to that. My last thing may take some time, but I think it's very important, and I wrote it out. Joe Negron and the Everglades agricultural area was a tremendous part of the culture that got us all to where we are today. What Joe Negron did with his career as president of the Senate to put his name and his everything on the line for that EAA reservoir. And I just want to make sure that it stays front and center for all of us. And when you read the comments from Governor DeSantis, his first lines almost always talk about making sure to expedite the EAA reservoir, Tamiami Trail, and I just want to make sure that as these meetings go by and time goes by, that that the public especially kind of knows where we are. So I asked who the project manager was from Mr. Mitnick for the EAA reservoir, and he gave me Leslie Waugh is her name. And yet another one of these remarkable people behind the scenes. And I wanted to read this to you. It'll take about 3 minutes, I think. Recently, I spoke with EAA project manager Leslie Waugh, South Florida Water Management District. Ms. Waugh told me that she and her team, and she made this up, I didn't, are working every day for the EAA, because I was worried. I'm like, are you guys doing anything? What's going on? She's like, yes, Ms. Thurlow, we're working every day for the EAA, because we don't hear that much sometimes. The work falls mostly into two categories: design work and planning work. As far as design work, a design contract has been secured by for the stormwater treatment area with a contractor, Brown and Caldwell. This is kind of like how things work if you've ever hired an architect to build your house. There's a lot of back and forth, and sometimes it can be contentious. My husband and I didn't move forward with our house, but we will move forward with the EA reservoir. As far as planning work, right now there is a lot of pre-construction engineering occurring. This includes a team of people. Their field work includes surveys and geotechnical site work to understand the site conditions. For thousands of acres, the total site is about 17,000 acres. So they have to do all the geotechnical work to understand that those lands are quote unquote buildable, as this must be known before anything can be designed and built. Another part of the South Florida Water Management District's planning work includes a back and forth between the South Florida Water Management and the Army Corps of Engineers for the post-authorization change report. This is one of those names that for the public it's hard to keep that in your mind, what that means. This is part of the federal section 203 review that must be completed. You might remember that in SEP, the A2, which is the piece of land that this is going to be built on, was going to be a flow equalization basin. The post-authorization change report changed the flow equalization basin to a reservoir and added a stormwater treatment area. So now the South Florida Water Management District and the Army Corps of Engineers are figuring out all the details to adapt SEP to include the EAA reservoir. This process began in October 2018. It should be completed by April of 2020. Mind you, all these acronyms are just enough to drive us all insane. But the EIS and the NEPA are part of this 203 review. So for the public, most of us are familiar with this, there's a lot of stuff that has to be done. It's not like, think of on a local level trying to build your house. In the town of Sewell's Point, people were constantly complaining about how long it took to get their permits and to go through everything. We're talking about something on such a larger level. So there are federal and state things that have to be done. They are looking for things like cultural resources and impacts to endangered species. Those are things that the environmental community is, of course, excited about. We want those things protected, of course, and so it might take some time, which are coordinated they are coordinated by the appropriate agencies and tribes. We are hoping the NEPA process is completed by early 2019. The South Florida Water Management District hopes to receive their permit from the Army Corps of Engineers to start building the stormwater treatment intake canal by early next year, after the NEPA is complete. The rest of the STA is expected to start construction in January 2021. The Army Corps themselves, after going through all of their requirements with hopes to begin building the EAA reservoir, should start after 3 years of design. So that would mean starting construction in 2023 and finishing around 2028. The good thing is the STA can function independently of the reservoir, so that can start working right away. Remember, on an even larger scale, that the EAA reservoir will work together with other components of all of SERP. Nothing functions alone, just like in nature. SEP, North, and the southern features, like opening almost all of the entire Tamiami Trail, completing COP, which is the bottom of the system, and all of the C-111 details. For people who are from where I'm from, the C-111 is all the stuff in the south off to the east, kind of by Homestead, as well as finishing the S-333, which is a giant structure that, because the poor little birds are making it so we can't dump into, not dump, that's the wrong word, can't allow water into the Everglades, they're working that 333 structure. All of these improvements will be part of a key of sending more clean water to Everglades National Park and Florida Bay and reducing the discharges to the northern estuaries. In the end, in years to come, the reservoirs C43, C44, C23, and C24 and the EAA will complement each other and the system. This process is long. It is easy to be impatient. But the goal is to do the right thing the first time so it doesn't end up like 10 Mile Creek. These are exciting times, and your advocacy is needed to keep the wheels turning. Thank you for letting me take so much time. Those dates will be something that the general public, if they're concerned, they can go back to this meeting and check, find those dates. And I will continue to make reports on the Everglades agricultural area. And thank you, Joe Negron, and everybody else for getting that to start changing the culture of the South Florida Water Management District.
Thank you, Mr. Lipich. Ms. Mead?
I just want to echo what Scott has said about the seepage wall. I just want to echo what Scott has said about the seepage wall. I'm really would love for staff to bring that to us to look at what has been done on that project. I understood from yesterday that there are documents that we can look at. And we have built this seepage wall at the 8.5 mile, 8.5. Don't we have a seepage wall that we built at the 8.5 mile at that corner? No? Okay. I love the way he smiles at us when we don't know what we're talking about. Go ahead, John.
So the seepage wall that you're talking about that has already been constructed, it was actually constructed by the rock miners down in South Dade. It runs on the north, well, actually just south of Tamiami Trail, just west of the L31. So if you're looking at a map, you're looking at the crossroads and intersection of Chrome and Tamiami Trail. So just south of there, there's a 4-mile wall that goes down towards the south that has already been constructed. And that's what Tom McVicker was referring to yesterday during the workshop. There's not any seepage wall around the 8.5 square mile area, no.
Okay. And do we, with that seepage wall, do we still have to pump? Does it? Anyway, we don't have to talk about it now. If you could bring that to the board so that we can look at it as a project and as an option, I think that would be great.
Thanks. Mr. Steinle?
Thank you. Are we on here? You can hear me? Colonel Reynolds, I think in the short time I've been here, we've all been here, I think we all would agree that you exemplify what we expect in every way from public servants, and I'm sorry to call you a public servant, but in this light, it's a positive, very, very strong positive. So I wish we had more time to work together, and I join others in thanking you for your service. I too want to recognize the professionalism of the staff in preparing for the hurricane, and I think the chair's letter to that effect, sort of described that as the first severe storm that we've experienced as a board. It certainly gave me full faith and confidence in our staff's ability to safeguard South Florida residents and resources. So again, thank you for that. I also want to, while it's not in our lane, I think it makes sense to recognize the outpouring of support by all the residents in South Florida, both financially and in action as they come to the aid of our Bahamian neighbors. If you've been involved with this, if you've watched the news, if you've kept up online, these are the types of things that renew your faith in the human spirit, and I think we need more of that because, especially for them, this is going to be a long rebuilding process. On that note, we need to recognize that we dodged a bullet here, and as a result of that and other progress that we've made, we're not talking about releases. We're not hearing about releases to estuaries. And luckily, coming into the wet season with a lower lake gave us in the Corps more options. That's what we need, more options. We need more resources. This is progress. I think, though, it makes sense as a board to be very clear with the public and everybody else that even with a more intelligent or scientifically driven lake management program, water management program, we were going into Dorian, as John has data on, we were at a slightly higher level of the lake than we were going into Irma. So what does that mean? Had we gotten the 3 feet of lake rise that was expected, it does not mean that the estuaries wouldn't have seen releases. We have to keep that in mind. We would have been probably over 17 or close to 17. So even with all the progress we've made, there's still a real risk with extreme events that estuaries and other relief areas that we don't want to use, we want to use southbound flow, will feel the pressure. So what this did for me, it really reinforced, the past 2 weeks really reinforced what we already know, is that we need to accelerate all these programs that we're talking about. We need to accelerate our storage programs, our treatment programs. We need to accelerate our nutrient reduction programs at the source, and make sure that these are enforced, and give the staff, give the other agencies as many tools as we can, as possible to manage in these extreme events. So I think, from my perspective, the iron's hot. We come out of the past 2 weeks with a clearer understanding of why what we're doing is so important. And I think we, and all the agencies involved with these projects and ideas that we need to get implemented, need to just redouble our focus and expedite as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one other thing real quick?
Of course.
I'd like to thank the governor for his leadership in making all of this possible for us to proceed in protecting 16 counties and protecting our environment, our quality of life, the fishing capital of the world, the boating capital of the world, 100 million people that come here, tourists, and giving us the opportunity. I want to thank our staff, too, for that, their presentation yesterday, and for their preparation for the hurricane. We're very blessed to have such talented people to present what I seen here yesterday. And I also think we need to have some kind of meeting in regards to this 8.5 square mile area and where we can resolve and be able to implement the first and second stage of modified water delivery. I think we should meet with the Corps, South Florida Water Management, and possibly Dade County, and resolve any issues that would stop the natural sheet flow to Florida Bay. So I'd like to request that, and I want to thank all of our stakeholders, the input that they give us at every meeting. It's all about we, and so, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. I will follow up on your comment regarding the governor. I think we all saw yesterday the release he had and the statement he made in Naples regarding next year's funding and his request for another $625 million, which is wonderful news for us. It allows us to keep doing our work. We're going to go to public comment on the consent agenda. See if there's any.
Yes, sir. We have Mark Perry, then Pete Quashis, and Gary Goforth.
Thank you.
Morning, Governing Board. Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic Society. I was here yesterday, and I do appreciate the workshops immensely. They are very informative and active. I've got two items, number 11 and 27, on the consent to mention. But before I do, Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds is an extraordinary Lieutenant Colonel. I've been, as many others, for many colonels throughout the Jacksonville district, from Colonel Rock Salt all the way up to Colonel Andrew Kelly. And, you know, I've seen a lot of lieutenant colonels, and Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds is exemplary. And I do appreciate it. I've seen her in many public meetings. She's done an outstanding job, so thank you again for all your due diligence. Basically, the consent item number 11 deals with the cattle leases that are on the 400 acres that are in the Loxahatchee River Restoration Watershed Project Restoration footprint. And if you look at page 23, of course, in your packet, you'll see the map of and the area of the site. And you can see how it's really close and connected to and nearby the headwaters of the Cypress Creek and the Loxahatchee River. And so it's really critically important, and I know there's a 6-month notice in the lease, a 10-year lease, to notify them that we're going to need these lands for restoration. And I know the low density in the cattle is a good thing, and cattle leasing is done in other areas of the watersheds. But it's really important to understand that we need to make sure the water quality that's coming off of that activity in that area needs to be monitored and make sure that it's not impacting the river and the watershed, particularly even during this time of this lease. So I hope you can build that in somehow to the monitoring of that situation, and we can keep track of that. The other item, of course, is number 27, dealing with your annual regulatory plan for 2020. That includes, of course, in page 94 of your packet, and it outlines the detail of this notification of rulemaking. As we had presentations before in August about the works of the district, and 40E61, as was mentioned earlier, we need to be diligent about moving that forward and taking the lead here at the district, and really making sure that we put into those new rules the fact that we can have landowners be accountable and regulate the runoff coming into the basin, and also do these regional projects to restore that watershed, because we're getting so much loading and it's not regulated. But this is the opportunity. This is the chance to do it. And I know the district's interest to do that is to take the lead, and I really hope you can do that. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Pete Quashis on behalf of Audubon of the Western Everglades. Decades of planning and construction, over $500 million in order to put Picayune Strand operational. The analogy is like that house without an occupancy permit. We're close, but not close enough. On your consent decree is one more step. Thank you for this excellent staff in moving forward those increments necessary to bring this project home. 50,000 acres of restored wetland when we get there. The potential for 250,000 acre feet of water, clean water, flowing south into the 10,000 islands. We have an opportunity to bring these projects home. We don't get the benefit until we do that. We need to bite the bullet, finish the stuff we've started, move forward with those projects that have fewer contingencies on them so that we can, in fact, expedite them in a timely manner and get the benefits. We can demonstrate the return on our investment once we get them done. We can't do that until they're done. So I thank you for your effort. I'm encouraged by the opportunity to do some adaptive management and see if we can't start moving some water south into the Picayune and into the 10,000 Islands. That's progress. Thank you all very much.
Good morning again. Gary Goforth. I'm here in strong support of consent agenda item number 27, the revisions to the works of the district. I'm very grateful to this board for bringing the revisions to the public and for providing the direction to staff to move forward with an effort that is long overdue. The 2007 legislature in the Northern Everglades Protection Plan directed the staff, directed the agency to make the revisions to expand the program into the upper parts of the Lake Okeechobee watershed, but also into the estuary watersheds. As we've heard from comments before, our local watersheds also suffer from the same pollution as does Lake Okeechobee watershed. And in essence, the same reason, and that is there's no accountability. There's no accountability on the part of landowners for achieving the load reduction goals, the nutrient reduction goals. The Water Management District has a very substantial foundation in the Works of the District program. Almost 1,000 permits have already been issued by this agency under the Works of the District. 977 of those are still deemed to be active by looking at the district's e-permitting database. So you have an extensive foundation on which to build on. I echo Ms. Thurtle-Lippisch's comments to provide guidance to staff, to provide a framework as you go forward on these public meetings. And this framework, my suggestion would be to include a statement of the background, the fact that current loads are routinely 5 times the state limit of phosphorus into Lake Okeechobee, 5 times. And unfortunately, the loads are not, and long-term average loads are not declining significantly. And in fact, the latest report the district put out showed that both loads and concentrations are higher now than they were in the starting period, which DEP defined as 2001 to 2012. So that is the result, I believe, of the lack of accountability. And so the suggestion then would be to provide some background context, talk about the public health issues related to poor water quality in Lake Okeechobee and how this affects the health of the people around the lake as well as the health of the people in the estuaries. I would also point out and suggest that you recommend that source controls alone are not going to solve the problem. It's a 2-step process, and as really evidenced in the 40E63 program south of the lake. Source controls are a big part of that. Our initial target south of the lake was 25% load reduction. Routinely, the EAA farmers have been exceeding 50% load reduction. Second part of that is regional treatment, STAs, for example. So that same framework of a part of it is source controls, part of it is regional treatment, is an excellent paradigm that can be applied north of Lake Okeechobee. I would suggest that you provide load reduction targets to start the ball rolling. And these have already been developed in 2013 for both the lake and the estuaries. And staff can provide you with a briefing. And those targets are reasonable. Were set up by Dr. Del Botcher. They range from 0 to 40%. They recognize the specific land uses within each basin. So you already have a good foundation for load reduction targets. I suggest you also have an annual assessment program so you could actually gauge the progress towards achieving those goals, as well as a framework for working with landowners for those areas that are not achieving their goals. It's not a punitive framework, but it's a framework of collaboration, working with the landowners to achieve those goals, and then certainly a framework for compliance as necessary. So again, thank you for bringing this to the public. I'm so excited. You have our support. This is a pivotal moment in our longstanding fight for clean water. I'm so grateful for y'all to bring this to our attention. I look forward to helping you any way I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bartlett, you have a comment on the consent?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really, with regard to the cattle lease, leases are a subject of great importance to this board and how we manage our lands and how we move forward. And so I wanted to talk about our process leading up to this lease and bringing it to the board, because it was ready a couple board meetings ago, but we wanted to do due diligence on this lease to make sure that it met your goals and really followed the direction that you guys have boldly provided as board member this year. And so this is land that is sitting fallow right now. So it's an old citrus field, it's sitting fallow, it's got exotics, it needs land management. So it's an opportunity to craft an agreement with a land manager, if you will, and get benefits out of it. And so when it was competitively bid, this was the highest bidder, they're willing to pay the most for leasing this land. But we have our expectations. Low density, 1 cow to 6 acres. We have, the termination clause for convenience, 6 months. We're not going to get trapped in a lease that we can't get out of. And because this property is important for the Loxahatchee project. We are going to require BMPs. We're going to require a grazing plan. We're going to require sediment traps for erosion to keep sediment on the property. And we're going to require fencing to keep the cows out of the water. We're going to require no fertilizer application period, no biosolids application period. There's no way they can do that on this property. And the last thing is the expectation for dispersed water management. So that's something that we have lands that we can do dispersed water management on. And so I've asked staff to go out, plug all the drainage systems so that the water will stay on the property as long as possible, interact with the environment, uptake nutrients, and not discharge in a harmful way to the estuary. Our lease will say, as long as you're leasing it from us, you're also going to do this project. There's no payment involved because this is our land, right? So they're paying us to lease it. But we're plugging it. We're making sure that the water stays on it as if it were our dispersed water management project, right? So this is a very different looking lease than what the district has executed in the past because we're very focused on water quality. We're very focused on benefits to the Loxahatchee. And so, the last little piece on this, which was news to me, not water quality related, but when they lease our lands, these lands go back on the tax rolls for the county. It's a requirement of our lease that they report to the county and pay taxes to the county so that we're no longer required to do payment in lieu of taxes for those lands as well. So there's a lot of benefits. We get land management, we get improved water quality, and it gets back on the tax rolls. So I just wanted to sort of let you know that the process leading up to these lease executions is very different these days because we're looking for all these benefits and incorporating them into our leases right now.
Thanks, Mr. Bartlett, very much for that description of the lease and for your watching out for the taxpayer. I appreciate it, as do we all. Are there any board members who have comments on consent agendas or anything you'd like to pull? If not, I'll entertain a motion to adopt consent agendas items 13 to 30. Oh, Mr. Bergeron, I'm sorry. You make the motion? Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Is there any further comment by the board? Nope. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We're going to change things up a little bit. We're going to go to item number 35, which is the innovative technologies. The item number 32, we don't quite have all our people here yet, so we'll wait for that. I'll be Dr. Susan Gray. There you are.
Sorry,
Good
Mr.
morning.
Right, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of changing the agenda timing around, there were some folks that were interested in making comments on innovative technologies who expected it to come a little bit later. Can we have a little bit of leeway on allowing those people, if they miss this segment, make comment later?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, before you start, we'd have Susan Gray here, and I think Ed Smith from Department of Environmental Protection is on the phone, so he'll be presenting his slides from Tallahassee. But just to set up the context, and Susan will do this anyway, is You know, the district has gone through different activities in the past on looking at ways to address specific problems. And so she's going to go over those efforts that we've done in the past. We currently have a current effort that is looking at a specific application and the opportunity for innovative technologies. So our general approach to innovative technologies as a district is very task-specific, whereas you'll see from DEP, they're looking at innovative technologies more globally, trying to figure out what's out there, vetting them all through the Blue-Green Algae Task Force, through a procedural process. So the general look of innovative technologies is being handled by DEP, but we absolutely have the opportunity on a task-specific basis, and so that's what you're going to see from Susan. So I just wanted to get the context right.
Yeah, thank you for making that clarification. And this comes out of the request, I think, that you had last month, that we look at this. All of us, I think, at this dais right now are being bombarded by people with really good ideas, and we need to know how to make sure that those good ideas get to the DEP, who is going to be sorting through them, and to our technical staff, who can take a look at them as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Go ahead, Ms.
thank
Gray.
you. Good morning. I did capture one of our people that is interested in this item in the audience, so I brought him in, and I told him, Mr. Duke, that we would start after the consent agenda, so at least that person of interest is aware. As mentioned, this is an overview of the innovative treatment technology efforts that were done here at the Water Management District. But one thing is not explicit in this slide is that we've always been in partnership with DEP on this process. Because in the beginning, looking at the issues related to the history of phosphorus eutrophication in the Everglades, DEP was our partner in those efforts. So it's always
Dr.
been-
Gray, can you get a little closer to the
Oh,
mic? I'm sorry, we're having a tough
sorry.
time hearing you up here. Thanks.
It's always been a partnership, and you know, it goes back and forth between the different agencies as to who's doing the heavy lifting, but we've always been in constant communication. So with that, as Drew mentioned, we've always been very goal-focused in terms of why we are looking at these technologies. It hasn't been random. We have some history on when we first started these efforts. We actually went through a process in the mid-2010 to 2013 where we were looking at how we would deal with people with technologies. The exact question you're asking is, people are bringing us this information. How are we going to look at it in a consistent manner and provide feedback? And then some of our more recent activities. It started actually back in the late 80s, again, as with the settlement agreement and the Department of Justice lawsuit regarding the phosphorus eutrophication of the Everglades, and the request that we start looking at technologies to deal with that load that was going south of the lake. We were formed a contract to look at innovative treatment technologies. This is really where the basis of the stormwater treatment areas came from. And we looked at also chemical treatments and other types of vegetational components. The Everglades Nutrient Removal Project was one of our first large-scale demonstrations, and this slide actually shows you the ENR, which actually is now part of STA 1 West. And this was the first large-scale wetland that we were operating south of the lake. And you'll notice this little inset here. We actually had what we call test cells, where we were testing a lot of the treatment technologies, a lot of the flows, and hydraulic loading times, and that to look at the performance of these systems, because they were brand new to us, especially at this scale. In 1997, the Corps issued us a 404 permit for the construction of additional STAs, and they actually specified that we do investigation into constructed wetlands, wetlands that were paired with chemical pretreatment, chemical dosing, microfiltration, and then different types of vegetation, including the periphyton-based STAs, or the pastas that you've heard of, and submerged aquatic vegetation with lime rock. And actually, the submerged aquatic vegetation was one of the first investigative technologies that ended up becoming a standard application within our stormwater treatment areas. So from the period of about 1997 to 2002, we used those test cells. We had our north and south testing facilities, and we spent approximately $21 million on both the development and construction, planting of the Everglades nutrient removal technology, and what we called advanced treatment technology projects. The focus here was always on what we would consider to be regional solutions, And we also addressed challenges of what we call marsh readiness in terms of making sure that any technology we applied didn't have an inadvertent effect that we didn't want to have happen. So we had to look at not only the nutrients that were being removed, but that other constituents, one, weren't being added back in that we didn't want, or in one case, in terms of chemical treatment, it actually gets the water so clean at times you would have a loss of what we considered critical micronutrients. So these were all things that we were considering as we went through the process. And we also had to look in terms of what kind of residuals would be produced with whatever we selected to move forward with, because that would be an operations and management cost that would need to be considered. We also developed what we called our supplemental technology standard of comparison, and this again goes right back to the question that was asked, how do you level the playing field? So every technology was evaluated based on the same data set of flows and loads in terms of expected performance, lifespan, what the initial cost would be over the lifespan, whether you needed to do any kind of long-term maintenance, that we would allow us then to look at these and have a fairly robust comparison of cost and effectiveness. And these were developed by each of our contractors at the time that were developing these technologies in partnership with district and DEP staff. As I mentioned, this is the test cells that we have within the STA1 West, or Everglades Nutrient Removal Project. We also had what we called our South Supplemental Technology Research Site. We actually had a full-scale chemical treatment set up there at one point. We have a microfiltration project going on, and then we had these mesocosms where we were looking at the paraphyton-based stormwater treatment areas and those SAV and lime rock projects, again, leading to a lot of what you're seeing implemented today in our STA south of the lake. Again, one of the other areas we were also looking at around this same time period is what did we need to do to improve the phosphorus loads north of the lake, going into Lake Okeechobee in order to meet the TMDL. And we did a couple of things here. We had a natural resources economic analysis of the lake, and we looked at also, looking at a combination of 18 different regional and sub-regional and on-farm phosphorus control activities. We also looked at sediment dredging feasibility study and sediment dredging for the whole lake. So again, this is a whole lake issue we were looking at the time, was something that a lot of people were very interested in. Based on the information from that 2003 effort, it was extremely costly to do whole lake dredging. At that time, the estimate was that it would be about $3 billion in 2003 funds. It would take about 15 years to complete. It didn't do anything to address the incoming phosphorus still coming into the system. So dredging was set aside, and the focus was we need to do better upstream of the lake. In 2010 and through 2013, we were still receiving a lot of inquiries. People wanted to know how they could get their technologies to be considered for these issues. And so we developed what we called a new alternative technologies assessment request for proposals. What we requested is that products must remove nutrients, both phosphorus and nitrogen, and be applicable to multiple sources, or that needed to be specified if they were looking at an on-farm, if they were looking at sub-regional or regional. We would vet those technologies internally, and the evaluation criteria really based on the history of the process, what data were available to show that the technology worked, that they didn't have any, that they didn't use any toxic materials or have any toxic byproducts. These tests were either done on private land with cooperating landowner properties or district-owned, and it really was more of a project screening. We never were we were not at that point doing any what I would call research and development. We basically provided, some laboratory testing and staff to evaluate the data, but we didn't fund these projects. And we also then provided these criteria to DEP as part of their ongoing solicitation process. So again, the exchange of information was continually occurring. The technologies really in this effort divided into what we call two categories. We had mineral-based products that you would add to the water column or to the soils, and this is an example of them. A lot of them have calcium as one of the constituents, which is, we know, binds phosphorus quite effectively. There are other proprietary formulations that people used and were tested, and we evaluated those data. And this is a larger scale application of what we call the phoslock. This is a bentonite clay with, I'm going to forget how to pronounce that word. Hang on a sec. Lanthanum, a rare earth element. Is also the active ingredient. So this was one that was tried at MacArthur Lake in Martin County. And again, we were just in the process of, do these products work? Are they achieving a nutrient reduction? We looked at flow-through technologies, aquelutions. This was a proprietary process. They tested at 2 sites at S77 and S78, leading to the Caloosahatchee River and Caloosahatchee Estuary. Other flow-through technologies included an electrocoagulation process, and another one was an oxidation component that created ferrite. One thing I'll say about all of these is all of these were able to reduce nutrients, some to different degrees. So we all know that a lot of these technologies are promising. The issue is then where is the best applicability of them, and how would we consider funding them, or would the DEP consider funding? What's the best application? Are they, again, on-farm, sub-regional, or regional? So just reiterating what I already told you, this was a screening level assessment, not research and development. Because the projects were cited by the vendors, not all the data were strictly comparable because they used different sites and different water sources, and they all were able to reduce phosphorus and nitrogen to varying degrees. And there is actually a publication that we put out, what we call a district technical publication, that summarizes this effort. Since 2013, we've also continued these investigations, again, specifically focused, goal-focused. The Restoration Strategy Science Plan had a soil amendment study to look at what we could do to inactivate primarily phosphorus in the stormwater treatment areas as they come online. And we've reviewed a number of approaches. Many of the applications are very, very expensive and have not had a long-term assessment of effectiveness, so would they need to be reapplied? Soil flipping, I think I mentioned in a previous update, was one of the ones we were also looking at that we had a lot of hopes for, and it's not, the data are equivocal right now. We're not certain it's really doing what we were hoping it would do. The C43 Boma site, this was a mesocosm site looking at focusing primarily on nitrogen reduction to the Caloosahatchee Estuary. And these are the mesocosms at that site where they looked at the different plant communities to see which ones would have the highest nitrogen removal. And there was good percent of nitrogen reduction, upwards of 40% on some of these sites. So again, this starts to tell us what kind of expectation we could have in terms of nitrogen reduction. What is the form of nitrogen, as we've talked many times before? Is it bioavailable? Is it recalcitrant? So those are information that will be going into actually a study I'll mention in a minute. And then phosphorus-free water solutions demonstration study, which was conducted in 2018 and 2019. And this was one, again, a proprietary process that the vendor brought to us, the DEP and the district co-funded. Some of the ones, again, we've considered since the nutrient assessment technology. We looked at something called hybrid wetland treatment technology, which is basically an inflow cell where you've got a lime rock bed for buffering, and then a mixing zone where we would add, in this case, the applicant was adding alum, a contact zone, and then a filtration zone going through the plant materials and polishing. And these are actually, again, you can see from the graph here that the phosphorus reduction, which was the primary focus, has been significant. These are also in application at demonstration scale in the Okeechobee and St. Lucie watersheds at this time. Another technology that I was very interested in personally because it was trying to address the issue with groundwater movement and groundwater contribution to nutrient loads is what we called a permeable reactive barrier, where you would create a trench, you would fill it with water treatment plant residuals, which contained aluminum in many cases, and the idea being that the water would flow through this barrier because it was permeable and the phosphorus would be captured. And I believe I mentioned this before, that the problem is you can't make a barrier long enough that it won't run around the ends as time goes on. So it again was intriguing, but at least in the demonstration scale test, it didn't fully achieve what we were looking for. And then, as I mentioned, the phosphorus-free water solutions, the pilot projects that were performed, again, this is a modular setup. They were able to move their materials in a trailer and tested 4 locations around Lake Okeechobee, and they did quite a bit of phosphorus reduction and nitrogen reduction in waters leaving the lake. So that was, again, information that we would need to look at where we could apply these technologies. One of the challenges with regional treatment is having something that can deal with the vast amount of stormwater runoff, which is why the STAs really rose to the forefront. But as you've seen from all the water quality data, with all the improvements we're making, there is still a need for sub-regional treatment, there's a need for on-farm treatment or on landowner property treatment, as well as the regional solution, so it becomes a treatment train. So that's where all of these have some applicability. So what's coming up that people can participate in if they're interested in getting their technology evaluated? The C43 Water Quality Feasibility Study is ongoing right now. This is a working group that contains the Water Management District, DEP, Lee County, Hendry County, the City of Cape Coral, City of Sanibel, and Lehigh Acres Municipal Stormwater Improvement District. They will be reviewing technologies that are in the DEP database, as well as accepting technology information at their meetings, and the next public meeting is scheduled for September 27th. So as Tia mentioned and as Drew mentioned, Ed Smith is on the phone. I will page through his presentation. Ed, hopefully you can hear us and can start stepping through the slides as I go forward. I'll pause for a minute to let Ed get ready and see if there's any questions at this point that you would like to ask.
Yeah, Mr. Lipich, then Charlotte.
Thank you, Susan. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, we can hear you, Ed. We're going to take a couple questions from the board, and then we can start.
Okay, great.
How do these things affect birds and fish and other wildlife?
That's why we look at not only how well they remove nutrients, but that they don't cause other issues. One of the things we'll look at does it change the pH of the water or the soils that we're using this material in, such that it makes it inhospitable? Are they using a type of chemical that we know has negative effects? For a long time, for algae, copper was the chemical to go to, but copper specifically targets and impacts both benthic invertebrates and shellfish. So copper is one that we try and stay away from. So we look at the water quality of the treated water, and then we look at the components that they're testing with to make sure that at least our known effects, any known effects are addressed and considered.
If they're done outside, how do you keep the animals out?
That's a good question. So far, most of these have been done at what we call jar testing, which is in the laboratory, bench scale, very small demonstration projects. The ones that, something that we know will be problematic, we have not tested. But it's a very good question. I think that's, there's different types of bioassays that potentially can be done to check for that. But most of the materials that we've been looking at are readily available in the environment, but it's in new configurations and new sources of, in the case of electrocoagulation, where they provide energy to help precipitate those less desirable elements out of the water and are not necessarily having any impact to fish or wildlife.
Thanks.
Colonel Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Gray. Is the BOMA site still operational?
Yes, it is.
So my question has to do with who determines a need? Like the C43 water quality feasibility study, that's this slide before us right now. Who determines that there's a need to have a specific requirement that needs outside assistance? How is that done?
I'll start, and I'll probably hand it off to Ed. But a lot of these are driven by programs such as the total maximum daily load for nutrient reductions. Again, our focus has always been primarily on nutrients. And then the basin management action plans, which sets targets for reduction. And that starts determining the need for the downstream water body, and that determines whether you need additional phosphorus reduction, whether you need additional nitrogen reduction. And those have been the type of programs. Some of these have been permit-driven to us. In the very beginning with our 4-on-4 permit with the Corps, said you will test these technologies to reduce phosphorus. So the need is determined on the imbalance that people have identified in those receiving water bodies, and then what needs to be done to restore that balance.
Okay, so when the need is identified, how do the emergent companies that have these great new technologies learn about it and then apply to show what they can do?
This is where I really want to hand it off to Ed. I just, again, reiterate in the past that we actually did a solicitation for people that were interested in providing their information to us. And people are hearing what's going on through our workshops, through our board meetings, through the news in terms of an issue here. So there's been both structured solicitations and then informal, but I think this may be a good time to hand off to Ed, if that's okay with you.
Okay, before you do, can I don't know who spoke, but.
Oh, that was me.
And Drew may want to weigh in here, but I guess what I'm trying to determine is if this is identified at the DEP level and the requirements are set by the DEP, or the objectives, I should say, would it be fair to say that the district wouldn't be directly involved in soliciting assistance with a particular need?
So I would say that DEP's looking at it from a general standpoint, you know, trying to vet technologies that could be used in many applications. Our need was identified for the C43 the feasibility study for the C43 reservoir. That became an issue publicly when we know we need to deal with water quality for the Caloosahatchee Estuary. And it ultimately culminated, and then actually it's in Governor DeSantis's order 1912, that he asked us to make sure that we look at water quality associated with the C43 reservoir. And so we hired a firm to make it public, have public meetings and partnership with everybody to try to get the word out that we're doing this. I don't know how effective that was. I know that every time a company comes to me, and this is why I want you guys to have this talking point as well. A company comes to you, I point them straight to this project because this is how they can engage with us, and we sort of take the lead in partnership with the local governments on what that's going to look like, what it's vetted, and all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be that's our role we have right now. We had it in the early 2000s with the STAs and the water going into the Everglades. But Ed can talk about sort of the criteria and so forth, that they're looking at it from a more general standpoint, which also stemmed out of the governor's order on looking at it for harmful algal blooms.
I guess my question is even more basic, and it's like the BOMA site. You know, how did we get involved with that? Meaning we, the district.
I'll let you answer
Okay. We knew that nitrogen tends to be the element of concern within the coastal estuaries. And when the site became available, there was a lot of interest in looking at nitrogen reduction technologies, which we had not really focused on at that point. We've been focusing on phosphorus. So we worked in concert with the DEP. They actually provided funding to us through what they call a Section 319 grant. And we set up the BOMA mesocosm facility, and we tested a variety of vegetational communities to see what they would do in terms of nitrogen reduction. So it was a problem noted in the estuaries through ongoing monitoring with us, with the local governments, with DEP, that was related to nitrogen, that then said, well, what can we do to treat nitrogen? We worked with a consultant to look at what the existing technologies were. They narrowed it down to a suite of technologies that could be tested, but again, primarily coming back to natural system technologies because they're the most compatible with the environment, and that was the impetus for that.
So we're like the laboratory, would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay.
And
so we're the laboratory for whatever the problem happens to be that we're trying to solve?
in those cases, yes, we did actually run a lot of the samples through our district lab, but we also have technical staff that are familiar with nutrient reduction, and they provide the review and comment on the reports. So even with the technologies that DEP is soliciting, they will still inquire with our technical staff and ask for assistance in review.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. And I think when we hear Ed's presentation, I think this will help clarify some of the confusion, and he'll describe what the harmful algal bloom task force is undertaking.
May I ask Dr. Gray a question?
Sure.
I think this is maybe along the lines of Ms. Roman's, Colonel Roman's comments here, but assume that we have an issue that's been identified and I guess has been quote-unquote marketed to people who may have these types of technologies. Now they're aware of it and they come running. And for certain, I've spoken with many people who are highly excited about their particular product, although personally I have absolutely no idea whether these things are effective, right? And I think they're very confident they're effective, and my sense is inside perhaps the district there's a little bit more skepticism as to whether these things will actually work on the scale that we need them to work, over time in terms of that. So my question is, how do we, and this is maybe the trickiest question, it is for me, how do you set a standard because it doesn't seem like any of the technologies that will come in are going to be perfect, right? They're not going to remove the exact amount of phosphorus that you need with the no impact on the environment. And if you keep looking for that, there's a chance you never move forward with what is really good technology, but maybe not great technology. How do you set a standard for people who are walking in the door to say, okay, this is effective enough, this is ecologically safe enough, and this gets to a scalable level that we're comfortable with? Is there a way to do that? Have we done that? How do you do that? I'm curious to know.
Going back to when we first started this process in the late 1990s, the focus was phosphorus, and the focus was regional scale. So those set some boundaries right there. And then the technologies that were investigated and that people provided to us, we gave them and we knew what it cost for us to build the stormwater treatment areas, to acquire the land, to design and construct, to operate. So that gave us what I would call a cost per pound of phosphorus removed. And then when the other technologies were evaluated, they would have different costs. Some treatment technologies would have a very small footprint, and I guess I'm throwing the strictly chemical addition right now under the bus a little bit, but at least when we looked at it back in '97, it had a really small footprint, and it could clean the heck out of that water, but it had a lot of residuals that were not, you would have to truck away. So then they had a cost that maybe, they didn't have a land cost, but they had a residual management cost. And so using all those costs combined, giving everyone the same amount of flow information, volumes, and then we also had a target. We had to get down to 50 at the point this was being done. Could they meet that? Could they do better than that? And then we could try and scale that in terms of a cost effectiveness. And that's really the challenge, is all these technologies can reduce nutrients. Some are more cost effective at different scales. Some can scale up readily, some cannot. Some have high energy costs, some do not. And it's trying to balance all of those. So again, it comes back to now, what's our target? We have in C43 water quality study, we have a nitrogen reduction component to that. Can we get that percentage reduction that we're looking for? Do we have information on costs and management? A lot of these we haven't really delved into cost yet. We don't know what it would take to develop them at different scales, and that's really where DEP is starting to step. They have stepped forward and said, we'll handle this for you. We'll start bringing these in. We'll start developing the cost effectiveness and see what was best applied where, and helping to locate those within the watershed.
My eyebrows really perk up when people say to me, well, we'll just do it for free. You'll pay us on a success fee. You don't have to pay us anything up front. And maybe the piece that I'm missing in that analysis, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, maybe what is that success fee? And if that success fee is in line with what we consider to be a reasonable cost per whatever pound or however it's effectively measured, I guess my question is, if we find it to be sort of ecologically safe to do it, why are we not saying to these folks, get out there, have at it?
I think, I don't completely have the answer to that.
Yeah.
But I know that setting that performance target that you've asked for, again, is it pounds of phosphorus removed? Is it pounds of nitrogen removed? What's the cost per each pound? Then we have to look at, especially the people that have come forward, and there have been a few, that have said, we will build, we will construct, we will operate, you just pay us for performance. I'm with you on that one.
Okay.
I think that's a great way to consider going forth. It's just a question of, do we understand where we would put it? We need the input and guidance from DEP on where we would put these things, how we would apply them. And the funding for implementation is also a factor that needs to be discussed. We don't have a dedicated funding stream at this point to say, we'll pay you for this. It doesn't mean we would dedicate it over many, many years. It's just we haven't had a program fund for a while on these. And it's something, again, that we would discuss in concert with DEP.
Understood. Thank you very much. It's helpful.
Okay.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yeah, I actually met with one of these technology groups, and it was interesting. The way they proposed this was a cost per pound, and basically comparing it. I think what we need to do is compare it to what is the cost per pound based upon buying land, constructing, design and build and construct, and pre-treat. What is our cost per pound? And what is the cost per pound with this type of technology? And if it's tied to a cost that's much less than what we're doing today, it sounds like something we should really look into.
Thanks. I think that's exactly what DEP is doing right now, and I think when you say cost, there's economic cost, there's environmental cost, there's opportunity cost, there's lots associated with it, and that all needs to be sort of deconflicted as we go through this. And that's why let's move on, because I'd like to hear from Ed now, because I think Ed's going to address a lot of this in his presentation, if we can.
Okay. Ed, turning it over to you.
All right, thank you, Susan. Good morning, Chairman Goss. Good morning, governing board members. I appreciate this opportunity to present to you all this morning. My name is Ed Smith, or Edward Smith. I'm the director for the Office of Ecosystem Projects with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Our office is charged with Everglades restoration efforts from DEP's perspective, and I'm also part of the team that's looking into innovative technologies for harmful algal blooms. So if you would, next slide, please. So today I'm going to present a little overview of the Florida Department of Environmental Protection's efforts to date related to innovative technology and blue-green algae response. Briefly describe some of the DEP's accepted technology portal processes and talk a little bit about the portal itself. I'll talk a little bit about the responses to the 2018 and 2016 blue-green algae blooms, and then I'll finalize with an update on the blue-green algae task force and some of the next steps that the department is taking to date. Next slide, please. So the Accepted Technologies Portal, this portal has actually been around since about 1997. The first technology review was done for the waste program, and it was done in 1997. For water technologies, emerging technologies, it was 2001. The portal is maintained by the Division of Environmental Assessment and Restoration, which is, as many of you know, Tom Frick's division within Florida Department of Environmental Protection. And it's a portal for looking at innovative and emerging emerging technologies for both or all three water, waste, and air technologies. And the way this portal is used at DEP is it's used to help provide information on those emerging technologies, trying to get out in front of those. From someone that comes from regulatory, we actually use the portal to verify that products or processes that were getting incorporated into a permit were going to be effective and beneficial for the environment. The process is vendor-driven, and what that means is DEP does not solicit information from vendors. The vendors actually apply to the department, and they get their product or process reviewed. One of the things that I like to say up front is when we review these, it's not an endorsement of a product. We're not saying that this gets DEP's stamp of approval as, you know, the technology to use. It's just a review to make sure that will it achieve the results as provided, meaning can they do what they say they can do, and are there any environmental concerns? So what we're looking at there, are there any adverse effects that could occur because of their technology? The way it works is the vendor submits an application and all associated information. So, for example, if we have a vendor that comes to us with a technology for turbidity control from a construction site, we would have them, and it was a chemical application, we would ask of them to submit all the toxicity data, all the data about the chemical, any information about the chemical or chemicals they plan to use, and then that information is assigned to a DEP specialist. The specialist then would review that information, possibly do a literature search consultation, and then they would work with the vendor on getting those any additional information they need in order to review this product technology for effectiveness and safety. So once it goes through this process, if all the required information is provided and it checks all of DEP's boxes, then that vendor gets their product or technology or them themselves listed into our accepted technologies portal. If anything is missing, if they can't answer all of the questions, it is not included. So it just kind of disappears from the system altogether. And the link at the bottom of the page is a link to that portal, and the way it's broken out is on the right-hand side, there is an opportunity for the public or anyone to see what technologies are in there. It's a full list of all the technologies. And then there's also a link in there that allows you to look at those technologies that are currently under review. The technologies are also, as I said, broken up by air, water, and waste. So there's different links and different information required for each one, and that's on the right-hand side of that page. Just a note for staff and the governing board members and anyone that's listening, right now the links to the application forms are disabled, and so we're requesting people actually email their requests for those forms, and there's a link for that email on the website. They're down because the site was being inundated with spam, so they had to disable those links. Next slide, please. So in 2016, as most people in the audience are aware, there was a significant blue-green algae issue. The scope and the scale of this blue-green algae bloom created an emergency situation, and that situation overwhelmed our accepted technologies portal. We were getting so many people applying to this portal for review by the department. The staff that man it couldn't keep up with the demand. As such, there was an emergency order issued. The secretary reached out to the different divisions within DEP and asked for volunteers to help stand up a better organized approach for managing all these technologies and to come up with some options. From this group, which consisted of myself and members of Tom Frick's shop in Deer, we developed a request for information that was published. The request for information was essentially asking two questions: what technologies are available and which have been successfully implemented previously. So we were looking for something that we could get off the shelf and put in place as quickly as possible. The second part of our process is we established a review team that consisted of federal, state, and local government volunteers. We had members from the U.S. EPA that had been working on algal blooms for better part of 10 years up in the Great Lakes. We had representatives from the USGS, Florida Department of Health. Of course, the South Florida Water Management District played a key role in this review team, as well as local government professionals and additional DEP staff. From the RFI, we received well over 40 responses. I want to say it was around 48, almost 50 responses. And the team had a short time frame to review these, and we were able to get through all of them and get to a comfort level with most of the responses, get a good understanding of what they were saying they could do and that they could successfully do it. In a short time, it was less than 2 weeks, we were able to review them all. And then from that, we were able to get two of those vendors to volunteer services. And so if you watched the news down there, you probably saw the two companies out there cleaning up the harmful algal blooms that occurred in the St. Lucie estuary area. We did learn some valuable lessons from these vendors. The one vendor we thought was going to be the most successful, it was a mechanical harvesting, and we felt that would be the safest way to go forward. What we learned is that mechanical harvesting can be extremely safe, but it has to be done in a very careful manner. What we learned is the vendor that did the mechanical harvesting, through his process to try to do it rapidly, ended up destroying some of the algal bloom cells, and it caused a release of the toxin. Fortunately, it was a short-term release and did not have any significant impacts to the ecosystem, but it was one of those things, the lessons that we learned from that experiment. Next slide, please. So immediately following the 2016 emergency, I was challenged by Drew Bartlett to come up with some solutions so we can avoid issues going forward. So we wanted to be able to respond rather than react. And with that, the DEP team developed and published a request for proposals. So our goal was to get some contractors under, or some vendors under a contract that if we saw signs of harmful algal blooms coming, we could charge them out there to go and address the blooms before they became a significant public or environmental health issue. Unfortunately, we only received a handful of responses to that request for proposal. And what we did is we sent that request for proposal through the typical vendor bid system, but we also did a direct mailer to everyone that responded to our previous 2016 RFI. And when we got the lack of response, we had to reevaluate what we did. So we put together a questionnaire and emailed it out to all of those that didn't respond, well, to everybody, those that responded and didn't respond, to get a better understanding of why they didn't respond. And ultimately what we learned is that the RFP request for proposal was overly broad, and they were unable to put together a successful package to meet our needs. So we went back to the drawing board, and we decided to go with an invitation to negotiate. That invitation to negotiate was published, and we received a better response. We received actually more than 6 responses, but 6 responses were deemed to meet the criteria of the invitation to negotiate. It was very specific. It gave scenarios that we had them to address, that they had to put together a package of cost and for each scenario. And we also added to our review team with the invitation negotiation, we added some local government personnel to help us with this because we thought it'd be good to get local input. We want to make sure that whatever contracts we got into could meet local needs. So we had members of the local governments participate. From these, we narrowed the vendors to 3, and we started our negotiations. We ended up selecting 2 different vendors that are currently under contracts with the state of Florida. They're 3-year contracts with the options to extend for an additional 3 years. And we have them at the ready. Should a emergency situation come up, we could call them, and they have to respond within 48 hours to our call with a estimated cost for cleanup activities. And the way we did this, I think, to kind of address one of the questions from the governing board members, is we developed scenarios that gave us the ability to estimate what it would cost on a per acre basis, on a gallon of water treated basis, or a amount of harmful algal bloom removed basis. And our performance criteria was based upon physical removal of the harmful algal bloom and the elimination of toxins. So we have both those performance measures in our contracts. And the good thing about this, and this was intended, we did this to make sure we could do the best response we could do, is we created a piggyback contract. And what this does, this allows local governments to access these contracts, these 2 contracts, at any time that there is a harmful algal bloom within their jurisdiction, without having to go through the full procurement process. So it adds speed to response. And this, like I said, these are available to the public, to the local governments today, and DEP has them under contract. It's 2 local Florida-based companies, and we're very confident in their ability to address cleanup in emergency situations. Next slide, please. So Governor DeSantis established the Blue-Green Algae Task Force with his Executive Order 1912. And this task force was headed, or is headed, by Dr. Tom Frazier, who is the Chief Science Officer for the state of Florida. And they have established a team of some of the leading scientists in the state of Florida that are currently tasked with looking at what technologies are out there, what's the most feasible method, as well as what can we do to prevent these harmful algal blooms and nutrient issues we have in Florida water bodies going forward. The task force requested of me to put out an additional request for information, which was published in early July, July 1. They gave me very specific recommendations that they wanted to see in the request for information, and that closed on July 15th. We received well over 100 responses, much more detailed responses than previous RFIs, and these responses have been reviewed by the Blue-Green Algae Task Force as of today. From their review, they've established some criteria, such as the need to have diverse options that are proven and effective. And by diverse options, we mean they meant that we need to have technologies that are preventative, that have the ability to combat an ongoing bloom, and technologies that can clean up an emergency situation. They need to be cost effective, because as Susan alluded to earlier, there are a lot of companies that can clean up and do a lot of treatment, but a lot of times their cost is extremely high to get that treatment. And then they have to be safe. That's safe for both humans and the ecosystem, so they can't have any of those unintended consequences, or they have to be able to manage their technology to minimize those unintended consequences. And then finally, they have to be scalable. We need them to be able to target small and extremely large algal blooms and nutrient issues. And so it's important that they can, on a rapid turnaround, scale up or scale down as necessary. So the next steps for the Blue-Green Algae Task Force, they will be meeting at Florida Gulf Coast University in Naples on September 24th and 25th. One of the topics of discussion will be the grant solicitation that they have asked that I produce. That's going to be released after those meetings. The legislature provided funding to support innovative technologies for harmful algal blooms, and we will be submitting this request to local governments for projects that they can work with the vendors that we have currently reviewed to establish for pilots or scaled up versions of those projects to address harmful algal blooms. Next slide, please. In addition to the Blue-Green Algae Task Force next steps, the Division of Environmental Assessment and Restoration will be putting out a Basin Management Action Plan request for information. Governor DeSantis' executive order also directed DEER to update the Northern Everglades BMAPs, or Basin Management Action Plans. So as part of their data-driven approach to BMAP updates, they will be putting out this request for information, which will target specific areas for restoration and assist in the prioritization of funding. They're looking for projects that target nutrient reductions and or restore flow deficiencies to Lake Okeechobee, St. Lucie, or the Caloosahatchee BMAPs. The RFIs will be open to any entity that can develop and implement a project. The key word there is they need to be able to implement the project. And then finally, the three separate RFIs will be divided by the Lake Okeechobee, which will be released in mid-September, which should be coming soon. The St. Lucie BMAP, which will be in mid-October. And then I just got word that the staff at DEER are targeting a late October date for the Caloosahatchee, not early November. So they're hoping to get it out a little bit sooner. Their goal is to have all three of these basin management action plans updated within the year. Next slide, please. So in summary, if vendors have a proposal, if they come to you, if a vendor comes to South Florida Water Management District, the public, or governing board member, there's three options for directing them. If it's related to the Northern Everglades BMAPs, the Lake Caloosahatchee, or St. Lucie BMAP, the correct path is for them to respond to the request for information. Each of the requests for information will go out through our vendor bid system, and they will have a point of contact listed. If the request or the vendor is seeking opportunities for blue-green algae abatement or cleanup, then have them contact me, and my contact information is listed there. And then finally, if the vendor is related to something other than blue-green algae or nutrients within the Northern Everglades BMAPs, then the correct location would be the Accepted Technology Portal, which is listed in the link in my slide previously. And with that, I will open the floor to questions.
For all of us, and I think that was incredibly helpful, and I hope that provides. We'll stall a little bit, so we'll do board questions, and then we'll go to public comment if there's any. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Steinley.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed. Have you, over the past, whatever, 5 years, you sort of went through the timeline of the RFI process. Have you seen any consistency with the, I guess approved isn't the right word, but the top technologies between one RFI process to the other?
That's a good question. We have seen a lot of the same vendors apply, and what we have seen is that throughout each RFI, they have been able to refine their processes in many cases. The RFI's responses have been, a combination of biological treatment, mechanical treatment, chemical treatment, or some sort of combination of all of that. There's no, I couldn't say that you're getting more of one or the other. It's pretty equally spread amongst those three options, biological, chemical, or mechanical. But yeah, we are seeing a lot more evolution in those responses. They're getting better. They're getting clearer. We're getting more complete responses at this time.
Well, I think there were about 60 or 60 plus responses to the task force RFI earlier in the year. Can you bring us through the process of once the top candidates are identified, how then are they engaged? So my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that the task force through Florida DEP has about a $10 million budget to look into, I don't know whether that's wholly or partially allocated to looking into these technologies. I see that as an R&D budget. Once you identify the technology that you want, how do you engage with the applicant in terms of explaining the market or the economics? In other words, how do you go beyond that the budget you have to identify strategy to then the discussion of the economics on application?
That's a really good question. So the legislature provided, little background, the legislature did provide $10 million, and that is for technology, emerging or innovative technologies for harmful algal bloom response. The funding was provided to the department in a category that allows us to get into grant agreements with local governments. So the request for information that the harmful algal bloom, the blue-green algae task force had released was simply an information gathering portal. So there's not a negotiation with the different vendors at this point. That would occur at the local government level, those negotiations. So what they have done with the RFI is developed all the criteria that the local governments would need to consider when they are engaging with the different vendors. As far as the economics side of things, I don't know if that has been discussed at this time. Like I said, the department's current efforts have been based upon more of an emergency response rather than a proactive long term. We're hoping that our long-term solutions are essentially the basin management action plans that are developed through DEER.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have a good economic answer for you. I apologize for that.
Well, no, that's what I struggle with as I try to understand this issue, which is it's very difficult. The preferred technology, the most effective technology, may not today exist, right? We're the market, and when we're just I'm trying to understand when we and you and other agencies issue these RFIs, it's very difficult for me to then connect how is it going to incentivize the best technology if the company on the other side of that RFI doesn't know the metrics, the economic metrics, the profitability metrics. That to me, I don't know if I'm missing something, but that seems to be an important element that's missing. So I think there's as I've seen, there's a lot of agencies doing good work in terms of trying to find good technology. So you've got the blue-green algae task force that you talked about. The Corps this summer had the Habitats program. So that was more of how do you strain algae, but that's a technology delivered, I think, by a global and international corporation, who I would expect, if it is a good technology, could scale up. St. John's is, I think, Water Management District is engaging phosphorus-free, I believe, on a pay for performance basis. The district's looking at it, new technology for C43. I just read a couple months ago, there's something called the Red Tide Mitigation and Technology Development Initiative. Similar efforts. Everglades Foundation has for a number of years had the Barley Prize, which they've been successful at incentivizing the best scientists globally to come to a solution. I guess my point is this. I don't think, we're not asking for one agency to lead this, but it seems to me that, sorry, Ed, this is not directed to you specifically. It seems to me that we need to think about the collaboration between efforts and also the budgets that we have, because I think the only way we're going to have success discovering existing technologies, or probably more likely driving the creation of new technologies that are more scalable and maybe cost efficient, is if we do this in a more combined effort with a big budget beyond it, or supporting it. So maybe I'm oversimplifying this. What's the cost? What do we think the cost for phosphorus extraction via the STAs? Is it about $100 per?
So it all depends on how you calculate it, but currently what it's costing us to operate the STAs is $22 million. If you divide that by the amount of phosphorus per year on average, it's more some years, less some years, but on average it gets to about $64 a pound.
Okay, so if we were to somehow, I'm thinking theoretically, if we were to say we're at $65, we would pay, and we have a budget and a enduring budget, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. The economics would change over time, and we will pay $50 for the extraction and responsible disposal of these nutrients. And behind that, you have a significant dollar amount, which would be similar to what we would pay for a public works project or a land purchase project or an STA or a reservoir project. If you had that, I'm not saying it would substitute for an STA or substitute for a reservoir, but in combination, if you had those guidelines, whatever it is, $50, $45, and you had a commitment over time to pay for that, and you established the guidelines of what you're trying to achieve, if disposal is needed, how that's going to be disposed of from an environmentally sound way. In the best scenario, you're creating a secondary market for those extracted nutrients. I'm just thinking, and again, I'm oversimplifying, if we actually looked at doing it that way with the budgets collectively that we all have, you would incentivize the creation of technology that could change our, could change the game.
So, can I address this? Because I think you're teeing up the context, which is perfect, for driving that incentive. And I think we'll be faced with it in the future, because as DEP puts the puzzle together on how we're going to achieve water quality goals for the St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee, and Lake Okeechobee, it's going to be that combination that Dr. Goforth talked about, where you have all your source controls, and they're adding up to an amount of reduction. But then you're not going to be able to get away from a regional treatment feature, right? Because you're going to still need that. And that delta is going to arise in a basin where we don't have a regional treatment feature. And so let's say you need another 100,000 metric tons or 10,000 metric tons of phosphorus removed from that canal, you can then start talking about how do you do this pay for performance? How do you do an incentive-based approach to get that last remaining piece on a regional treatment system? You know, it could end up being an STA, but you have the opportunity there to talk about how you fund it, how you incentivize it, how you create the setting that you're talking about to create that innovation, create that competition that drives innovation for getting that last piece with a regional treatment system. To me, that's where it could really materialize.
But I guess as we're looking at the C43 and how we would use new technology, C43, are we going through the same RFI process? In other words, have we just duplicated what might have already been done a year or 2 or 3 years ago?
So we've hired JTech to facilitate that whole process, and part of that expectation is looking at new technologies. And right now, I think in these initial sort of exploration, we're really trying to vet what the goal is that I think needs to be refined, because you got water coming in, you got water sitting in, and you got water leaving. And do we need to treat it coming in? Do we need to treat it leaving? Or do we need to treat it while it's in there? You know, because I think that's the first vetting process. And then once we figure out that dynamic, I think then you get to have those more honed kind of objectives that help that. That's the way I think about it.
Just a last comment, sorry. I think on a project basis or you know, C43 or a specific project basis, this makes sense. You need to sort of wrap some identity around these things and attract technology, attract talent. Mm-hmm. I think we do over time need to look at this more holistically, though. I mean, if you think about making a market, then you will create, I mean, we are the only purchaser. There are no others. So we have to sort of create this, we have to identify what we expect of the market, and if we create some guidelines where the economics are attractive, you will bring new technologies in. I mean, who knows? You might even get certain agricultural interests that find that contributing to the nutrient load is less, it's more attractive to extract from the nutrient load. It might allow them to shift their business if they want to do that. I just think we need to, over time, this is not a today, tomorrow question, but over time, look at that, engage each other, each of the agencies more effectively and collaborate, and then collectively also sort of put those budgets together. It's the dollars that's going to attract the best solutions.
Yeah, well, I think you're right as far as the markets go, and the analogy you just used with agriculture, I think, is apt. If you look at dispersed water, certainly people are changing their metrics and their economics of what they're doing based on that program and based on there being money there. Is there any more comments on this? Jack?
Ed, thank you very much. You still there?
Yes, sir.
You did a great job. I think Jay brings up an excellent point. My comments are, I think, probably less thoughtful than his. I'm a little more concerned right now with getting it right when I'm approached by somebody who has a particular technology, and I thought you did a very good job of laying it out, but I do want to sort of confirm it a little bit more, so that when I have these conversations, I'm talking at least somewhat knowledgeably. Assuming that somebody comes in and whether they're looking for an RFI regarding the Northern Everglades or blue-green algae, and I think they go to you or something else, and then they go to the portal. Once they submit, how long does it typically take DEP to turn around an approval or a denial? And do they get reasons if they have been sort of denied as to why they've been denied? For instance, do you say, we don't think it's going to be effective and here's why, or we don't think it's going to be scalable or here's why, or it's not cost effective and here's why? Do they get reasons back? And I'm kind of curious to know what the timing is. Somebody submits, how long does it typically take? And then do they get feedback, or they just get, hey, you've been approved or denied?
I can't really speak to the typical. What I can speak to is some examples that I had I had some staff members that work for me that volunteered to help out with the Applied Technologies portal last year, and they were able to get to a point where they could make a decision typically within about 2 weeks, but that was dependent on the vendor providing all the information and being responsive to any questions. Sometimes they last a lot longer. If the vendor has to, for example, if the vendor doesn't have all of the data and has to do some analysis to get data, of course, that's going to take longer. But if they're prepared and have everything ready, it can happen pretty quickly, like 2 weeks. Case in point, when I was in the regulatory program, we had a vendor that the city of Tallahassee wanted to use to control erosion on a very steep slope. And it was a technology that's widely used on the west coast of the United States, but it's not really new or not really used here on the east coast. They had data, but it was data for organisms specific to the west coast. And in order to approve them for use, they had to get the same data for species of organisms specific to Florida. That took a little bit longer, but they were able to get that information to us in a relatively short time, and we were able to approve them. I wouldn't say it was less than a month to get them out there operating.
If people if people get denied or they're deemed to not fall into the approved category, do they get feedback in some way as to where their shortcomings were?
My understanding from the accepted technologies portal is no, they do not get feedback. And typically the reason they're not listed on the accepted portals technology or accepted technologies portal is simply because they didn't respond. They lacked a response to the department.
Okay.
So they're getting feedback all day long about what is needed, but if they're not listed, it's usually because they missed something.
Okay,
And
because
we do try to reach out to them. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just mentioning because sometimes, I don't know whether this is true or not, but this is what I hear from people who have some of the technologies is they feel like they submit or they try to submit and then they either don't hear back or they get denied. They don't know why they've been sort of, somebody said no to them. I understand that I'm only hearing one side of it, and so I'm hearing the other side of it today, which is maybe they weren't as responsive or whatnot. But what you're telling me is if you apply through the portal and you don't meet the criteria, you just get a denial.
Well, you just don't make it onto the list. They don't send out any formal denial, hey, you didn't make it, letter or email. There's no, right now, the way the portal's set up, there's no communication in that manner. It's just, you don't make the list.
Yeah, I think that might be a little bit of a gap in a communication breakdown. That may be a communication breakdown because at some level that we need to maybe visit or try to close the loop on, because I think I'm definitely sensing from some of the people who have the technology or are trying to bring the technology forward, and I certainly understand if on a merit-based basis they just don't have what's effective, but for them simply to apply and then just kind of be out there in the universe, refreshing their browser every day to see if they're on the portal, and they're never on the portal and they don't know, that's a challenging issue for me because it just sounds like there's a broken component of the communication there. So I just want to raise that. And then the other part of the other question I had related to, I was a little confused by this, but DEP examines and does its sort of effectiveness, ecologically safe, scalability, cost-effectiveness analysis. And let's say the person then, quote unquote, appears on the portal or is approved. I think you said at that point they need to be paired with some sort of city or municipality or somebody to do a project. Is that correct? Or can they be directly contracted by DEP or the district?
So for those companies that are responding to the Blue-Green Algae Task Force, RFI, they would need to pair up with the local government.
Okay, that's
For
for,
those that are,
is that also for
For
the
those-
RFI in the Northern Everglades?
I'm not, that's the Basin Management Action Plan RFI you're speaking about?
Yes, sir.
So those, no, that's going to be working with DEER, the Division of Environmental Assessment and Restoration, for the implementation of that project.
Okay, and then for people that get approved on the portal, like let's say you wake up one morning and you click refresh and voila, you're there, right? What happens next?
So if a company contacts the department and says, hey, I'm looking for a solution to a nutrient problem I'm seeing in a pond, what do you have to offer? We can direct them to the portal, and they can then go through the list of those companies that have been added to the Accepted Technologies portal, find a company that can address their nutrient concerns and reach out to them as far as solutions for that. Of course, most of these would require some kind of authorization from the department to put in place, so they would then have to go through the standard regulatory process if that were the case.
It's like a
But essentially
Craigslist
then-
for municipalities?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
All right, thank you. That's helpful for me.
Mr. Olovich?
You're welcome.
Hi, Mr. Smith. I'm sorry. Hi, Mr. Smith. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the front slide about addressing the blue-green algae. I come from Stuart, Florida, Sewell's Point, and we lived through the 2016 blue-green algae situation, which was much worse than we had in 2018 when you all had the worst, and it was something out of a science fiction book, seriously. With that in mind, you said that you have two companies that you are confident in their abilities. Do you mind telling me, you don't have to tell me their name, but what is it that they can offer? And so, you know, just like if I was trying to teach a student in a classroom, I'd give them an example of a good essay so they could try to follow it. I mean, what are the top things that these provide, and what are they doing specifically?
That's a great question. So we have the two companies. One of them is called Water Management Technologies. They're based out of Miami. They have a boat that will go around and it essentially scoops up any algal mats that are on the surface. And then as they're moving through the water, they inject ozone into the water column, and they have all of the right sensors, technology, equipment to make sure that they're injecting just the right amount of ozone to kill any bacteria that, or cyanobacteria that remain in the water, and it will eliminate the toxins. The ozone will neutralize those toxins. And so they can, that's one of them. The other is a company, I believe they're out of the Lakeland area. They're called Gator Dredging. And essentially what they do is they will pull the algal material and some of the water out of the water body, run it through a filtration process. Then they treat it with ozone to destroy any toxins that may be in the water. It's evaluated, and if it meets surface water criteria, they discharge it back into the water body. And right now we're working with them to get all the appropriate permit authorizations so that they can operate. They're close to getting everything they need done.
That's great.
High level how they work.
That's great, and thank you for sharing that information. Do you know how many acre-feet of water they can treat, or whatever number you want to use to share?
I should know that, and I apologize. We did have a requirement that they treat a certain amount, they'd be able to treat a certain amount. I want to say it is not on an acre foot of water, but an area wide that they have to be able to treat a certain amount. I can get those contracts to the district staff, and they can provide them to you if you would like to see them.
Thank you. I think
I
it's just
apologize.
nice to have a goal in a way. And I'm sure there are lots of great other companies out there, and they just haven't quite been able to show us their stuff. Thank you.
You're
Thanks,
very
Mr.
welcome.
Millage. Any more questions? Mr. Bergeron, go ahead.
Yeah. The treatment that you're talking about, is that the algae blooms on the surface or in the water column too, or is?
That's a great question. We selected these vendors because of their ability to do both surface treatment and water column treatment.
Okay.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Smith, for that. We're going to go to public comment now, if we have any.
Yes, sir. I have Nyla Pipes, then Donald Luke, Alan Stewart, and Drew Martin. So Nyla Pipes.
Hi, Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I just wanted to say that I think it's really important what you guys are doing, looking at this and looking at how you work with the DEP as we evaluate technologies. And I wanted to caution that with the public, a lot of the time when you start talking about technologies to cleanse water, they immediately think it's unnatural. And I think it's really important that we talk about the fact that we're looking at ways to do this as naturally as possible. We're looking at ways to make sure that the impacts are, sustainable long-term, that they're, the questions being asked about what does it do to the environment? What are the residuals left over? What do we do, if there is a byproduct? All of those things are super important. And I think that people need to realize, no matter how we go forward, we have to continue building that treatment train, and it's bigger than just the Everglades restoration projects. These technologies fill those gaps. I do think there's a lot of opportunity in the canal systems themselves. Sometimes I think that gets overlooked because we look at all these bigger water bodies and these bigger areas where the water ends up. But if we can really look at how we can narrow down and focus on the vast canal system itself, I think that we've got some great opportunities there. I also want to caution us not to, again, let the idea of perfect get in the way of accomplishing good things. I know that you have a lot of kind of apples and oranges to compare and try to figure out how best to spend money and how best to move forward with these technologies in this, collaborative effort, which is no small challenge. But one of the things that I have heard since I started talking about this many years ago is, well, yeah, we looked at that. We looked at that in the 90s. Yeah, we can't do anything about the lake. We don't know what to do with the muck. We've already vetted it. We can't go there again. And I sometimes feel like we let the word can't get in our way. And what we need to remember is technologies have changed since the 90s. The system has changed since the 90s. The system is going to continue changing as we move forward trying to implement all of these solutions. The very fact that we're expecting to add 22 million people by the year 2022 affects how we look at this stuff. So I don't want to be a naysayer. I'm actually saying let's not be naysayers. Let's look at this in a positive light and move forward the absolute best way we can. Thank you.
Donald Luke.
Good morning. I've met with several of you, as you all know, and I want to thank you guys for what you're doing. I think the first thing I want to do is I'm going to challenge my friend Mr. Bartlett's cost number of $64, because the actual number, I think, is when you include the capital, $22 million a year for operating the ponds is probably correct, but when you put the full capital cost and everything in there, it's in excess of $200. And somewhere in your lobby, there's a poster with the numbers on it. You can go do the math. But it's, I think $64 is the annual operating cost, right? Yeah, okay. So it's well north of, I think Susan will tell you the average is around 200. Anyway, it's more than 64. And I also want to echo what Nyla just said. We can't let perfect be the enemy of good. And been very many good things said today. The need for a market. I can tell you that we first met with the South Florida Water Management District in 2016. And as you've heard today, this is a very complex process that we or people like us have to navigate. And the thing that is severely lacking from all of this are projects. We need a target. We need to look immediately at where the low-hanging fruit is. I don't think there's anybody in this room that would disagree that Taylor Creek Nub and Slough is a big contributor of nutrients to the lake. There's little to no debate about that. About 100 metric tons comes in through that one particular area. At the confluence of the C40, C41, you get another 64. S154, 154C, you get another 36. That's 200 metric tons that you could start taking out today while you're in the process of figuring all of these other options out. And as you guys know, I don't know that we're the first, but we certainly are one of the early ones that have come in and proposed the pay for performance. We have gone through the DEP portal. We've responded to the RFIs that were appropriate. We have responded to the Blue-Green Algae Task Force. We are part of the BMAP process for Lake Okeechobee, Caloosahatchee, St. Lucie. We did our demonstration down here. We also demonstrated at Lake Apopka. We were competitively awarded a solicitation on a pay-for-performance basis for Lake Apopka. Our price there, because of the specific circumstances of Lake Apopka, our price there was $115 a pound. And the way we've looked at it, we have obviously done a tremendous amount of evaluation of the competitive landscape. We feel that the pricing and the options that we provide put us in, the buyer, which Jay has correctly established you guys as you're the buyers, in a position of zero financial risk and zero performance risk. If we don't perform, if we don't deliver what we have suggested we can deliver, then we don't get paid. We go home, we lose our money, I lose my job, all of those things. And but that's a risk we're willing to take. And my partners, who are fortunately are very well off, have invested about $18 million of our own money, of their own money, I should say, in getting this process to the point where it is. We have been through the FDEP's ERP process for Lake Apopka, and we've gotten an Army Corps of Engineers nationwide 404, I think it is, permit. So I mean, we've been vetted beyond being vetted, is what I can say. And to the questions about marsh ready, lake ready, byproducts, all of those things, everything that we do is included in that one price. And we've demonstrated compliance with Class 3 standards. We haven't killed any fish yet. We've done the whole effluent chronic toxicity testing, all of those kind of things, and have passed all of those markers that are in there. But what is lacking from this process is the definition of specific projects that we can tell you exactly what we can do there. We can respond to RFIs all day long, and DEP and the other agencies in the past have been very interested in gathering information. But as Scott has pointed out, it kind of goes into this portal. And that portal is really just a list for interested parties to come and say, okay, well, what's been looked at? There's no feedback to the vendors that are listed. They don't say, well, you should go talk to Martin County, or you should go talk to St. Lucie County, or whoever. That portal is for Martin County to come and say, I've got a problem. Who can I call to solve it? And there's a lot of communication things, and we've been very active in Tallahassee with the Department of Environmental Protection, with Dr. Frazier, with Mr. Valenstein, all of the folks that are involved in this process, and I've tell all of them the same thing. We need projects. And there are easily definable projects that are there. Like I mentioned, 3 of them. We went through a tremendous evaluation process of data from every data source we could find. I've shared that with a few of you, and it's very, very easy to identify where the problems are and how to find them. And so I would urge you to look for projects and work with your partners at DEP and FDACS to define those projects so that action, which is what's lacking, can be taken. And I will leave you with that. Thank you.
Have Alan Stewart, then Drew Martin.
Hello, my name is Alan Stewart. I reside in Punta Gorda, Florida. I'm a native Floridian, a biologist, and a professional engineer, having spent my entire career in Florida within the private sector. I'm presently retired and am seeking no financial gain. I have worked in water quality management within the Kissimmee-Okeechobee Everglades system, or KOE, since the early 1980s, and have dedicated my 40-year career to the development of nutrient management technologies involving the cultivation of aquatic plants, known as Managed Aquatic Plant Systems, or MAPS. I have a website at paysop.org in which MAPS is presented in some detail. I'm not here, however, to actively promote MAPS, but rather to propose an expanded strategy for water quality enhancement. It is my opinion that if our goal is successful water quality reclamation, then efforts must involve meaningful participation by the private sector, with this participation to be unencumbered to the greatest extent practical in order to encourage innovation, development, and commercialization. This could be accompanied through a long-term pay-for-performance program, which guarantees payment to any legitimate private entity based upon documented pounds of net phosphorus removed from the KOE basin. Pay for performance offers the advantage of transferring capital funding and technological development responsibilities to the private sector. This reduces risk to the involved agencies and the people of Florida while expediting the development of viable technologies. In their 2015 report to the State Senate, the University of Florida Water Institute discussed the seriousness of the issue of legacy phosphorus, noting that in the Okeechobee Basin alone, there's 110,000 metric tons of available phosphorus stored in the soils and sediments. In their words, legacy phosphorus in the Lake Okeechobee watershed could sustain contemporary phosphorus loading rates, that is 500 metric tons per year, for more than 2 centuries. Clearly, there's a need to fully recognize the potential contribution of legacy phosphorus to any future phosphorus loading scenario. Considering the seriousness of this legacy phosphorus, the Water Institute clearly states, and I quote, "Beyond existing and planned approaches, the substantial reservoir of legacy phosphorus in the northern Everglades watershed will necessitate new and more aggressive strategies to combat the mobility of phosphorus. If we wish to eliminate the bulk of this legacy phosphorus, we will need to remove 2,000 tons per year for 50 years. This is a daunting but unavoidable challenge. Buckminster Fuller noted that pollution is nothing but the resources we do not harvest. Considering this, it seems appropriate to pursue technologies which can remove and recover and reuse this legacy phosphorus. Why not invite the private sector to participate in meeting this challenge? A well-designed pay-for-performance program could facilitate such participation and perhaps create new economic and agricultural opportunities, much as the beneficial spin-offs resulting from the space race of the mid-20th century." And I have given some handouts, I believe.
Can you restate your website one more time?
My what?
Your website?
www.pasop.org.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Should have asked you before.
Drew Martin, I'm here on behalf of the Loxahatchee Sierra Club. I'm not sure the Sierra Club has a position on this, so I'm just going to speak as an individual. But I mean, the main concern is just that, you know, the side effects are taken into account if we move into some sort of technology. And certainly the technology with the ozone sounds, you know, fairly, that it wouldn't have a lot of negative impacts I'm not sure that that could be done on a very large scale. I think that's one of the problems. I agree with Nyla when it comes to the canal system, and I think the canal system is where a lot of the problems are coming from, because that's what's moving all these nutrients into these areas. And the canals were basically designed to move water very quickly and at large volumes, and so it doesn't capture any of the sediment, it doesn't capture any of the nutrients, and that's why the original natural systems were not canals. In fact, there was no opening to the St. Lucie or the Caloosahatchee from the lake. They were filtered. It went through Pond Apple, it went through Sawgrass. And so I think that we have to look at ways that we could possibly restore some of the natural systems. I also think that there's a question, and I think a lot of this should be going through FDACs, because there's a real question about how agriculture is done in the United States, and particularly when there's flooding. And this is a real problem in the Midwest. I know people are, some of the board members said that this is the only place really to test this, but it's really not. The Midwest is having huge problems with flooding, and if you plant and put a lot of agricultural chemicals into the ground right before a flooding event, you're going to get a lot of runoff. And the same is true for people who fertilize their lawns during the rainy season. I think so if we could go back and make some of these regulations a little stronger, I think particular the attempts have been made to stop people from fertilizing their lawns during the rainy time of the year. I mean, that's where a lot of the runoff is coming from. I also think sedimentation, which we haven't really talked about. Yesterday, there was a presentation for the Lake Worth Lagoon Habitat Working Group, and one of the big issues is sedimentation. Sedimentation is causing a lot of the problems when you talk about die-off of seagrasses, and a lot of your algal blooms begin by that sediment being in the water. So if the canal system could filter some of that sediment and those nutrients before they got into the estuaries, it would help reduce the problem. So maybe some of the technologies you might want to look at are filtering. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Smith, if you're still there, thank you very much for your time. I think that was a great discussion. I appreciate everyone. We're going to hold off on item 32 until after lunch. If anyone really needs a Python fix right now, I think there's one in the lobby. You can go play with a Python right now, but we are going to deal with that. I think so. We are going to deal with that after lunch. And, Drew, are you ready to go ahead with 33?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At 5:15 today, you have a budget hearing. Generally, those budget hearings are fairly dry, and so I wanted to take this opportunity while everyone's here to talk about what you're going to be able to accomplish and do with your upcoming budget that you'll be adopting this month. I'll never have slides. There we go. So you're all here because of Governor DeSantis. I'm here because of Governor DeSantis. There's a picture of a couple of you in the background there with Governor DeSantis. But this direction of doing more now is really what's embodied in your budget that you'll be looking at this month. And so I really wanted to get onto, why that's incredibly important. You recall, one of the first things you did was adjust your mission statement to put safeguard and restore South Florida's water resources and ecosystems first. Of course, continuing to protect communities from flooding and meet the regional water needs, but you also added connecting with public and stakeholders. So your budget stems from Governor DeSantis, it stems from your new mission statement, and I just wanted to go over the high-level highlights of what your budget looks like. So this is sort of the new things, all right? So this is why it's going to look different in the coming fiscal year, is that, number one, you're implementing Governor DeSantis' Executive Order 19-12. So you're putting a lot of additional resources into expediting the critical projects we have that reduce harmful discharges to our estuaries and send it south. That's the majority of your budget. You also, just leading up to today, increase the amount of your efforts to start pollution control programs, really engage in our monitoring and expand our scientific understanding of what is causing these harmful algal blooms and how we can address it. The Python issue that you'll hear about this afternoon, normally you would have heard about it before this and had a greater understanding of it. You know, Governor DeSantis asked us to double down on controlling this invasive species, which is really gobbling up the Everglades animals, not plants. And then, of course, improving our outreach, our transparency, our public engagement efforts. That's something that's very important to this board. Increasing our investment and preparation, honestly, for sea level rise and coastal resiliency. I mean, resiliency was talked about even today, and the importance of coastal resiliency, and that's something we need to invest in as a district, because we have a very important and major role in that aspect. And Mr. Wagner, this is the area where we are investing in the curtain wall technology, and we're exploring that curtain wall technology, but we can certainly bring that discussion back to the board to explore it in more detail. We are, you know, increasing our maintenance budget, increasing our capital program to make sure that what we own continues to work well. You got an item on your agenda that later this afternoon for making sure that we get all of our control structures up to date, our canals up to date and maintained well, our pump stations. That is an increased investment that was cut years back, that we're getting back to what it needs to be to have ongoing maintenance into the future. Of course, we're going to take care of our employees. We're going to, you know, I really enjoy working here. I know my leadership staff enjoys working here. We want everyone to enjoy working here. And that involves having a very fair compensation schedule, fair employee benefits, and really a great work atmosphere. So that's something we absolutely want to invest in our new budget as well. So just breaking it down into general categories, we have a $50 million investment in science and monitoring. This is increased from last year. Obviously, we've got expanded monitoring. This is the collection of the data, the collection of the research. You saw some of the amazing research yesterday that the Water Management District has done. So this $30 million investment really keeps us as an unparalleled agency when it comes to the exploration and gathering of science, and really just being that leader in South Florida on having the information available for everyone. You see we have increased monitoring, obviously, in the northern estuaries and Lake Okeechobee, Lake Worth Lagoon monitoring. We're looking at even Biscayne Bay, making sure we have the right monitoring there. Upping our modeling, and you've just seen it. I mean, you've seen it. It's incredible science and research that we can't be more proud of. And then what do we do with all that, right? We use it to plan our future. And when it comes to planning, that involves modeling, that involves getting out and engaging the stakeholders, using the science that was collected, and really putting it to work. And we do this in the water supply realm, we do this in the estuary protection realm, the environmental science realm when we're looking at restoration programs. And so we invest a lot in taking that data and science we've gathered and putting it to work in planning efforts going forward. Of course, we can't talk about our budget without talking about Everglades restoration projects. This is a greater than $130 million increase from last year for Everglades restoration projects. Something we couldn't be more excited about. And here's the SERP projects that we're investing in. Obviously, the EAA reservoir, canals, and the STA, the C43 reservoir, the C44 stormwater treatment area. And then, of course, we're unplugging Tamiami Trail down south. So that was something that's critically important as well. And so this kind of investment is critically important. Storage everywhere. Storage east, storage west, storage south, storage north. You know, that's what's going to help us with these estuary discharges. Big investment. Also, an increased investment in the Northern Everglades and Estuaries Protection Program. While we undertake our efforts with DEP to control sources coming into our waterways, we know we're going to have to look at what other opportunities they have to use our lands, use our STAs, use our prior investments to gain even better water quality results coming into our northern estuaries and Lake Okeechobee. And so you see all the projects we have: dispersed water management, Lakeside Ranch, Nubbin Slough STA. I could read them all, but every one of these was not every. I mean, many of these were put on after Governor DeSantis's order. You know, and so this was a $7.5 million increased investment to make sure that everywhere where we have opportunities to do work in this watershed on our lands, we're doing it.
Mr. Bartlett, Drew,
Yes.
do you mind going back one slide? Could you please comment on the last line, C23?
So yes, we have lands that are ready for those projects. Those projects are still getting designed and underway, and so we're looking at opportunities to store water on our lands within those project footprints in the interim while they're getting designed and built. Did I get that right, Jennifer? Okay. And obviously, the continued work under restoration strategies to make sure that between the BMPs and our STA improvements and expansions, that we get the water right going into the Everglades and meet that Q-Bell. You got a briefing on that last month or the month before to look at all the things that we're doing to make sure that what we, you know, our STAs are doing what we want them to do. So, we have 4,300 miles of canals and levees, 778 water control structures and weirs, 621 smaller culverts, and 84 pump stations. That's a lot to maintain, and we got to make sure we do it right. So we're increasing our investment to make sure that we can make sure that our gates continue to work, our pumps continue to work, and our canals continue to flow. So that budget is getting increased, along with the budget to just essentially keep our trucks moving, right? Keep our fleets going, keep our, you know, maintenance shops in good repair, including rebuilding the Clewiston Field Station. Again, I can't stress the importance of coastal resiliency and sea level rise and us preparing for that. So this is going up $6 million, you know, because we're not only going to continue the planning and figure out what we need to do, but we're going to start construction on, you know, making sure that our weirs and gates and everything are prepared for that. And we didn't have to use it yet this year, but $61 million is always in our budget for emergency response, hurricane. If we get hit by a Category 5 hurricane, we're going to have to make repairs. We're going to have to get debris out of our canals. It's going to be an expensive endeavor. So that set aside is in the budget every year. Of course, we've got to take care of our lands. We want to take care of water conservation areas, pythons, invasives, exotics that are in our conservation areas. We want to take control, you know, take good care of those, do the burns we need to do. And so we need to make sure we continue to invest, and when it comes to pythons, increase the investment in our exotics control program, and then make sure that we manage our campgrounds, manage our natural lands, manage our hunting grounds, you know, just to the best of our ability, because that's what wildlife needs, right? So this is always a critical investment to make. We regulate people, and we got to do that well. So we got $22 million to make sure our permits are solid, whether they're ERPs or CUPs, and we are also expanding our inspection program to make sure that when we issue those permits that are protecting our environment, that people are complying with those permits. So that $22 million is a critical part of our budget, including, all right, who put that picture on the slide? By the way, it's cubic feet per second, just in case you didn't know. So $2 million outreach, and public engagement. This is an increase just because it's important that we get our messages out, we get them out well. We use new technologies to get our messages out, and we have that personal engagement when it comes to working with folks, local governments, citizens, whoever it might be. And then, of course, we want to attract and keep the best and brightest staff, including those that will put themselves in alligator costumes. So when we look at that, we look at it very carefully. We want to make sure our benefits are right. Right now, we've got good benefits. You know, when you look across the board and what our benefits offer for retirement, medical, dental, vision, it's a very solid and good benefit program. And for the last 3 years, and including this year right now, we are absorbing the cost of rising health care. We're not going to pass that on to the employees. We're going to absorb that as a district. We've got employee incentives where managers can give them awards, financial awards. We can help reimburse for tuition and education. We'll pay for training, for professional development, of course, uniform stipends. And we're also putting money aside for merit and market-based raises. And that's going to be deployed into our programs so that we can make sure that the turnover is being addressed and that people feel like they're being fairly paid. Of course, we have good competitive vacation and leave time, and we're also constantly engaged with our employees. We're doing employee engagement surveys and looking at the market just to make sure that, you know, we obviously want to foster a good working environment, so we need to hear from our employees as we do that. And that's where you can see our budget, which I'm very proud of. I may not have gotten into some details that you may be interested in, so I'm happy to take any questions or comments.
Mr. Steinle?
I think, you know, comment on staff and compensation. I think that the success in achieving our missions, plural, is fully based on the quality of staff. And I think I'm glad to see that we've decided to do more to retain the best talent and make this a very competitive place to work. And I also think while it's fair for the employees, it's also the plan that you've put together is fair for taxpayers. I guess from a board perspective, what I've learned in looking at this, compensation specifically, is that based on the changes with leadership, based on the changes with the board, there has been a significant amount of variability over the past 10 years in how much people here get paid, how much staff gets paid. I understand this is a government agency. I understand there will be changes in leadership and everything. I just want to make sure that the board recognizes that variability. I know everybody knows that, or I think everybody would agree that staff holding their breath before every budget, annual budget meeting is not a productive situation. So to the extent that we can up here lend some consistency to plans and compensation, as well as executive staff, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Mr. Bergeron?
Well, we're only as good as the people we surround ourselves with, so I won't repeat what you said, but good statements.
Does anyone else have comments for Mr. Bartlett? No, that's a great summary.
Thank you.
I know you're proud of this budget. I think we all
I
are
am.
too, and I look forward to the 5/15 meeting to hopefully adopt the first part of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. I think now we're going to take a lunch break, and let's meet back here at around 1 o'clock.
Can I say one thing,
You
Mr.
may, but
Chairman?
you're keeping them from lunch.
While we got some of our stakeholders here, Scott had mentioned this, maybe the lack of communication with some of these companies that have various technology. If there's any way that we can assist the DEP and better communication with, I met personally with Don Luke. I was very impressed with the capital investment that they were proposing. And it was on a success totally, with them making the total investment. So I think we need to get better communication, and I just wanted to say that why some of the stakeholders are here. I was also very impressed with Alan Stewart and his knowledge of, and I think one of the points that he brought out, and I think we're all very aware of this, that we need to, as we continue to go forward with this additional monitoring, to target where all of these major pollutions are coming into state waters. We're going to need certain management and cooperation from property owners as well to ever achieve our goal. And I think it's important that we do work with the DEP and all of these vendors and all this technology to help us get our quality of water right. And also, I guess we're going to have the Python afterwards. I did have Python Joe is out in the lobby for anyone that wants to see this invasive snake that's out there eating all of our native wildlife. He brought one for everyone to see what we're going to be discussing here.
Well, thank you very much for having him do that. It's probably the only place in the world you can have a bake sale and pet a python. So,
Mr. Bergeron, I heard it got loose.
Yeah, it did.
Okay, we're adjourned till around 1 o'clock. Thanks. We'll call the governing board meeting back to order. We're still going to hold off on the Python agenda item, and we're going to move to agenda item number 34, the relocation of C-20 Canal Armory. Mr. Shirky?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. So this next item is the next project that we've got recently designed and permitted in our O&M capital program. And it's the S-169 relocation and C-20 canal armoring. Existing condition of the structure as it stands today. The S-169 was constructed back in 1971, so it's about 50 years old, and it's not in the greatest shape. There's advanced corrosion primarily of the 3 corrugated metal culverts that join each end of the canal. There's also considerable corrosion on the gates themselves, such that over the last 6 years, field station has had to go out, both field station staff and contract workers have had to go out and perform repairs 4 times over the last 6 years. Those repairs consisted of putting patch banding on those metal culverts and also doing some grouting and epoxy placement to fill holes and gaps that are starting to appear in those culverts. Location-wise, this is on the southwest bank of Lake Okeechobee in the city of Clewiston. And so if you look at the blow-up, you can see the location of the structure today. Currently, it provides access to the Herbert Hoover Dike and a nearby boat ramp. So lots of folks go across this structure to access that boat ramp. This particular project would replace the existing S-169 with a new structure located just to the west, and then also armor the C-20 canal between the structure and the S-4 pump station with riprap. And so the scope of this project, like I said, is to construct a new 4-bay cast-in-place box culvert with operable gates, install that 1.5 miles of riprap along the C-20, and then partially demo the existing S-169. Just remove the gates and associated controls equipment and leave the rest of the structure there so that it can continue to provide access from the city of Clewiston to the Herbert Hoover Dike and the nearby boat ramp. And then once the city of Clewiston constructs a bridge, which they're currently designing, later on we would come back, demo the rest of the structure by separate contract. And so this project was put out to bid on July 18th. Bids were open on August 26th. We got 9 bids in, ranging from $10.4 million and change to $19.1 million. And the engineer's estimate was $9.7 million. And the resolution for the board's consideration is to enter into a contract with Interlochen, who's the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, in an amount of $10.4 million and change. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Thanks. Have we done business with Interlochen before?
Yes, we've done several projects with Interlochen. They've been one of our better contractors, very professional, responsive. In the past, they've gotten their projects done on time and within budget.
Thanks. Anyone have any other questions? Mr. Lipich.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. So the hardening of the canal is something the district's doing, or that's something that the city of Clewiston's doing?
The hardening of the canal from the structure going up to the S4 is something that the district is doing. Currently, there's a project to dredge out that reach of canal that's ongoing, very close to wrapping up. And so that would prevent us from having to go back in the future and have to do that again, that hardening of that canal bank. That would stop it from the sedimentation going back into the canal that we just dredged out. Any hardening that would occur from the new structure site eastward would be undertaken by either the city or the developer of that property along the south bank. So that would not be undertaken by the district.
Okay, and I'd ask about this in my briefing, and I think it's great. I just think it's something that should be brought to the public's attention. This is a positive for the city of Clewiston, and in essence allows them to have redevelopment or I would say redevelopment where I'm from, but perhaps they would just say it expansion of their, benefits to their city. Are you in a position to talk about those things?
Sure, yeah, the benefit of moving the structure to the west, if I go back to this map, is, so currently the structure is here, and any docks that would be in the canal west of this point would not have lake access, or at least not immediate lake access. By moving the structure out to the west, if all this property becomes developed, and if folks want to put docks in this stretch of the canal, once the bridge is in place and this is demoed, obviously then all of those boats would then have lake access. So that's kind of the benefit of moving the structure to the west.
That's great. And was that the original reason for moving it, or was that just a side benefit when it was looked at how to deal with the old structure?
Yeah, there was a feasibility study that was conducted, and that was one of the proposed locations that was generated from the feasibility study. It could, in theory, be located further to the east, but it has just as much benefit being sited there and provides the ancillary benefit of that additional access to the lake.
Well, that's great, and it's good to see the city of Clewiston have some benefits. I think that's great. Thank you.
Would we have done this in 2 stages anyway, or not? We're holding up a part for their building a bridge, or?
No, well, it just all depends on that timing. So if the
Right.
bridge had been constructed, let's say they'd moved out sooner and the bridge was ready to go today, then we could demo today.
Right.
So it's just a timing issue and maintaining that access over to HHD.
Okay.
I think you would also, from what I understood, that rebuilding the one that exists today would cost nearly as much as what we're going to spend to give people access.
That's
Instead
correct.
of putting all the money into
Right.
the structure that's been there an awful long time, I understand. You're relocating it is not much more money, but gives that recreational
That's
value.
great.
Am I
That's
correct?
correct. Yeah, the costs are comparable.
Right.
The current structure that's there has become degraded. Is that my understanding on the 3 culverts?
That's correct. Yeah, the part, you can see from the picture that you can see some of that corrosion that's occurring on the gates themselves, but the really bad corrosion is underground. So from each one of those 3 gates going westward is a corrugated metal culvert, and that's where the severe corrosion is occurring, and that's where all the repairs had to take place prior.
As we operate not just this one, but all of the culverts and other types of equipment we've got in our system, what are we doing to be ahead of the maintenance schedule with those so that we don't find ourselves perhaps in a position where these things become too degraded? Or do they just over time, this is just one of those things where it's at the end of its useful life, and no matter what you did from a maintenance perspective, we're going to have to do something with a structure of this age? Can you kind of talk to that?
Yeah, our Infrastructure Management Bureau has an ongoing inspection program where every structure is inspected. I believe it's once every 5 years. And so as they find things, as they identify issues with each of those structures, there are certain items that can be taken care of with just regular maintenance, and often the field station staff will jump in and knock those out. But yeah, as these things start to get upwards of 50 years of age plus, they start to get to the end of their useful life, and then eventually they need complete overhaul.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments on this, Tia? Anyone on the board have further comments? Great. I'm going to need a motion on this one for Resolution 2019-0926.
I'll make a motion.
I have a
Second.
motion and a second. Is there further board discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. The resolution passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Can we go on to Mr. Mitnick and Ms. Cobb? You guys ready? Thanks. I know.
Such confidence. All right. So this afternoon, I'm going to run through the usual water conditions report, then I'll touch on a little bit of the activities and actions that your staff took in relation to Hurricane Dorian, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Cobb to talk about some of the emergency orders that Mr. Bartlett put in place during the hurricane. So with that, just starting with water conditions, you can see the month of August, we had above average rainfall. So looking back at the prior months, it's the most rain that the area has received for the last several months, but just slightly about an inch or more above the overall average that can be expected for this time of year. So overall for the wet season, going back to June, we're just right about at average rainfall, what you would expect during a typical wet season. The area with the least amount of rain so far is right here in conservation areas 1 and 2. And then the area with the most amount of rain is down here along eastern Miami-Dade County. So looking at the upper end of the system, we'll start over here in East Lake Toho. You can see the hydrograph, how with those August rains kind of drove the lake up, and we started making releases down the upper chain that I described at the last board meeting. Of course, as Hurricane Dorian was approaching, we accelerated some of those releases in order to bring that lake down in preparation for Hurricane Dorian and any forecasted rainfall that was to occur at that time. Right now, as Mr. Bartlett represented in the press conference last week, we're looking to bring those levels back up to regulation schedule. So all the residents around those lakes in the upper chain, this is the time of year where you see this regulation schedule start moving up to get to its winter pool up here. So you can reasonably expect lake levels to start rising over the coming weeks and months until we get up to that winter pool starting November 1st. Similar stories, you go down to Lake Toho, that was above schedule right in there, brought back down prior to Dorian, and then now you'll see that rise as it goes back up. Looking at Lake Kissimmee, a similar phenomenon leading into Dorian, got it back down to schedule. We're looking to make it start rise back up. You can see it's sort of plateaued right now. A lot of that is driven by the lack of water being moved down from the 2 northern lakes into Lake Toho. But our operational intent, as Mr. Bartlett described, is to bring those levels back up and have that those lake stages start rising up towards this point right here in the beginning of November. So taking us down to Lake Okeechobee, we're sitting right about here as of this morning. It's at 13.88, so as of, I think, just last night is when it crossed back out of the low subband of the regulation schedule right in here, back down into the base flow subband. So getting to sort of what Mr. Steinley had touched on earlier during the board meeting, during board comment, look right here, the dark red line is 2019, green line is 2017. So pretty much on June 1st, we were about the same point we were in 2017 from a lake stage perspective. They were within 1/10 of a foot of each other, but very different how the wet season played out. In June of 2017, we got a lot of rain, and the ascension of the lake went up relatively quickly. Then there were sustained inflows throughout the next several months, leading to the month of September right about here. This year, as we all know, played out very differently. We didn't get those June rains and kind of bumped along through June into July, actually crossed over into the water shortage management band, and it wasn't until August that we started getting the more heavier rains in the watershed with a rapid ascension of Lake Okeechobee, such that when we got to right about here in the beginning of September, just prior to Hurricane Dorian, the lake stage for this year was actually higher than it was in 2017 leading up to leading up to Hurricane Irma. And then, of course, this point right here in 2017 is Hurricane Irma, where it drove it up to the 17 feet. So right now, we're actually sitting right roughly the same spot that we were at this time in 2017 with the lake stages, but we don't see those continued inflows that we did in September of 2017 as a result of Hurricane Irma. So looking at what the forecast would be, focus in on this red line is the 50th probability. Coming down here is the 25th and the 75th. That's sort of the band of reasonable expectation, I would call it, that you can kind of look out and see how lake levels are forecasted to look through the remaining portions of the wet season and into the beginning of the dry season, given the historical record. Going down farther in the system, start over here in the Rotenberg Wildlife Management Area. You can see how the levels had started coming down some. It's actually below its schedule. It's drying down with the lack of rainfall over the past couple weeks. Hurricane Dorian didn't really have any effects from a rainfall perspective and over in this neck of the woods, and I'll touch on that a little bit later on in the presentation. Looking at the Holy Land Wildlife Management Area, you can see it's well above its schedule right now, but it is declining with the lack of rainfall for the past week and a half. Similar story, although A1 FEB is more of a managed system. You can see its levels have been going up and down throughout the month of August with those rains in August as we move water into and out of the storage facility for treatment down here in STA 3-4. Again, a little bit later on in the presentation, I'll touch on more of the current day operations for the FEB and where it stands today.
John, may I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Please? If you back up, and this is not so much to do with your presentation, I'm just curious, because I'm always, without like looking at a big map first, you still have to be, okay, like the lakes, Orlando, figuring out where everything is, and then Holy Land. So how come there's no kind of marking on the A1 property, A2 property here?
What do you mean marking?
Well, it's like A2 has a big, blue line around it.
Oh, the designation of the property boundaries?
Yeah.
I can certainly update the map to
Because,
reflect that parcel.
that is where the EAA reservoir and STA is supposed to be, right?
Correct.
Just to start making that visual connection.
Certainly. Yeah, for right now, I'll have it updated for the next meeting, but right now the reservoir would sit roughly right here, and the STA would sit right over in here. But I'll delineate that outline for the next presentation.
Can I ask very quickly, why is Rotenberger much lower than Holy Land if the water's flowing from Rotenberger to Holy Land? Or is that because some of the water's flowing from the north as well?
So the water does not flow from Rotenberger into the Holy Land. Those arrows are meant to reflect the Miami Canal that runs in between the two wildlife management areas. So water enters Rotenberger actually from over here on the west side through this pump station, moves west to east, and then there are some discharge culverts into a canal that runs right along here and then out into the Miami Canal, and then it'll move through this pump station or this pump station into Water Conservation Area 3A down to the south.
And the water into Holy Land comes solely from the north?
Water from Holy Land comes from this pump station right here, discharge, but primarily it's rain-driven. So a lot of these inflows that you see throughout the last several months is from rain. I'm not sure how much we've operated this pump station to provide supplemental water to the Holy Land, but all of that water that gets into the Holy Land through this pump station is actually treated water, such that there's a divide structure that sits in the Miami Canal right here. So basin runoff and other Lake Okeechobee releases will come down, get caught here, moved over to A1, go through 3-4, come out the bottom, around and back up.
Okay. Amazing. The peach, the two-toned arrow.
That one or this one?
The one that has two colors, not the red one. You have one that has an outline.
Okay.
You would agree there are two types of arrows on here? You'd agree that one of them are red?
Yes, Counselor.
The other one, not the red one, the other one. Is that water? Does that indicate water flowing from one area into the next area?
Yes.
Okay, and the red one stops at where those lines are.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Moving down to the southern portion.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Certainly, sir.
You're saying that the water coming up the Miami Canal is diverted into Holy Land?
Yes, when the Holy Land needs additional water, so back during, like, say, this time of year, when it's below its regulation schedule, and we've coordinated with the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and we've mutually decided that we need to add supplemental water to the Holy Land, it will be brought in through this pump station, G200, that sits on the Miami Canal. But again, it's treated water that has already been passed through Stormwater Treatment Area 3-4, that's pulled out of the southern portion of the Miami Canal from down here and back into Holy Land.
Okay, so is all the water coming down the Miami Canal diverted to 5 and 6 STA?
No, the water coming down Miami Canal is moved back to the east into A1 and STA 3-4. Of course, as I've described before, once water is in A1, we have the flexibility of moving it into STA 3-4 for treatment or moving it over here into STA 2 for treatment.
But all the water coming down the Miami Canal is
gets
pre-treated?
treated. Yes.
And then enters back into the Holy Land, and then it comes out, what is that, the S7 or 8?
Correct. S7 is down here, and S8 is right there. So it'll come into this canal that runs along the bottom, which is called the L5.
Right.
And get distributed east and west to either of the two pump stations, S8 or S7.
But all of it's pre-treated?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So looking at the southern end of the system, like I said, in a couple more slides, I'll talk a little bit more about the current operations here just immediately south of Lake Okeechobee, so I'll save that for those slides later on. So I'll start over here in Water Conservation Area 1. You can see Conservation Area 1 is actually below its schedule for this time of year. The Corps of Engineers had been moving water from Area 1 and Area 2. They've now ceased those operations. A lot of that was in recognition of the potential impact of Hurricane Dorian that obviously we all know did not happen as we sit here today. So those gates have all been closed, and Conservation Area 1, you can reasonably expect it to start rising up back through its schedule over the coming weeks and months. For Area 2, you can see it's well above its schedule, although it is coming down right in here. Corps of Engineers is continuing to move water from Area 2 down into Area 3. I think as of this morning, they're moving about 2,000 cubic feet per second from Area 2 into Area 3, as well as we're continuing to move water from Area 2A into this little pocket here, Conservation Area 2B. So those operations are continuing on. Getting to Conservation Area 3A, couple things that I'll touch on. First off is something I know we haven't talked about that much in prior meetings, but I know Mr. Bergeron is all too familiar with it. There's a couple monitoring gauges up here in the northern end of Conservation Area 3A. We refer to them as the deer gauges. And it has its own sort of regulation schedule like this. And what happens when water levels in the northern end of 3A get above those elevations, it requires some actions both on our part and typically the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commissions also take some actions to protect the wildlife by closing down public access to the conservation area. So a couple of weeks ago, as a result of these August rains, that you can see how overall Conservation Area 3 came up in the month of August. Conservation Commission took the action to close Area 3A to public access. Since then, I'm happy to report probably earlier this week, if not over the past weekend, those levels have come back down under that criteria. As there were two structures, one that sits roughly right about here and another that sits roughly right about here along the Miami Canal, were opened to be able to facilitate the movement of that higher water levels from the north down to the south. So as I said, I know Mr. Bergeron, you track that relatively closely. So later on when I talk about how we're operating the system here in the middle portion, I wanted you to be aware that we are now back below the closure criteria for any of that water that may be coming south when I talk about a little bit later on. So looking at Area 3, as I described, it's come up from those rains in August. We're sitting just above regulation schedule, which is this red line here, but below what is called the action line within the conservation area. So we're trying to move as much water as we can out of the water conservation area to the south into Everglades National Park. All 4 of the S12 structures are fully open, moving about 1,000 cubic feet per second. The S333 structure that sits right about there is also open, moving about 1,200 cubic feet per second, as well as another pump station over here on this end, the S356 pump station, which pulls water and seepage water out of the L31 canal and returns it back to Northeast Shark River Slough. So all of that water, roughly to the tune of 1,600 cubic feet per second that's flowing into the canal right here, is moving into Northeast Shark River Slough. And of course, you heard the conversation yesterday at the workshop about the benefits of moving that additional water down the slough.
Hey, John, can I just
Yes,
very
sir.
quickly, the red light now at WCA 3A
Correct.
is now would be a green? If we
No, it still would remain red as long as this blue line is above that red line.
Okay.
So we're above schedule, and that's why it's red.
And does that mean certain structures are turned off?
Yes and no.
Okay, where I'm going
Mhm.
is, it seems like we only have a limited time a year where all 4 of those green lights at S12 are green
Correct.
because of the sparrow. And
Correct.
so, do we take into consideration the fact, or is there any consideration taken that when those green lights are all open,
Mhm.
we should be trying to push as much water south as possible? Because, and therefore maybe not turn off some structures in 3A because of the time of the year, or as opposed to, like, if it was a different time of year and you couldn't push everything south, maybe you'd make a different decision.
Right. So one thing that I forgot to mention is there's a structure that sits roughly right about here called the S151 structure. It's a structure that is currently under construction and being replaced. So we're not able to move water through that structure out of 3A and into 3B and then down the Miami Canal. But in recognition of Conservation Area 3A being so high, we were proactive and have some temporary pumps that we deployed out there that's moving water and pumping that water from 3A into 3B and then down the Miami Canal. But specifically for your question, you were talking about the closure of S12A and B here and here. The first structure, S12A, will start its closure coming up within the next month or so. I believe it's October 1st is when we start talking about that. So as we get closer to October 1st, the Corps of Engineers and the Water Management District will have a conversation about the conditions in Conservation Area 3 and where we stand and how quickly we're able to effectuate a recession in Area 3 to get it back down to schedule. And we'll have a conversation about the timing of that closure in conjunction with the Fish and Wildlife Service and what their thoughts are as well.
Okay, thanks.
So continuing on down, C-111, and I see Ms. Mead stepped out, but I was going to apologize to her for smiling and blinking earlier. But she's asking the right questions about the seepage wall. Roughly, the location of the existing seepage wall is right where this stoplight sits, ironically enough. So under the Central Everglades project that you heard a lot about yesterday, and opening up this portion of the system and those new culverts that would be constructed along this levee, there's the extension of the seepage wall right in this area a little bit farther south. As you heard, Mr. Bartlett said we'll bring back another agenda item to talk about a more expansive seepage cutoff wall down the remaining portions of the system, and there's a couple different things for consideration as we get into that conversation. So I'll leave it for the coming months when we bring that back before the board. But overall, this portion of the system, obviously we had drawn it down in preparation for Hurricane Dorian, and we're in the process of returning those water levels back to normal. All of the pump stations are continuing to operate to provide seepage management along the eastern side of the Everglades National Park into the detention areas along here.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Based on Scott. What are the dates, thank you, sorry about that. What are the dates for the S12 structures generally being closed? I thought it was July.
That's when they open.
Open from July.
They open.
So what are?
So they start, S12A, as I said, will probably start closing on October 1st. And then 12B is right around November 1st. and then C and D are always open. And then those will remain closed until July 15th of the following year.
The following year?
Yeah. So 2020.
Okay, thank you.
While you're down there, basically, that's a couple of the problems that we have to resolve. And requesting a meeting with the U.S. Corps, possibly Dade County, South Florida Water Management, on that 8.5 square mile area that seems to come into conflict with flooding, and how we're going to resolve that. So when we get into the second stage of modified water delivery and raise the Tamaami Trail, which we have $100 million of funding to do that, with additional culverts, and increase the capacity of the 333s, double the capacity of flow going south. It's important that we resolve any issues, John, with the 8.5 square mile area, so it doesn't become an obstacle. And we've got 3.6 miles of bridges. The 333s are modified, but we have an obstacle that controls how much water we can put in Shark River Slough. So we need to look forward to working with John and the Corps to address how we're going to deal with that, how much flood protection in the agreement that was made with those people that chose to stay there with no flood protection, but how we're going to deal with it. Otherwise, we'll be cutting a ribbon and celebrating that cars are going over a bridge, but no water is going under it. So that's extremely important. Also, we can request, and we've done it in the past on the S12A and B, depending on water conditions and the Central Everglades, to keep those gates open longer. They normally close around the 1st of November, open up July 15th. So that's something we have to just stay on top of, depending on what the conditions are down south there. But
Right. And I'm the first one to protect any animal. In fact, I feel sorry for that sparrow. I do. I know. I'll get tomatoes on me because, it's just an animal just trying to adapt to a changing world, and it's totally messed us up. But, why is it closed so long? Like, no birds nest for that long.
well, I can't quite answer that, but I think at the end of the day, and what I said at our workshop is that you have a 25-mile face. You have water moving by gravity through the Central Everglades. When it meets the face of the Tamaami Trail, the 4S12s, if it chooses to go through them, that's the natural way water flowed. And if it chooses to go through the 333s, we're not directing it anymore. The protection, it's a sensitive area to talk about of a single species, should be adhered to, but not alter the natural sheet flow for protection. Then you're altering the environment is what you're doing.
Right.
So this is something we're going to have to look at. And
Well, I think I support that, and I don't know how we do that in here, Mr. Bartlett. It's hard sometimes in here to say we'd like to do something, but I'd like to say I'd like to do something if everybody else would too, what Mr. Bergeron's saying.
I'm sorry, I might have been on inside time. What would you like to do?
We want to have a meeting.
Well, with Fish and Wildlife about the sparrow, or with the Army Corps of Engineers about the 8.5 square mile area? 8.5 square mile area, right?
Both.
Okay, gotcha.
John, can you circle the 8.5 square mile area with your cursor there?
It's roughly right there.
Thank you.
One question before I move on, I'm sorry, one clarification before I move on. Ms. Thurlip, your question about why are they closed so long? The intent behind the closure is to provide a recession in this area south. So there's a population of sparrows that live and breed in this area. It's called subpopulation A. So the intent behind it in that marl prairie habitat to provide enough time for a recession of the water levels to get back down, to have a long enough dry period for their breeding season. I am obviously not the expert to speak on that, but that's the Cliff Notes version, and we can get you additional information on it.
Thank you.
The science behind that. Most likely, if the Tamahammy Trail wasn't built and restricted the natural sheet flow, I'm not sure they would have ever reestablished, but, you know, that's something that has to be proven. My point is that we need to protect all endangered species by all means, but not alter the natural sheet flow, alter the natural water flow to Florida Bay, because then you're going to affect multi-species, you know, so that's the thing we have to keep in mind. Can't alter the natural sheet flow for one species, or you're going to affect the western part of the bay, Florida Bay, that's needs the water so seagrass don't die. So it's kind of something that we have to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and try to do what's best for the global Everglades.
Right, and you know, for me, it's certainly not like to be against the bird. You know, it's not to be against the bird at all. It's just, this is something we all have to understand, and the public needs to understand too. And there's no reason we shouldn't have an open discussion on this to understand what we're working with.
I agree with you.
All right, so looking overall, once again, taking another step back, looking at the system as a whole and how water has been moved through the system since about May 1st of this year. I had talked about the upper chain of lakes a moment ago and how those lakes were drawn down in anticipation of Hurricane Dorian, as well as just the August rains that have occurred. So we moved just short of maybe 500,000 acre-feet of water out of the upper chain coming down the Kissimmee River. Over here, you can see the majority of those flows occurred within the last month or so. I'll draw your attention, probably for the first time, to this lake over here called Lake Istapoga. One of the other things that Mr. Bartlett talked about in his press conference in relation to holding the upper chain of lakes up to their regulation schedule and trying to hold back some of that water as we go from now until November as those schedule rises. Lake Istapoga also does the same thing. So residents around Lake Istapoga should reasonably expect those water levels to start to rise along with its regulation schedule between now and November. Coming down, I'll point out a modification to this graphic we've made since the last meeting last month. Went ahead and broke out these two arrows here and made some color changes between this purple and this purple here. So what we're trying to convey, and I'll talk about the St. Lucie side, what we're trying to convey, so there were roughly a little over 2,000 acre-feet of water left Lake Okeechobee into the C-44 canal here, but no water from Lake Okeechobee made it to the estuary, and that's what this blue 00 is for. However, there was a significant amount of basin runoff that was from the C-44 basin that was discharged to the estuary, and that's roughly this 28,000 acre-feet, and that's what that arrow is meant to intone. Similar situation on the west coast side, there was roughly 27,000 acre-feet that left Lake Okeechobee. Of that 27,000, only about 20,000 actually made it to the estuary since May 1st, and then in total from that 20,000 from the lake, plus all of the basin runoff that occurs in the C-43 basin, total discharges since May 1st to the Caloosahatchee have been just above 600,000 acre-feet. Looking at the overall inflows to Lake Okeechobee, these green arrows here, roughly just less than 900,000 acre-feet since the beginning of May have flowed into Lake Okeechobee. The vast majority of that has just been within the last month as those rains in August picked up in the northern watersheds.
Are those ratios typically the same? The green arrows there, you have 247, and then about, what, double, a little over double that, just above it, and then much less at the top part. Are those ratios similar over time, do we know, or do they come in different?
It comes in different, depends on where the rain falls.
Okay, by the time it gets down to the lake, it's definitely indicative of more where the rain falls than that?
Correct.
Okay.
When the C-44 is finished, how much benefit is that giving to the estuaries and the St. Lucie and Indian River Lagoon? What is, that's
The reservoir itself is about 55,000 acre feet is what it can hold, what it can store. Of course, as we've talked about before, that doesn't mean you can process a lot more water through the storage facility and then through treatment to be able to increase that volume. I don't have the numbers right off the top of my head of whether or not it's a 80 or 90% reduction from basin runoff, but it was mainly to address the basin runoff and handle Lake Okeechobee water on an opportunistic basis. But I can get those numbers and get back to you, sir.
okay.
So looking at the southern end of the system, I kind of talked about how the conservation areas have moved water from 1 into 2 and then 2 into 3. You can see these red arrows about how much water has been moved into the water conservation areas. Again, I'll save some of these operations for a couple more slides later on when I talk about Hurricane Dorian and the current operations. The one thing to point out on this slide, though, is all of the coastal structures and the water that's being discharged to the intercoastal and to tide. You can see a lot of those numbers have picked up in the past month directly as a result of those August rains and all of the August rains that fell along the lower East Coast and providing flood protection for all the residents in Palm Beach, Broward, and Miami-Dade counties as you go up and down the coast, as well as up here in Martin County. So looking all the way at the southern end of the system, again, with those August rains, you can see increasing numbers of what we've been able to move over here to Taylor Slough to be able to keep the flows in Taylor Slough moving along, as well as the amount of water that we've moved into the detention cells to help seepage management along the eastern side of Everglades National Park. So with that, I'll turn to the weather. Right now, the Climate Prediction Center is forecasting for above average rains all the way through roughly the November timeframe out to here. But once you get past November, we can start talking about the equal chances of above, below, or average rainfall leading in through the rest of the dry season. What it looks like for the next couple days, I'll have you focus on the weekend. When you woke up this morning, if you tend to watch the news in the morning, you probably saw weather reports about a tropical disturbance that's sitting out just north of Cuba, right around the Bahamas right now. So that disturbance is called Invest 95. We're at Thursday, so it's sitting, like I said, just right over the Bahamas. So going into Friday, into tomorrow, into Friday, and on through Saturday here, you can expect that disturbance to progress and move across the district. There's some potential for it to develop a little bit further into a tropical depression, if not a tropical storm, for tropical storm force winds to be experienced over the district this coming weekend, but more than likely it'll just be a rainmaker as a tropical depression. So as we look out a little bit farther, this is that disturbance that I was just talking about sitting here that will progress over the weekend over across the peninsula and off into the Gulf. I'll draw your attention to this weather system right here to keep an eye on. It's still way to the east of us, but over the next week or so, it'll start moving to the west and get around the Lesser Antilles and Hispaniola. And right now, they're forecasting the potential for some development into a tropical system probably a week out or so. So we'll just continue to keep an eye on that. So with that, in the notion that hurricane season is not over yet, I'll talk a little bit about Hurricane Dorian. As you can see, this obviously was during as it was just sitting about, I think it was 90 miles off of our coast at this snapshot, how it just sat there for a good 24, 36, 48 hours. You can see the rain bands that came across the district, primarily here along the east coast, but some of these, as they wrapped around, there were some areas over here on the lower west coast that got a fair amount of rain. But of course, as we all know by now, after it was done hanging out in the Bahamas, it took that turn and went off to the north, up that way. So the rainfall and what it brought overall district-wide, it only brought just less than an inch of rain. From a storm of that size and that intensity, it only really brought an inch of rain district-wide to our area. And as I said, the majority of that was right here along the east coast and the upper east coast, so Martin, St. Lucie, Palm Beach counties. There's that little spot right over here on the west coast that got some of those feeder bands as they wrapped around. But for the most part, the areas along the central portion of the district didn't receive a whole lot of rain, and that's why you saw when I showed my graphic for the Rotenberg Wildlife Management Area, it sits right about here, it really didn't get a lot of rain. So just a couple miles difference from right there in Rotenberger to right there in Holy Land, where you see it did get more rain than what Rotenberger did. So that'll explain some of the differences in the two hydrographs just between that couple mile radius right there in the central portion of the district. So for Hurricane Dorian, as we talked a lot about during the press releases that Sean's group had put out, as well as the various Facebook Lives that Mr. Bartlett did, through leading up to the event, your staff was in coordination with the 298 districts and local governments, talking about their systems and their condition of their system, asking them to draw down their system in anticipation of heavy rains. So this is a photograph of actually a canal in the Lake Worth Drainage District. And if that doesn't reflect what a canal drawdown looks like, I really don't know what does. So they were very proactive and drew down their canal system that prepared them for the oncoming rains, and of course all that water feeds into our system as we continue to provide flood protection for South Florida. During the event, our Emergency Operations Center was activated and we went into lockdown starting Monday morning on Labor Day. We had about 45 district staff members that were locked down in this building throughout the course of the event until the end of the day. On Tuesday, we had a member of your staff that sat with Palm Beach County over in their Emergency Operations Center, as well as there were about 35 district staff members that were locked down in pump stations, in the various pump stations throughout the counties that we serve. Post-storm, although the storm really missed us and took off to the north, we still went out and conducted several post-storm inspections of the system, just in case there were any identified issues from the rain that did occur, especially in the upper East Coast, whether or not there was any erosion along the canal banks, that sort of thing. So we conducted just short of 400 inspections following the storm, and we're continuing to follow up on those. I can tell you we didn't really find any damage to our system, so I wouldn't reasonably expect anything to come out of it, very unlike what Hurricane Irma brought in its wake a couple years ago.
John, may I
Yes,
please
ma'am.
ask a question? Just because I didn't, so lockdown, does that just mean you have to stay the night? And like, where do you sleep?
So yes, we stay the night in headquarters here. So where do we sleep? That question is answered by it depends on the strength of the storm and the path of the storm. So the Emergency Operations Center, which is just at the end of this building, it is actually an entirely separate building from the one that we're sitting in right now. So theoretically speaking, this entire building could get knocked down and that one would still be standing. So as Hurricane Dorian is coming at us, it was a Category 5, as everyone remembers. If it had taken one of those tracks that brought it through West Palm Beach, which was one of the forecasts, then we all would have slept in that end of the building and it would have been physically closed off and separated from this end of the building. But fortunately, the storm wasn't that bad. It didn't take that track, at least for us. So we slept in our offices. All right, so talking about the other operations that Mr. Bartlett announced during his press conference with Colonel Kelly in the wake of Hurricane Dorian. Typically when you have a large tropical system that moves through the area, whether or not it hits us or just misses us in the case of Hurricane Matthew a couple years ago, or Dorian in this case. There's a window that follows in the wake of those big weather events where we typically get dry weather. I can remember back during 2005 and 6 with Francis Jean, my kids were very young and they thought it was great. The electricity was out, the windows were open, a nice cool day. That was like summer camp for them. But you typically have that week and a half of dry weather where you can reasonably expect very little rainfall in the wake of those big events. So we took that opportunity to be aggressive and start moving some of Lake Okeechobee water south down into the storage features we have in the A1 FEB down here, as well as the L8 FEB over here. We had prepared those storage features to accept any rainfall from the hurricane should it had materialized. As we know now, it did not. So we started moving about 1,000 cubic feet per second down Miami Canal, bringing it over here into storage into the A1 FEB. Over time, we'll start bringing that water out of A1 and into STA 3-4 for discharge down into the water conservation area. And that's why I pointed out earlier for Mr. Bergeron that the deer gauge that we typically look at down there is now below its criteria, so I would not be concerned of that additional water movement into Water Conservation Area 3A. Similarly, we're moving water out of this structure, both down the Hillsborough Canal into STA 2, as well as down the North New River into STA 2, and moving water down the West Palm Beach Canal, as I said, over here into the L8 FEB, increasing that. Right now, it's about half full. And A1 is about half full, so we're looking to increase the water storage in both of those features and fill them up a little bit more. Obviously, right now, as of this morning, we were moving just over 3,000, I think it was 3,200 cubic feet per second through each of these three outlets down into the storage features and into the stormwater treatment areas. That number will go up and down. As I talked about a moment ago, we have some weather that's coming at us this weekend, so I would reasonably expect some of those flows to decrease in Friday into Saturday, depending on what sort of rainfall we get from that tropical disturbance over the weekend.
John, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So what was the total number you were sending? Or was 3,000 your total number?
Correct. So when
Altogether?
When Mr. Bartlett and Colonel Kelly had their press conference, our goal was to do somewhere between 1,500 and 2,000 cubic feet per second. Over the last couple days, we've been able to move it up to about 3,200 cubic feet per second. And as I said, that is the total from all three of these structures. That's 354, 351, and 352. And that number will fluctuate with whatever happens over the weekend with this rain event.
Thank you so much for doing that and for that chart.
So with that, the last thing that I will briefly touch on and point out before I turn it over to Ms. Cobb to talk about the emergency orders is as Hurricane Dorian was approaching the district, and actually this is probably something you, Mr. Wagner, can relate to because we had a conversation about it about 2 weeks ago. As Hurricane Dorian was approaching the district, and as we all saw it take that turn, skirt off to the north and leave us relatively unharmed, I did want to point out that actually last week, that was the second time that Florida beat a hurricane. Go Gators, Mr. Wagner. No problem. So, Mr. Chair, at your leisure, I'll either accept additional questions or I'll turn it over to Ms. Cobb.
Does anyone have any more questions for Mr. Mitnick?
I just
Move
wanna-
on from this slide.
Yeah, I just want to thank all our staff. You know, while we're all, got a storm out there just staring at us, and they're here trying to protect 8.7 million people. I just want to applaud all of you for that. It's quite a commitment. And the other thing was, you know, things can change overnight with tropical storms and hurricanes, certain capacities. But I do want to compliment Colonel Kelly and Colonel Reynolds. When we were talking, John and myself, in regards to getting the L29 to 8.5, which we have a 90-day window, I think, John, under the operational plan of modified water delivery phase 1. And the colonel responded to us, I think, in about 24 hours, which increased the flow of water out of Conservation Area 3, which was closed to the public because it was higher than, I think, 11.6 is the closure level. So I want to thank you for being on top of it, John, and thank the colonel and to respond to us that quickly. Very important. Good relationship.
Absolutely, and I have to quickly say, if anyone has not seen the video of Colonel Kelly and Drew Bartlett at the South Florida Water Management District discussing how they handled the hurricane and the water management, I mean, if there isn't something that shows the cultural shift in the South Florida Water Management District for the better, I think for all of South Florida, for all of the 16 counties, it is that. And Drew could not remember how to say cubic feet per second when he was on camera. It was hysterical. And so he came back in the end and he said it. But I hope everyone will look at that, because that is an American classic.
Thank you, Mr. Mitnick. Ms. Cobb?
Thank you, appreciate it. So in the wake of the governor issuing his executive orders to prepare the state for potential impacts from Hurricane Dorian, the district did the same thing. We also issued emergency orders to facilitate some of the actions that John was talking about to best prepare us and our system, but also to help the public prepare. And there were a total of 5 orders that we issued. These worked in conjunction with the governor's executive order, as well as executive orders from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection to help us protect the health, safety, and welfare of South Floridians. So those 5 orders dealt with 5 key topics. Closure of any of the lands that we manage. You don't want people out there on our lands camping, hiking, fishing, et cetera, in the face of such a storm. So we did briefly close our district-managed lands. Another one of the orders dealt with the ability of people on other government or private land to alleviate emergency flooding if it had happened. The third order dealt with suspending and tolling time and notice requirements that are within our Florida Administrative Procedures Act, Chapter 120, that dictates when and how we respond to the public for permitting. We have specific timeframes we have to meet. We needed to toll those so that all of our staff could focus on responding to the hurricane. Another one of the orders dealt with suspending procurement requirements. For example, if we needed to act quickly to do a repair, to order a piece of equipment, to solicit any other kinds of services, we needed to be able to do that quickly so that we could respond quickly. That suspended those requirements for a brief amount of time. And then the last order related to the ability for citizens to repair, replace, or restore certain structures that were impacted directly as a result of Hurricane Dorian. And again, these orders really were to help us facilitate response to the hurricane in an efficient and safe manner. Fortunately, as John mentioned, we didn't have a lot of those impacts that we anticipated from Hurricane Dorian, so we were able to very quickly adjust those orders, and we did that through a couple of different ways. For some of the orders, we just rescinded them. We no longer needed them on the books. We did that for the district-managed lands, to reopen those lands. We did it for the alleviation of emergency flooding. There wasn't that type of flooding, so we were able to rescind that order. And then also suspension of our procurement requirements. We were able to close that out quickly because after we did the field stations and others did the inspections and found that we didn't need to make any of those quick fixes, we were able to withdraw that order. In the event that property owners did see some sort of impacts as a result of the hurricane, we have left that particular order open through October 27th. That matches the time frame of the governor's executive order and the conclusion of that order. And then the final order related to suspending our own time and notice requirements, again, for permitting procedures, we closed that one out early. So instead of that one ending at the end of September, we closed that out September 5th because permitting staff and others were able to return their focus to those permitting time, process procedures rather than in hurricane response. So under Section 373, we come to you all for concurrence on those orders. The orders themselves, the amendments to those orders, as well as the rescission of any of those orders. So, Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully request that concurrence, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
How would you like us to grant that concurrence?
A simple vote would be great. And you can just say that language if you'd like.
Is there any discussion about concurrence? If not, I'd love a motion saying that under section 373.119, Florida statutes, the district requests the concurrence of the governing board grants the concurrence to the district for the issuance, amendment, and rescission of these emergency orders.
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it. Passes unanimously. You have your request for concurrence.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I don't want to ask what happens if you didn't.
Drew would go to jail.
Yes, I thought.
Mr. Chair, I do have two public comments.
I'm sorry.
Kara Kapp and Drew Martin.
I hope you weren't going to talk about requests for concurrence.
Oh, that's okay. I was not, shockingly. Hi, I'm Kara Kapp for the National Parks Conservation Association. It feels like all roads and usually all conversations lead back to Florida Bay. Here we are talking about the Sparrow and the 8.5 square mile area within the special report on hurricane preparedness. I doubled back on the agenda to say, wait, are we still on this item? But it bears saying, you know, as we continue to invest in Everglades restoration, every time a new structure is built, every time a new project comes online, what we have is more operational flexibility to manage water in hurricanes and inversely during droughts. I want to thank and acknowledge Mr. Bergeron for his steadfast efforts in working to send more water south. We at MPCA completely agree that the 8.5 square mile area is an obstacle that cannot be ignored any longer, especially as we're on such momentum to flow water south. So we look forward to the conversations the district may have around that issue. Regarding the Sparrow, MPCA's message is very clear. What's good for the bird is good for the park. We want to move water into the path that has been long planned for restoration, and the faster we accelerate these projects, the more quickly we can do that to the benefit of all species, which is, of course, our goal. So I really just wanted to thank you all so much for your leadership, for the progress on these issues, and especially from our whole MPCA team and from my family, thank you to this entire team for the work that gets done to keep us all safe. Thank you.
Drew Martin on behalf of the Loxahatchee Group of the Sierra Club. I believe that the 8.5 square mile probably should be purchased, and it would be a lot cheaper in the long run to buy out all those property owners than to build around it all kinds of walls and protections. And originally, that was never supposed to be occupied. That area was occupied. People basically squatted in there. And then they ended up getting the legal right to live there. It was always supposed to be off limits. It's outside the protection areas for the cities. So, I mean, this is a problem, and it's always going to be a problem as long as people live in that area, because it's really basically outside the areas that are flood protected, and it will flood. As far as the Sparrow is concerned, I wish that Celeste De Palma was here. She is what I asked her about that, what she's told me is that basically those gates were put in the wrong place, and they feed water in the wrong direction, and that's why that area is flooded. Now, the Sparrow goes to the high ground, which should not be where the water's going. I agree with Kara Kapp that if it's properly set up and everything's properly done, it should not impact the Sparrow. You should be able to get water south, and it should not be an impairment. I also think that as we talk about hurricane preparedness, and I think the district did a fantastic job. I compliment Drew Bartlett and all his staff and the Army Corps, but I think we must accept the reality that there will come a day that this drainage system is going to fail simply because sea level rise will overcome it. And no matter how much money you invest, at some point we're going to have to reanalyze and redesign how South Florida properties are protected, because I don't know if 25 years from now, if that canal system is something that we can count on. And it needs to be a topic that we begin to address, just like the possibility that people are living too close to the ocean and still allowed to build on the seaward side of the coastal construction line. So these are conversations, obviously, you're not going to have today, but somebody someday is going to have those conversations. Thank you.
Of course. Ms. Meads?
So John and Lieutenant Colonel Reynolds took me into the 8.5 square mile area I'd actually asked to go because I was, maybe you were going to take me anyway, but I was happy to go. And I just wanted to encourage the other board members, if you have not been there, it's really something that you need to do in order to understand the comments that were just made. It is very sparsely populated. There, at one point, one of the roads was so full of trash, and it wasn't normal trash. It was like construction trash that was just dumped in the middle of the road, that once we got in, I was concerned that John was able to get past it, but I was concerned that we were stuck and I didn't know how we were going to get out of there. It's not, you have to go see it to understand the benefit of trying to purchase this property. There aren't very many people in there, and we're spending a tremendous amount of money trying to keep it dry when it was never intended to be dry. And that's all I have to say. But I think if you go and ask John or someone to take you, you'll really benefit by seeing it, and then we can have a conversation about working with staff on a decision with that area. And there's some history to it that I'm not the person to talk about the history of it because I wasn't around then. But it is a discussion that we need to have because it's what's best. It's what's best for South Florida to have this discussion about acquiring that property, or at least the wet ends of it, which appear not to have any homes on the wet ends of it. It's best to come from John, but we have a wall there that we are pumping water. Just explain, John. There's a wall there. There's a corner where we're pumping water out of the 8.5 square miles. Is that right?
Can you comment also on who owns that piece? Is it a single owner of that West End property, or is it a bunch of?
It's quite a few property owners. Really, the western portion of the 8.5 square mile area really is it's natural ground. And if I did a complete evaluation and inside of it, they have no positive drainage. They're completely levied in. Their road system blocks any sheet flow. The reason why we have to resolve this is that very shortly the 2.6 mile bridge will be complete, and we're not going to be able to implement once we raise the L29 or the Tamiami Trail. We're not going to be able to implement the phase 2 of modified water delivery, which is extremely important. So there's only 3 solutions. It's either a buyout, it's a seepage collector that would tie into the 357 conveyance and be pumped by the 357 pump. It's a seepage wall that's very expensive. But we have to address it, and in looking at it, we need to bring Dade County into this meeting with South Florida and the Corps, and there may be an opportunity to do internal connections under these little rock roads that's trapping all the water. Can't even direct rainfall, forget about what's flowing through Shark River Slough, could be very inexpensive to get positive drainage to the 357 conveyance. And that may be the cheapest infrastructure than a seepage wall. So those are the things I look forward to working, John, with you and the Corps. And I think Dade County should be brought into this as well and try to resolve the issue one way or the other.
And there may be a good number of owners of the land, but there aren't many dwellings there anymore. There are parcels here and there. We didn't go through the entire, I don't know if we went through the entire thing or not, but there are fields to the left and the right. There were things for sale, actively for sale when we were there. But I think that you have to see it to understand what we're talking about. When you say these little dirt roads, they are poorly maintained. I mean, you have to have a great driver to get through the area, and it's hard on a vehicle. Your car would do great going through there, but it's very hard to get around in there. And we are spending a great deal of money, I think, to try to protect what in some cases are vacant fields, but there are some dwellings, right? And we're constantly pumping water out of there. Is that right, John?
Correct. And just to provide, so this is one of those issues, it's got a long history to it. It's very easily to fall down the rabbit hole, so I'll try to keep it up at a higher level. But if you look at the area going from east to west, it's the western areas, which is primarily the areas that we drove through, Ms. Meads. We didn't go so much over in the eastern areas. And there's a difference, and that's important. There is a difference between the areas on the eastern side versus the western side. So those parcels along the western side, at times, they do have some challenges as far as water management that we're working through with our partners.
But even with direct rainfall, they're flooded because the water can't go nowhere. They're in the Everglades, and a lot of these parcels are natural ground. So we've got to just, I look forward to working with staff on this and come up with some solutions.
There's so much history in this little.
Is this a workshop?
It's either a workshop or a lunch and learn or just an agenda item. We'll figure it out. But, you know, I think it's like everything Everglades, there's a deep history here, and I think it'd be good to do the historical perspective, the current perspective, the opportunities, you know, just do sort of a good exploration of the area and, at some point.
And I think there is a possibility that what is historical is no longer true. So, not to get into it because it's not for me to discuss, but I think there has been change over the last 20 or 30 years that may provide opportunities for the district.
Is it a proven fact, John, that natural flow through Shark River Slough affects them? Is there any scientific engineering on that? Or is it more on direct rainfall trapped with no positive drainage?
No, and I think you heard some of this in the workshop yesterday during the whole discussion on Northeast Shark River Slough. As you fill up the slough, that seepage wants to keep on moving to the east.
Yeah.
That's why we've been talking about a cutoff wall under the Central Everglades Planning Project to prevent some of that seepage to the east. As you go farther down the slough and you get towards the 8.5 square mile area, that seepage water and surface water actually is still coming to the east. So that's where the challenges arise, yes.
Okay, I look forward to working with you on that.
Okay.
Sooner the better.
Everyone happy on that? Good.
Yeah, and I would just say, I do not think that should be a lunch and learn. I think that should be here.
Okay, staff got direction on that one. Great. We'll move back now and do item 32, which is the Python elimination program. And part of restoring the Everglades and SERP, as Drew was mentioning earlier, as part of our budget process, calls for removing harmful invasive species, and the pythons are certainly fit that bill as being both harmful and invasive and not native, and they're eating, as we've seen, pretty much all the mammals in the Everglades. Governor DeSantis was down here last month. A lot of us stood next to him. I stood at the very, very end, actually behind him. You were up a little bit closer to to the business end of the python. But I'm grateful to him for what he's doing. He's really taking this and is paying a lot of attention to it, asked us to spend some money, and that's something we're going to take a look at today. Alligator Ron is leading the charge on that. He's removed the heaviest python on record from the Everglades, and thank you for that, sir. And after this presentation, he's going to share some good news with us about the Python program. In the meantime, we've got a great presentation. We've got Eric Sutton, who's the director of Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission here. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. As well as Justin Unger from the Park Service and Rory Feeney, who works for us as our land resource chief. Mr. Sutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, governing board members, Commissioner Bergeron, Director Bartlett, and others. First of all, I want to thank you for the flexibility today, and I apologize for having to reshuffle and for a little bit less formal attire. I had the great honor of introducing the governor this morning on an initiative that he's partnered with the Bass Pro to raise some money for relief for victims in the Bahamas from Dorian. So I really appreciate the flexibility. And it's also a great honor to stand up here. I don't know that an executive director in recent history has actually engaged in a board meeting, particularly South Florida. So it's a great honor. So I wanted to say first and foremost, I'm here to support the request that your staff will have for building on the program, and I know Rory is going to talk about that. But before I get started in sort of a little bit of the background, a few things. First of all, back in 2013 was really a risky sort of proposition called the Python Challenge. And we put ourselves out there, we collectively. And I just wanted to let you know that the team and the folks that are here today and a lot of folks watching on the web site as you telecast it, were there. Mr. Bergeron was the leader in that. I happened to be in a division, and your guy Rory was there from the get-go. So you have really the A team, excluding me. I wouldn't want to put myself in that. But you have an A team that is ready, willing, and poised to lead the governor's direction that we shared on that very warm day at the park. So, and anyway, so I just wanted you to know the competency that is here and watching, whether it's the district personnel, FWC, or the Park Service. There really aren't any better experts and managers to be putting on this problem. So it's a difficult one, but you need to know that. And that's coming from a guy that studied reptiles, albeit at University of South Florida, not the two universities we saw earlier. So I'm here to support. And then the other concept I really want to make sure I share with you all is this isn't a water management district problem. This isn't an FWC problem. This isn't a park problem. In fact, when we all walk out of here or we get into a room, we put on a different hat, and that hat is the Florida Python Removal Program. And we're going to be seamless. We will be seamless, and we all will redouble our efforts, and we will work together, period. And I can tell you, in sitting down with the team and talking with them, that culture is there. Now, mechanically, we got to work some things out, but that's where we will get to. So with that, I think most of you know invasive python's clearly a large constrictor and not native to Florida. They actually from the Indonesia area, and they can lay up to 100 eggs per clutch. That's how Commissioner Bergeron caught 51 snakes in one day, I believe it was. And they have a generalist diet and extremely difficult to find. And they are excellent dispersers on land and in water, and there are no population estimates in Florida. And that's really a point I want to pivot off of. There's some folks that really want to discuss, why don't we have a number? And I'm being one of those, and I was talking with staff, and they put some pushback and say, you know, we know it's in the thousands, but what we really know is they're causing ecological damage. So every snake removed out there is leading to more of our native Florida fauna to be able to be out there to survive. And why isn't there any population estimate? It's just like any other cryptic animal. They're very hard to find and determine what those population estimates are. But they do range from anywhere from 40,000 to over 100,000, and there's some even bigger estimates than that. So how they got here, and the Burmese python is incredibly popular pet, even still today. And so there was a booming pet trade for pythons, and you will often hear that the Hurricane Andrew 92 was the reason. It was a reason. They were already detected ahead of that in 1979, but Hurricane Andrew certainly destroyed a breeding facility, and that's when we started to see a big uptick. So they're spread across South Florida's natural areas. They are, at present, contained because of the freeze line, though I wouldn't get too comfortable with that because they can get under sort of litter and other things and survive even in cooler temperatures. So here's where the first one was found, removed from Everglades National Park in 1979. And fast forward many years, 2019, they've been removed from all these areas or established or seen in these yellow dots. And I know that really is a bit scary, but it's the truth. So the impacts, and we've all seen the pictures, they go viral. Sometimes we see pictures go viral of Commissioner Alligator Ron with his python, but they prey on native wildlife. And you can see mammals make up 70% of their diet, includes birds and reptiles. They're indiscriminate. But there's also another side of invasive species other than just an animal out there eating the native wildlife that we don't often hear about, and that is some of the diseases and things they can bring to our native one. And we've got some out there now that we're just now starting to discover how they are impacting our wildlife. And we actually have a PhD on staff that is part of our PhD, and she's looking at that. It's Melissa, and she wants to be known as Dr. Python. I told you I'd do that. Okay, so under the governor's direction, and Roy's really going to cover some of the mechanics. And when he gets in here and talks about some of the expansions of the programs, I just want you to know when Roy's up here speaking about what we're going to do, he's speaking for me too. And anytime we're anywhere, that's what we really want to be doing. And so we're going to expand our python removal programs, enhance coordination, collaboration, I've spoken to that, and optimize detection and measure success. And the odd thing about success, ultimately, with pythons, will be when we're putting even more resources and finding less pythons in the same area. So success here is actually failure to find once you know you have an excellent method. And some of these detection methods are pretty interesting and exciting, and I know Roy's going to cover some of that. So one of the things that we all discovered together was, and this is not uncommon sort of in the wildlife arena, is that when people develop a search image, that means you get better at finding things. We found that experienced python hunters were our most effective removal tool. And that really started in 2013 with the Python Challenge. We saw a lot of participants, and Commissioner Bergeron, you remember that of all the participants, the ones that were really good and experienced were the ones that caught the most. And we've just amplified that through the contractor program. So Water Management District and FWC launched our paid contractor program, and the removal increased by 200% in some areas. So here you go. Here is what I like to call the slide of hope. So as we try all of these different ways, all of these different methods, we employ one. Oh, look at the uptick that you see as highlighted in the red circle. Okay, that's become effective. That's a reason to believe that we can, at some point, bring the species into proper management. Now, what would even be great is if one of these experimental things that we're working on showed even a bigger leap, that we got even better. And it's like I always say, you got to kill more snakes to learn how to kill more snakes, and that's the business we're in currently. So we can have our continued partnership in our python removal, we coordinate management goals and action, expand the contractor programs, support innovative research, and engaging the public. I've mentioned all of these already. And Tylen, you want to be going next, or no? I'm sorry. But before I move on to that, to Justin, I want folks out there to know we see a lot of media on pythons, and the one thing that I hear that is concerning to me is that we'll never be able to manage them. We'll never be able to get rid of them all. Well, then why are we even bothering? I don't believe that. And in the current position that I'm in, I want to tell you that They said that about Melaleuca, I believe, as well. And it's not eliminated, but this agency and the National Park Service were able to get that under control. And we're just not going to give up. We will not relent. And at the press conference, I remember, when the governor asked me to say a few words, we accept this challenge. We've got a lot of support, and we're talking about this item more than we've ever talked about it, which is really good. So I just want to thank you all for having me here. I'm obviously going to be participating, and if there's any questions I can answer, I'm available 24/7 to call and be available to you all. I want this to be seamless. I want us to all be successful. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll conclude my remarks, and I'll gladly turn it over to Justin. I keep wanting to say Tyler. He's part of the Park Service team, but so Justin. And I do know that Superintendent Ramos wanted me to make sure, and I'm sure Justin will say it as well, couldn't be here today, but he is 100% with us on the team as well.
Thank you, Executive Director Sutton.
He is on the team, but he's not here. No, I had to throw that out there. So I want to start off by saying, first of all, thank you guys for allowing us to come today. I think it shows a great partnership across all agencies, state, federal, and of course we do have local partners that are also involved. But we really wouldn't be standing up here if it wasn't for you, Mr. Bergeron, and really calling the attention that you have to this issue. We wouldn't have had the press conference that we did just a few weeks ago where we were all able to stand there together shoulder to shoulder. The thing that Eric just said, which I think is so important, is whether you're talking about the executive leadership side, the political side, or the staff perspective, all of us are working hard together and interchangeably to actually make all of this actually come together in a successful manner. Let's see if I can move forward here. So the little history of python management in Everglades National Park, the comment was made just a few minutes ago that 1979 was kind of the first detection. Believe it or not, I actually had an opportunity to see that wildlife card that we have sitting in our archive. And it's a great moment for both introspection as an agency to think that we are getting ready to come up on the 40th, I don't know if you want to call it an anniversary or at least commemoration of having pythons in South Florida. It also is a moment for which us all need to step back and think about how we move forward, the 20 years that we've actively been involved in management and how we continue to proceed. Since the 2000s, late 1990s, 2000s, it had become clear at that point in time that we really did have a breeding population and a python problem on our hands. It was as a result of that we actually began an early surveillance program, which is supported not only by the National Park Service, but also by our partners across the Department of Interior, including the USGS, which actually is embedded in our offices and have been helping us to lead many of these efforts. Some of those things that we have actually tried in the last 20 years have been trapping, testing, everything from detector dogs. We've looked at the biology in Florida. We've even got some of the pilot programs which are not only helping with the python problem, but other species that we've got in the state, such as the I've Got One reporting system, which help on everything from iguanas to pythons. Kind of the core of the program, though, in the last handful of years has really been the authorized agent program within the National Park Service management lands. The volunteer program had actually started very organically, I think as a result of the attention, the charismatic nature of the python itself. We had people coming to us from the community saying, I want to actually participate and help. And that's an important component, is that it's not just land management agencies that are stepping up to the plate and saying, I want to do something. It's actually our citizens coming to us saying, we want to be part of this, and how can we help? As part of that, this organic process through the early 2000s really culminated into formalizing a program in 2014. And then the word that you're going to consistently hear from us is expansion, expansion, and access and access. So in 2014, we adopted a formalized program with inside Everglades National Park. We expanded that program in 2017 to Big Cypress, which is now operating on all of the primary trails. We are working very hard and are very close to being open up secondary trails to our authorized agents. We have, over the years, these letters of authorization for basically citizens from our community who want to come into the park and actually be part of that conservation effort. As a result of that, we have issued over 140 letters of authorization since we actually began this program. As a result, you can actually see the numbers from both the participant side and then the kind of catches that we've actually seen. When the program was originally put in place, the cap for authorized agents sat at 40. That cap was then expanded to 120 authorized agents. We then have worked in partnership with FWC and expanded that into Big Cypress National Preserve. And we've also allowed our contractors, for the first time in the last year, to use firearms such as shotguns to remove pythons. Anybody who has tried to take on the business end of a python, if you're in a solo capacity, realizes that if you're going to go up against an 18-foot snake, you need to come out of that on the alive end of it. So the shotgun and being able to use other tools allows us to be more effective, especially to go after those large breeding females. In 2019, we again expanded that cap to 130 authorized agents, and we've provided the opportunity for them to expand their access into the Big Cypress, into the East Everglades, and into some other areas that were previously closed to python activity for removal. We also have opened up Biscayne National Park in July. You know, as we continue to see pythons move, we start finding them on crab pots, we find them on our tree islands and on our keys in the middle of Florida Bay. We have found them on hydro stations in the middle of Biscayne Bay. And so while it is more of a terrestrial issue, we also need to be looking at the fringes of our boundaries across all land management areas to be able to tackle this problem. So what does the future hold for us in the National Park Service? Really, it starts with the group of people that are assembled here today. It's the partnership that we are all entering into, whether it is the South Florida Water Management District, FWC, the National Park Service, USGS, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and all of our staff working kind of shoulder to shoulder with each other to tackle this large-scale issue. We really want to maximize the number of authorized agents that are allowed in the program to get as many people in as we possibly can, to eliminate barriers to their success so that there is a seamless network of programs and that they're not having to jump through jurisdictional hurdles. And as a result of doing that, we believe that we can see higher rates of success across the entire system that we're trying to manage. We're also, like I said, trying to increase our backcountry access for python removal, especially in places like the Big Cypress. We're continuing to work on research, such as attractants and improving detection. And ultimately, we're going to continue the efforts that we have found to be successful, like telemetry and Big Cypress. And ultimately, over the next couple of months, we are working in a direction where we're going to actually be able to pull the authorized agents from the South Florida Water Management District into one entire cohesive system between FWC, the district, and the National Park Service to allow all of our agents to access our lands in a successful way. So I think we're all in support, and we're all ready to roll up our sleeves and to assist in however we possibly can. And again, I will take any questions that you guys may have either now or at the end.
I just want to thank you for your leadership and Pedro for your partnership with South Florida Water Management and the FWC. We've had several meetings on this together as a team, and I believe that if we continue in the same pattern, we're going to be able to be very successful. I want to thank Eric Sutton, too, for his leadership with the FWC, and I look forward to working with all you guys to. This is really, you know, the python is a snake that can get 20 feet long and weigh 200 pounds, swallow a whole deer, and up to a 7-foot alligator, completely destroy the natural food chain, and you can't have a healthy environment without a healthy food chain. So this is an environmental hunt. This is removing something that is hunting all of our native wildlife. And for the future of the Everglades, one of the natural wonders of the world, it's important that we work as a team. It's all about we, and it's all about the public too. The hikers, the bikers, the bird watchers, the photographers, the fishermen, the hunters, all of us. If you see a snake in the environment and you have the expertise to remove it, we need help from the public as well. If you don't have the expertise, you need to notify the South Florida Water Management or the FWC or the Park Service. Give us GPS coordinates where we can send these expert hunters in. But this is something that is extremely important if we're going to have a healthy Everglades. And I'm honored to work with you, Justin, and Pedro, and Eric to completely overlap together, and under the governor's leadership and directive, the district to work closely with you, the Park Service, and the FWC to protect, restore the Everglades. We must manage invasive pythons. Working together to remove more snakes across the Everglades. Some big news. I think the district now has removed more than 2,500 pythons since 2017. That's more than 3 miles. If you lay all these snakes out, it'll be 3 miles long. About 30,000 pounds of pythons from the Everglades. So to combine, we've moved over 3,500 as a full team, it'll give nearly 500,000 native Everglades animals a fighting chance. Special thanks to the FWC and the Park Service. Want to thank my board members for allowing me to kind of be the point board member on this. And I want to thank...
No one's fighting with you on that.
No, I can see nobody's dying to catch a python. And I want to thank the governor for his leadership, who is fighting for our Everglades. And one of my statements has always been, if we can send someone to the moon in a rocket ship, I think we can save our planet. So I look forward to continue with the Park Service on as much access as we can into remote areas, and obviously increasing the expert hunters with South Florida Water Management, and also increasing the expert hunters with the FWC. I think with that plan, we can make quite a difference. I kind of agree with Eric Sutton that we can make a difference, and I think it's extremely important. The one thing about the python, I know we have a lot of invasive things crawling around out there in the Everglades, but not one that has become top of the food chain unless it may get in a battle with a 10-foot alligator. That's about it. And I would hate to see one day that we've got one of the most endangered species on the planet, a Florida panther, inside of them. So I look forward to continuing to work on this with the governor's leadership, and want to thank the governor for his all the opportunities he's given all of us to make a difference. And thank you, Justin, very much.
Quite welcome.
Thanks, Justin. Mr. Feeney?
All right. Well, thank you, Justin and Eric. Good afternoon, Governing Board. This is a very exciting day in invasive species management here in Florida. My name is Rory Feeney. I'm the Land Resources Bureau Chief here at the district. And I can honestly tell you, I can't remember the last time we've had so much support and leadership in one room that we've had here today on this topic. Really excited about this day. The district appreciates all the hard work FWC and the National Park Service has put into this over the last decade and a half, and we look forward to moving together as one voice. Those that watched Dr. Fred Sklar's presentation yesterday witnessed the complexity of the Everglades ecosystem and how vulnerable it can be to stressors, right? It's the fragility of the ecosystem that makes this program so important. So as we venture into the second half of Everglades restoration, let's consider this program moving forward as well. With that, I'd like to thank the Governing Board for the opportunity to discuss the proposals to the district's Python elimination program today and how we plan to work together as a cohesive team. On August 7th of this year, Governor Ron DeSantis joined the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission and the South Florida Water Management District in announcing the python removal efforts to protect the greater Everglades. The governor directed the state to more aggressively tackle the problem of this invasive species by ensuring python removal training programs are interchangeable, pursuing research on new technology to help detect and remove pythons from the wild, jointly host python challenges every year, develop agreements to expand access, increase public involvement, and create additional incentives for veterans to remove pythons. And I'm going to be collapsing all of those different items into the following. Expanding the python removal program, enhancing coordination and collaboration, optimizing detection, and measuring success. Currently, the South Florida Water Management District has 25 contracted python removal agents. This amount has not changed since the program rolled out in 2017. Thus, we are recommending doubling the amount of hunters to 50 contractors, each of which will have about 3 assistants with them. While both agencies employ veterans in their respective programs, we are committed to maximizing our involvement with veteran organizations. Since the beginning of the program, we have been compensating the contractors minimum wage to survey for pythons and additional payments for each python removed. We are recommending to provide a premium pay in the areas highlighted in red now, in areas such as Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge, the stormwater treatment areas, A1FEB, and Corkscrew Regional Ecosystem Watershed. By doing this, we anticipate incentivizing the contractors to survey the outer fringes of the program, as well as being better aligned with FWC's payment schedule. Lastly, we look forward to developing agreements with federal, state, and local governments to expand python removal areas, highlighted in yellow there. As you can see on the map, the battle has expanded to allow our expert contractors the flexibility to go where their effort is needed the most. You can further see that the captures, and those red dots there, are the areas where the pythons have been captured, mostly along levees and canals. So we're hopeful that by incentivizing our contractors, by including these new program areas, that will further get our efforts into the interior marshes of the Everglades. This next section focuses on enhanced coordination and collaboration. With all these different entities working together across a vast network of jurisdictions and geographic boundaries, it's essential that we work seamlessly and towards a shared objective. To that end, the South Florida Water Management District is looking forward to working with the Fish and Wildlife Commission on their annual Python Challenge. And through our continued partnership on developing an interagency Python management plan, we will increase standardization and information exchange between all players, ensure that Python removal training programs are interchangeable, improve agent deployment strategies across jurisdictions, and finally, to engage the public through a targeted education and outreach campaign that focuses on the importance of removing pythons from the wild. The largest obstacle in combating the python invasion is detection. As you've heard, due to its cryptic nature, coupled with the vastness and relative inaccessibility of the region, simply locating these animals remains the greatest challenge. With increased understanding of the python's behavior and life cycle, we hope to better predict movements across the landscape, increase our ability to target removal efforts, and ultimately provide greater reduction of python populations. We tackle this problem by implementing vetted technologies that have a proven track record, such as detection dogs that are previously used by FWC, telemetry snakes that are currently deployed in Big Cypress National Preserve and state lands on the West Coast. And we plan to solicit research proposals for new technology to improve detection and removal. Many promising technologies are out there, such as spectral imaging, pheromone trapping, and environmental DNA. The University of Florida is one example of the many research groups that the district has been working with over the last 10, 20 years. UF's Everglades Invasive Reptile and Amphibian Monitoring Program, or IRAMP, it's easier to say, headed up by Dr. Frank Mazzotti, has the facilities, staff, and expertise to provide valuable scientific support to our agency's management program. We partnered with UF on this program since 2011, which has resulted in a significant increase in understanding patterns, habitat types, temperature tolerances, and impacts to native species. The primary purpose of IRAMP is to establish a long-term monitoring program for priority invasive reptiles. This includes determining status and trends of not only pythons, but tegus, Nile monitors, and other invasive reptiles. We recommend continuing that partnership via the contract renewal before you and a bolstering of the University of Florida's scope of work to include additional resources to handle the expanded program enhancements. And with that, staff recommend the following resolution, which is one of the longest resolutions we've had before you, to authorize the continuation of the district's Python elimination program with enhancements in response to Governor DeSantis' directive on August 7th by increasing the allocation of funds by $750,000 on a recurring basis, authorize the executive director or designee to enter into MOAs for access into state and or federal lands, and authorize entering into a 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewal options with the University of Florida for that IRAM program that I mentioned, in an amount not to exceed $900,000. And I'll take any questions.
Thanks. If we have public comment, let's do public comment first, and then we'll do questions.
Yes, sir, I have 4: Ian Bartizek, Amy Seawee, Drew Martin, and Bob Mooney.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Bartizek. I'm the Environmental Science Project Manager at the Conservancy of Southwest Florida in Naples. And since 2013, the Conservancy's had an active research and removal program for the Burmese pythons in the southwest portion of the state. During that time, we have radio tracked over 60 adult pythons, 28 hatchling pythons, and we have gathered some considerable understanding on their life history, behaviors, and their movements in that portion of the bioregion. Last month, we were honored to host the second meeting of the Interagency Python Management Plan, and yesterday, the governor made some announcements at the Conservancy campus, and I heard him talk even more on pythons, and that leadership's very encouraging. I'm here today in spirit of that communication that's ongoing through the Python Management Plan to offer our support for the continuation of these removal programs at the district and our colleagues at FWC as well. It's a very encouraging time, and we're optimistic that this surge of hunters and other protocols that will be implemented will make a difference. We are here to help and assist. We were the only NGO at the table during the Python Interagency Management Plans, and we have a lot to offer to the ongoing challenge before us. So building on that support and collaboration, we are here to help. We would like if in the future the district would consider supporting some of the research that we have ongoing in the Southwest. We see a synergy that can develop between the different removal programs. To date, the Conservancy has invested over $1 million for research and removal efforts in the Southwest. That information that we have, we can use to infuse in the current research and removal programs that are ongoing. And I appreciate that consideration, and we offer our support to the ongoing removal efforts. Thank you.
Hello, I am Amy Siwi, and I am currently an FWC Python contractor. And I think, first of all, to start off, I think it's fabulous that all of the entities and departments are coming together to try to get this figured out. And they're also seeking the opinions of the contractors, the guys and gals that are actually out there pulling these things out of the swamp. I think that's incredible. I had a lot of things to say today, and they've already handled most of them, so which is very good. The one thing that I will say that could be very useful is if there was more communication on the research between the entities, and I know that Ian touched on that, but even with the University of Florida and USGS and the contractors and all of the programs, because I think that sharing that information can be very helpful to the contractors that are in the field that are making some of these observations and, comparing it to what the data is talking about in the lab. I think that's very, very important. The other thing that I wanted to mention was when I first got here 6 months ago, five or 6 months ago, I specifically came down to Florida from Indiana to be part of the Python program, to see how I could be a part of this. I ran into a lot of roadblocks. I spoke with endless people, a ton of contractors, Park Service, executive leadership, all kinds of people to try to figure out what I need to do to be able to be a part of this. And the thing that I ran into is that there were a lot of people that didn't exactly know. They couldn't tell me where to go. They couldn't tell me what the rules were. And I think part of that is because with all of the land that is covered, there are so many different rules and regulations and laws for each different section that it makes it a little bit more difficult to keep it all straight. And I think that some exceptions need to be made for the contractors to make it a little more fluid throughout and more streamlined, to make it easier for us and to give us a little more leeway to be able to do what we need to do. So that is what I have to say, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Drew Martin, Luxetto Group of the Sierra Club. I support the resolution absolutely that you need to move forward, and I think we need to continue with the human people who are out trying to capture the stakes, and I think their success is great. Their increasing numbers may have more to do with the fact that there's more snakes. So I don't want to be, I'm an optimist, but I think we have to also be realistic. I don't think ultimately, though, human hunters are going to solve the problem, because this is really a problem that has to be dealt with scientifically. So I think the scientific angles, if you can create pheromones or some sort of chemical that attracts the snake, I think that's really the long-term solution, rather than having people just, randomly walking around trying to find snakes. Obviously, people are going to get better at it, but the reality is that the snakes are pretty good at hiding. So I think you're going to need dogs, other animals. A lady told me one time she was training crows to find snakes, and somebody said that the crows were capturing the wrong snakes or something. I don't know what the end result was. But I think, a crow, it'd cover a lot more room than a dog. It would be a lot safer out there because, of course, dogs are running the risk of being eaten by an alligator. So, this is a complex issue, absolutely. You need to continue with what you're doing, but I think the science is ultimately going to solve this more than anything else. And I think it may turn out that a biological vector or something may be your ultimate solution. But I encourage you to vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity. And like always, I have concerns.
My main concern is you're talking about 2, 3 entities of many entities that are involved in the python removal programs. You're not talking about the tribes. They control a lot of land, and they're very quiet about what they're doing. But hearing from Gene Duncan, they aren't letting the pythons roam their areas freely. I'm concerned too that, you know, we're talking hunting, and it's really a scientific removal process. And, you know, we need to get away from this dancing around snakes and grabbing them by the head and having them twist all over you and say, wow, you know, I'm Tarzan out here. You know, it does good for TV shows, but you need to kind of damper that down. And lastly, if you look at Ron's ears, one's shorter than the other because I've been chewing on it for 6 years about the fact that there needs to be a research area, 10, 15 acres, with 24/7 monitoring to know what the heck the snakes are doing. Because we know they travel quite a great distance, and there's just a lot about them that we just don't understand. And there's ways to attract them. There's no doubt of that. Thank you.
Thank you for the public comment. Is there board questions or comment? Mr. Olipich.
Mr. Feeney, thank you for coming forward. I don't know if you can back up on the slide to I think it was the first one you showed about, thank you. So I was just curious about the premium pay project lands.
Correct.
Water Conservation Area 1, I can't tell what, I guess those are STAs. That other one that's the A1 FEB, right there?
Right.
Okay,
SDA
there.
1, 2, 3, and then, yeah, right here.
Can you name them all again for me, please, or at least?
SDA 1, SDA 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
And then the far ones off to the side?
Over here, this is Corkscrew, over
Okay.
in Lee and Collier County.
Okay, great. So I'm just curious, what made them a priority? And are there breeding pythons in those areas as well? Or what was the motivation for that premium pay project term?
Right. So what happens is when the survey payments were set up at minimum wage of $8.46, just to help pay for fuel. So what happens is the contractors wind up going to places where they have more likelihood of finding these pythons, which has been the core population down here in Everglades National Park and along US 41, L28 tieback, and L67 A and C. There are known populations of pythons out west, but they have to drive further. So they're getting less for their money by driving out to those periphery areas. So we need to incentivize them, drive a little bit further. We are recommending $15 an hour to get out to those further areas, up to the northern parts of SDA 1, 2, and even Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge, where there has been a decrease in the small mammal population. There have been environmental DNA hits in that area, meaning that water and soil has been tested in the refuge, and it has tested positive for Burmese python DNA. So that, coupled with a decrease in mammal population in these areas, we need to get our forces out there. We need to get our contractors out there.
Right, and thank you for explaining that. And so Water Conservation Area 1, I've driven around there a little bit, but I'm not super familiar with it. So what are the communities that are to the east of there? Is that Broward County?
That would be Wellington, Palm Beach County, and on the very southern end would be Broward County.
Okay. And for instance, I live in Martin County, and I think that other map showed some dots of pythons
From
that have
Eric's
been found.
presentation.
But people have asked, how does it work? I mean, if there's not that much food left, if there's only 2% of the mammals in Everglades National Park, I mean, that's unbelievable. I mean, are they coming north? Are you guys putting people up there to hunt them where in the northern areas too, so they don't get to where there are some of those northern areas? Or
Right.
how do you determine that?
All the more reason to be hiring contractors regional to the northern reach. But yes, I think the Southwest Conservancy could tell you through their telemetry data that these pythons travel long distances, tens of miles, through open sloughs and through canals. So we have a strong number of contractors on the southern part of Miami-Dade, on the western part of Miami-Dade, and now through Big Cypress's efforts and the Southwest Conservancy efforts, we have more people, contractors working the West Coast. So to answer your question is that we need more efforts on that periphery to just contain that area. We know where the core population is, where it was established initially, but we need to also work that outer periphery through the efforts that I suggested.
So this is absolutely
Yes.
for everybody, even those who live north of the lake or where I live around the lake, and maybe even for people in Georgia, because we don't know if over time these snakes could adapt, like the sparrow, to living in places they never did before. So this is critical for everyone.
And the contractor program is just one facet of the toolbox. Just like I've been speaking to the governing board about our integrative pest management for invasive plants, how you use mechanical, prescribed fire, herbicide, and other methods. This is the same thing. We need an integrated approach to deal with invasive animals, particularly this one. We're going to need that technology on the periphery, using environmental DNA and radiotelemetry on the outer periphery. We need to look into pheromone trapping, and then we also need to deploy strategically our contractors that have turned out to be pretty darn effective when we find those populations. The chart that was showed, that Eric showed, where 8,000 snakes have been removed from the wild since 2000, about 25% of those snakes were caught in the last 2.5 years. So had we had this technology, these contractors 20 years ago, we'd probably be in a different place today.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Ms. Meeks?
Can we go to slide number 5 of the entire presentation? It's the one that has 2019 and it has all of the dots.
Yeah.
Okay. If you don't know it, I'm from Monroe County, right? So down in the Keys, we were surprised when this started happening to us. Everything happens to us, but we were surprised. You know, we've got lionfish problems, we've got Gambian rats, we've got problems. I had no idea that they have been found that far down, however, and that concerns me because of the key deer. If you haven't seen the key deer, you should see them. They're little, they're tiny, they're lovely, and they're endangered. They've had problems with diseases recently. They weathered Irma. Their numbers are down. That looks very close to me to key deer land, which concerns me because we're not talking about doing anything in Monroe County. But I also wanted to ask you about the dot that's in the ocean. Do you see that dot? Is that a real, right there, is that real? I mean, where, is that a mistake? I mean, I know that they travel through the water. See, we thought we were going to be safe because we were islands so far away, but we've got fishermen who are running over them with their engines, right? All of a sudden their engine cuts off, and it's because they've cut a big snake in two. And we have, and I don't want to waste your time, but I want to tell you that we had one situation in Key Largo where a couple had lived on a boat, on a liverboard that was anchored out in the water, and in the middle of the night, they heard their cat yowling, and the woman got up to find out what was wrong with her cat, and what was wrong with her cat was a python had gotten on their boat and was after their cat, which is just like my definition of a nightmare. Where are you going to go in the middle of the night when you've got a python on your liverboard? But want to remind you that we are down here, and I know that you are expanding into the bay. I caught that, which is excellent. Just don't forget about us, because we want the snakes gone too. Right? I'm curious to know what those numbers are, and you can tell me later. We knew that they were there. We just didn't know they were that far down.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Absolutely. Mr. Stone.
You haven't been forgotten. We're very vigilant. The refuge manager down at the Keys is plugged into this. When we hear reports on the Keys, we're very on that very quickly, and particularly in Key Largo, which kind of really represents the southern area.
Yes.
And there's a lot of, as you know, threatened and endangered species, rare species
are.
in the Keys. So, no, absolutely not. You're forgotten. So rest assured.
Okay,
I can't save you
good.
from the nightmare of the snake on the boat, but we are being vigilant.
Ron, I'm going to get you to teach me to hunt.
Is that dot for real?
Yeah, that
Yes.
dot out in the water, is that for real?
Yeah, it is.
Yes. It's on a buoy.
Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I thought it was a mistake.
Colonel Roman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The spirit of interagency cooperation that I'm witnessing this afternoon is really commendable. And I really, hats off to everyone involved with this, and with your leadership, Mr. Bergeron, as well. Because I think that this is the only way we're going to tackle some of our toughest challenges. I have a few questions. You used the term telemetry snakes. What exactly do you mean by telemetry snake?
It's gone by a few different terms: telemetry snakes, sentinel snakes. It's essentially surgically implanting a radio transmitter on the snake so you can track where it goes.
So the snake that has the transmitter is actually a living snake?
Correct.
How do you protect those snakes from the hunters?
I believe that the snakes are given a identifying tag. So most of the pythons that are captured are live captured. So by the time a contractor, either FWC or the districts, get that close, we hope that they will be able to see those identifying markers.
Is that the same as a Judas snake? I
Yes.
saw? Okay, so that's another term for that. How do you think is the best way to approach capturing the various pockets of research? You know, it seems like we're bringing all the hunters together. The Conservancy of Southwest Florida has a body of work that they have in terms of their knowledge about the python. I'm sure there's other agencies that do, well, they're nonprofit, but other agencies do as well. How is the best way to capture that, to bring that piece of this together? And also, one of the public comments was the contractor. You know, what's the clearinghouse for that source for information for those that want to get in the hunt, so to speak, and qualify and learn what's required? I think those are two pieces. Unless you are prepared to address them now, I'd like to hear that. If not, I didn't see it on the slides, and I was just wondering.
As far as soliciting new ideas, I think today is a perfect platform for that. The fact that I'm up here today talking about this with you, with our agencies, putting additional effort, funding, and collaboration will bring those parties to the table. I think we've been budget limited, so now that we have something before you to vote upon that will increase that funding, I think that that technology will naturally gravitate towards our program.
Because I see that the hunters are coming together, and the hunting platforms and the Park Service, the territory, so to speak, you've prioritized some of these areas. That's all really working well together.
Mm-hmm.
But there's folks that have been out there a long time.
Right.
And they've observed a lot, and they've captured a lot of information. And I think that the one comment that was made where the on-the-ground experience and knowledge with the research that's read, you know, those two need probably to come together at some point. So I'd ask you to consider a vehicle for that. I don't know what that is, but some way where folks can share ideas and it can bring the public together, the contractors and the researchers together, whatever.
That's a very good point. In fact, just 2 days before we had to lock down this building, we met with about 10 of the contractors from both FWC and the district for a listening session in Davie. We spent about 3 hours, instead of telling them what the program is going to be, hearing from them firsthand where we could make improvements. So we're doing just that. We're changing the way we communicate. We're now listening a lot more than we had before to our contractors because, like you said, they've been out there for so long. They know how to find these pythons, and they have definitely excellent suggestions how we can change our program in the future.
And it might be valuable once you develop what that unit is or that collaborating group, what that looks like, that there's some vehicle to communicate what you find to the public.
Right.
And that would, I think, be the loop that I'd like to see incorporated. But I'm really impressed with the interagency cooperation under the governor's, emphasis on getting rid of these invasive species. And thank you all for your work.
Thank you.
I think that the Southwest Conservancy, we need to meet with them kind of, and you may have already done that, Roy. Seems like they've done a lot on the, I think mostly females that attract the males with the GPS coordinates, and it seems like they have a very good program that we could maybe bring in other tools in the toolbox. And I think, I think it's important that the public understands how important the access into remote areas, working with the Park Service. And this isn't going to be the Wild West now. These are people that are experts, they're vetted properly, they're qualified, they're there for a purpose to remove an invasive snake that's right at the top of the food chain. A lot of the rules and the regulations that were set up a century ago did not take into consideration what we're faced with here. And it's my opinion that it's a very serious issue. And as we go forward, I hope that the environmental groups and the conservation groups understand the importance of removing the hunter. The hunter is the snake that is destroying all the wildlife. So we're not doing, I think it's a very serious issue, and the real hunter is the snake. And so I think we need to check into that and check into the what the Southwest Conservancy has done and have been quite successful from what I've seen. That may be another tool in the toolbox. And I do want to thank the Park Service, Justin and Pedro and Eric Sutton for their leadership, and also the governor and giving us the direction, and we can definitely make a difference, and we're going to do that. And I'm honored to be the point board member. Since nobody else wants to go out there and catch a snake, I'll be part of the team.
Chauncey caught snakes.
They were little.
Yeah.
Vice Chair Wagner.
I'm very encouraged to hear the presentation across the board today. First of all, I think you all have a total can-do attitude and are optimistic about going after it. I think it's encouraging to hear that there's sort of no borders, at least in your mind, with respect to agencies working with each other. I want to echo Colonel Roman's comments regarding you're going to have an interagency or group, no borders, so to speak, amongst how you transition between the two and working seamlessly. I think you have to absolutely positively incorporate the data that you're learning with the people who are on the ground. You have to give them that kind of intel to let them maximize what they're doing, because you know for sure you've already been operating under a constrained budget. God willing, you're going to continue to get more money and additional money to throw at it, but I think it's probably reasonable to assume you're never going to have a totally unlimited budget. So when you have people who are on the ground doing their thing on a day-to-day basis, we've got to maximize what they have in their brain so that they can actually incorporate that into what they're doing on the ground. One of the things I think in your presentations, to me, I've often thought about, how do you measure success? How do you know that you're actually doing well and these things aren't just totally outbreeding? And therefore, I think that in your message, if I had to give you, any sort of, because I thought it was very impactful to hear it today for me, and I think it sounded very correct, which I think you should take to other people when you're, giving your presentation, is that if we get more resources and we hone our detection skills and we're in the same area and we're coming up with less snakes, that's a good equation. That's a reasonable, I thought, a very logical way of saying we're having success. And I think that rang true for me today. It resonated for me and perhaps for other people here. And I think you should repeat that. To me, we obviously have a problem, and we're trying to elevate something where people may, publicly have seen this as kind of like, oh, there are some snakes out there kind of thing, where, they understand it, but maybe they don't take it with the seriousness or the gravity that they should. And as you're elevating that to a position where you want people to take this far more seriously, and we know that it is a serious problem, you also have to combine that with figuring out how to measure success. And that equation that you articulated today, I think, is a very, very good one that rings true. And I believe you can, when you're looking for additional dollars, people want to know, how do you measure success? And I think you need to, if you were going to take anything away from me and my comment to you, is I would never take that out of your presentation, because I thought it was a quality piece. Thank you.
Thanks. I'd like to thank you guys all for being here, particularly Mr. Sutton and Mr. Unger. And congratulations on 2,500. That's amazing. That really is awesome. I'm fully supportive of this, and I heard the governor loud and clear. He said, go catch pythons. We're going to do that. My concern is, and it's something that we can make go away, but we're going to have to work to do it because it's not going to come naturally, is we've got a federal agency, we've got a statewide agency, and we've got a regional agency. They have different cultures. So it's easy to sit here today and say, oh, yeah, we're going to make this work, but it's going to be some work. We're going to have to make it work. So when you say, we're going to have a seamless program, I'm going to hold you to that. It's going to have to be seamless ultimately. We're going to have seamless training, seamless access, seamless transport. Everyone's going to have to work together really well on this. And I know we're going to do it, and it's not just a money issue on this. I think it's just a little bit of a leadership issue, and I think that, seeing you all here today sends a strong message to me that you care very much about this, and I appreciate that. So I'm very supportive of this, and I think it's going to be, I can't wait to see a year from now where we are.
Mr. Chairman, and I know I'm going to repeat this, but it's really important that the public, the environmental groups, the conservation groups support the access, controlled access to this serious problem, and support our federal partners to get this thing under control. That is the key issue, because national parks do not allow hunting, and the way I see this, we're removing the hunter. And I know I'm repeating myself, and I apologize, but it's really important that we get the public's support and how serious this really is, and work along with Everglades National Park, the Big Cypress Preserve, obviously, and all our state agencies, and for them to understand that that's extremely important that we get their support. And I look forward to working with all the stakeholders to understand what we're doing with the Park Service and the FWC.
Yes, sir.
I just have a quick comment. So I just Googled, are they edible? I figured, come on, let's eat them. They are not edible, by the way. No, they're full of mercury, according to, if you can believe what you find on the internet. They are full of mercury, but that's not why I brought it up. The article says that large pythons sit securely at the top of the Everglades food chain. That they are the so just to support what you're saying, they are the apex predator that sits securely at the top of the Everglades food chain.
Hopefully not for long. Can I have a
Chairman,
motion?
if I could just make
Yeah, go
a
ahead.
comment. While there are only about 3 or 4 agencies represented today on this program, the interagency Python management plan development involves over about 12 entities. So we are bringing in other government, non-government entities to create that plan.
Great. Anyone like to make a motion on this resolution?
I would.
Great.
I move to approve.
I'll make a second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2019-0925. Is there any further discussion by the board? Hearing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you all very much for being here. We'll go to Ecological Conditions Report with Mr. Glenn.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having me. At the moment that I was asked about the Cape Sable Seaside Sparrow and I didn't have the information on the tip of my fingers, I quickly reached out to staff and I have just some information on you about their breeding season. It's March 1st to July 1st, to July 15th. It can protract out to August 15th. They need about 90 days of consecutive dryness in order to nest. They nest about 6 inches above the substrate in the marsh grasses. That's why inundation is so critical to their success. If those nests are inundated while the hatchlings or the eggs are still in the nest, that's problematic. The reason for the protection period is because this is a short-lived species. It only lives about 3 years. And being at the critical numbers that they're looking to get about 2 to 3 nesting attempts within that season. So that's, it takes about 2 weeks for the eggs to hatch. It takes about another 2 or 3 weeks for the birds to fledge the nest. But they want to have the ability for them to nest several times during the season, up to 3 times during the season, because the numbers are so low. So that was just some information that we dug up really quickly for you.
Thanks.
Do you have any data on, we've been closing these gates, that the population is increasing in Zone A or decreasing by virtue of shutting the gates?
If y'all would like, I can come back because I was provided a table of the trends over the past 10, 15 years for all of the different subpopulations. So if in my next update, if you wanted an update on this, I could provide that, or I could just get that information to y'all
If you could just send it, that'd be great.
Certainly. Okay. We're going to start up at the top of the system in the Kissimmee. And usually I show where we were last year, then I show where we were last month, and I show where we are this month. I wanted to show you basically how the system functions currently, and what we're seeing is in July, about end of July, the floodplain's pretty dry, and we have about 700 CFS coming down the river. And only a month later, we have 6,000 CFS coming down the river, and it's inundated from tree line to tree line, which can be 1 to 2 miles in width. And then only a couple of weeks later, now we're going down to 1,300 CFS, and the floodplain is quickly drying out. Ecologically, this is not good, but we are in an interim period right now. So this construction is not complete. We haven't implemented the appropriate hydrology, but so right now it's not a real big deal for the ecology. But once construction is complete, and we say restoration is complete because you've done the physical part and you've done the headwaters implementation to provide the hydrology, this is not the type of hydrology that you want to see. So right now, we're dealing with flood control, and that's very important. But from an ecological standpoint, it doesn't allow the floodplain to slowly fill with water that is appropriate, for the water to stay there for the appropriate period of time, for the bugs and the wildlife to use it, and then for it to recede very slowly back into the river channel. which creates the drying pools that the wading birds then come and use. So this is ecologically not beneficial. But it is all really a relic of this current regulation schedule. So here's the line that says above this line you have to release for flood protection. Below the line, currently we are allowed to release for environmental conditions. But here we are at the end of July where you saw it was about 700 CFS. And then we had this real big rain event from the upper basin filling in these lakes, and we went above the regulation schedule. So that's why we had to go from about 700 CFS to about 6,000 CFS. Because we're trying to move all that water in conjunction with preparing for the storm. So we're moving all this water out of the system. I want to show you, I talk quite often about headwaters. What is headwaters? This is the new regulation schedule that will come with Kissimmee River restoration. So we talk about a high pool elevation of 54. The lowest elevation is 52.5, which is currently the highest pool elevation. So if this was the regulation schedule that we were working under, if we started to have this type of ascension rate, we wouldn't have to release mass quantities downstream to the river, which hurts it ecologically. That also ends up very quickly in Lake Okeechobee when Lake Okeechobee is filling up. So that's kind of the premise of why we're trying to do this. And what happens is you'll hear about storage in Kissimmee, Cypress, and Hatchinaha. And there's about 100,000 acre-feet of water in between these two lines. And that water is, the purpose of that water is to provide to the Kissimmee River in a manner that was very natural, like it did historically. So when we get this implemented at the end of construction, 2020, then that flashiness that I just showed you should be ameliorated. And an implication for that, we have this, in this picture alone, there's 27 snail kites using just this one little treed area in the floodplain in the Phase 3 area. 2 weeks ago, there was a count of 203 snail kites using the Kissimmee floodplain in the restoration area. You may know that we've had tremendous nesting success in Lake Okeechobee. We've had tremendous nesting success in the Kissimmee Upper Basin lakes. And it seems that the Kissimmee floodplain has become a summertime foraging area. And I'll show you the reason for that. It's because of the exotic apple snail. So this is the food source now currently of the snail kite. And these are in great numbers in the floodplain when the floodplain is inundated. So here's a couple of snail kites seen with their forage in a tree. And that's the reason why this is being utilized so heavily. Moving down to Lake Okeechobee, we see over just the past month, we've had a rate of rise that's been from 12.2 to 13.9. So that's a real large increase in the amount of water that was there. Somewhere I'm going to get to in a second was where I'm going to show you some vegetation that's growing along this fringe right here. But what I want to show you right here, here's the rocky reef. And when elevations are 13 feet or below, this pelagic water is pretty much kept separate from this nearshore water. As we go above 13, which we are now, we start having exchange of that water. So where we've talked about, I have talked about in the past several months, how clear this water has been around the edge and how good that is for the vegetation growth. As elevations increase, this turbid water starts to mix in here. So not only do you have increasing depths that might hinder plant growth, but you also have more turbid water that is not going to have light penetrate as deep for plant growth. So when I get to those slides, just think about where that rocky reef is and this type of process that's occurring.
How high is the reef?
It doesn't break the surface. I mean, unless you go really, really, really shallow. Okay. So it's there, but it's enough of a penetration because if you think of deep water trying to move, it's enough of a barrier to keep it from moving in. Okay, we look at the cyanobacteria bloom potential in these maps. We see at the end of August, down here in the bottom, there was a pretty substantial bloom. I do have some data for that we just got. I'll have to present next time. We're always in a lag of where we are with our chlorophyll data and our microcystin data. But currently, we're seeing that kind of subside. Remember these colors, it's really those oranges and really bright yellows that says there's a bloom occurring. And these are a little more baseline, and it's not always completely visible. So I always report about a month back on what we're doing chlorophyll data to say a bloom. So here, if we're above 40 micrograms per liter, remember that's a bloom condition. So here's several that are getting pretty high, and that's Kissimmee up here at the top. It's LZ2, which is, where is LZ2? It's up here at the top as well. And then Culvert 10A is over on this side. So that's where we're seeing some elevated sites. And then here's ones that are definitely in bloom condition. So Poles Out over here and L001. So in this picture, you can see that coincides where the brightest colors are for the mapping that we get from NOAA.
May I please ask you a question?
Certainly.
I know that these satellite maps are not 100%, but a good guide. If you do think that something is definite, like that up in the north area, do we contact like the city of Okeechobee? I mean, isn't there a water source out of the northern part of the lake? How do we help protect people's water sources, or is that not our responsibility?
No, really the area that uses the intake for water supply out of Lake Okeechobee is really down here.
Really?
Yes, and this is where the Kissimmee River comes in, right here.
I'm confused.
And that's
So
for
who gets their?
That's for Clewiston, correct? Do they? Okay. I'm sorry. John says
okay.
yes, they definitely get their water supply from Lake Okeechobee.
I'm sure it's okay.
Yeah.
So that doesn't. So how does it work though? I mean, do we have any
When
communication?
we are out sampling, which we have people out sampling regularly on our just in-lake monitoring that we do, if they see a bloom, they take a sample and they send it to FDEP. We also have, and I took your question about the helicopters, if we were to see anything there, our helicopters really don't fly over the lake unless they have floats, so they cannot. But anybody that sees a bloom is definitely pushed to FDEP to report to that, and FDEP will immediately send staff out to monitor and take a sample in that location.
Okay, so once again, it's the responsibility of the city or whomever, just like it would be a person, to go to the Florida Department of Environmental Protection for those things.
Exactly.
Thanks.
Exactly. And then for microcystin, our detection level is 0.2, and we have a couple of areas up in Kissimmee again, down here at Culvert 10A, where we had microcystin levels that were slightly elevated. But below detection limit. Now, Ms. Meads had asked for what is the recovery that we were hoping to see with the aquatic vegetation because the lake levels were low at the beginning of the summer. So if you look at last year, total SAV was very bleak at 5,000 acres. In the sampling that we've done to date so far, we're seeing 21,000 acres of SAV, and these green areas are where SAV was present. If I was to show you this same map, this whole area is red from last year. One thing to note, 17,500 acres of this is this substance called Chara. Chara isn't a vascular plant, it's a microalgae, but it's one that can grow very rapidly when it sees the conditions are appropriate. And it's kind of a pioneer species, so if it can go in and grow, it can kind of stabilize sediments, it can make the conditions better for the vascular plants, the ones that we think of as SAV, like pondweed or hydrilla, which can be a good one, coontail, to come in behind it and then colonize itself. So this is you see this happening and you say, hey, that's great. So here's the tape grass coming in behind it in about 1,200 acres. The thing that we are worried about, though, is because of that really rapid rise in the lake from 12.2 to now almost 14 feet, is are we going to put too much water on top of this newly growing vegetation to not allow light penetration to get to it? But as John showed in his slide, that we're kind of tabling off. We're not on that high end. So we might lose some of this in the deeper area, but in the upper area, we expect that to maintain until next summer.
Are we going to
So it's a pretty good year if you look from 5,000 last year to a four-fold increase to 21,000 acres of submerged aquatic vegetation this year.
I have a question before we move on.
Certainly.
Do you have some type of, maybe a scale or a chart that shows when the lake level is at a certain height, how far into the marsh the lake level extends?
We do, and we can get that to you, because that's a really interesting point. When you have high elevation, you're at 15 feet basically at the berm, at the levee that goes around the lake. The marsh comes out, and it goes down to about elevation 12, maybe 11.5, and once you hit that, the marsh is going to start to dry. And then as you come down off of that, you're going into the deeper bowl of the lake. But I can get that to you that shows this is the extent of marsh that would be elevated at a certain stage, to which you go to the bulrush fringe, and then you go to open water. I would be happy to provide that.
Because closer to the dike should be moistened by rainwater much of the time, right? As opposed, depending on what part of the lake you're at.
Certainly.
That's right.
But when you think of the edge of the marsh being inundated, you're at 15 feet. It takes 15 feet of stage to actually reach the edge of the levee.
Thank you.
Typically, yes, ma'am.
I got one question.
Yes, sir.
You're saying the marsh area is dry at 12 feet, 11, 12?
11, I mean, once you're getting down below 11 and a half, you're starting, a lot of the marsh is dry.
Okay.
You're going to have depressional areas, especially right in here in Moonshine Bay. So that's a general, answer. There are going to be parts that have a lower elevation within the marsh that is going to hold water, and you have those drying pools. But for the bulk of the marsh, that's your elevation at which it's no longer going to be inundated.
So if you're at 14 feet, you have about 2 foot of water in the marsh?
You're doing well. Yes,
Okay. So if you're at 16, 17 feet, you got 5 feet of water in the marsh?
Depending on where you are. Some of the lower levels of the marsh may have very high water in it, yes.
Yeah, well, that's not a wetland anymore.
Correct. You
Okay.
lose your marsh and wetland function
Right.
when water gets that high.
So we're always talking about what is water level and should be in the lake, and I think we have to focus on what is the proper water level for the environment.
And you'll hear us speak very often of the 15 and a half to 12 and a half to 12. That range. That's where you're getting the top of the marsh inundated to about, the bottom of the marsh inundated. So you stay within that range, water's going to fluctuate, and it's going to produce the ecosystem services that a marsh does.
Yeah.
You
And I
go
think
too high, it's bad. You go too low, it's bad. Periodically, can it do that? Sure.
Yeah,
You know,
that's the key.
They can, habitats are very resilient. But if you if you stack water on there for too long of a period, years and years, bad. If you go too low for a long period, bad.
Yeah.
You need that fluctuation.
How long does that subaquatic vegetation need to be there to mature enough to provide that filtering function that we're looking for?
If we could get this to stay for, over the dry season and be there again for next year and establish itself, that would be great. That's what you're looking for. But it's going to be a function of what happens over the winter. During the winter, we get winter storms. The water becomes very turbid. If that water gets very deep, if we were to go to 15, above 16, then you're going to create a condition in which the new growth is not going to make it to that next summer growing season. So it's all about...
You're looking for basically 2 solid growing seasons, and that will create...
It does, as long as not another catastrophic event comes that, that wipes it out. Yes, sir.
Because you can't get the sunlight at 4 foot of water in a marsh. Is that kind of the,
Not unless the water is very clear.
right?
Yes, sir.
Are these conversations that we're having with the Corps, are we working with the Corps this way? Are we saying, regardless of the schedule, we really want this vegetation it's in everybody's best interest for this vegetation to come back. Let's work together to
What is really great about the relationship we have with the Corps currently is every Tuesday we meet at 11 o'clock, and it's called the environmental conditions meeting. We have our scientists, our water management, our group, their water managers, their scientists, and we go through the system from top to bottom, and we talk about what are water conditions like in each part. What's it like in the Kissimmee chain of lakes, the Kissimmee River, in the estuaries, within Lake Okeechobee, down through the water conservation areas, Everglades National Park, into both bays. And we talk about what would be best. What can we do? Typically, the way the system is organized now, to have optimal conditions in one place, sometimes you're harming another. But we will look at it and say, you know, this one has been under duress for so long. Can we do something operationally that can help it? While we might be impacting the other one just a little bit, but it's going to be okay. So we go through that process every week where we make recommendations based on each ecosystem. Now, how that information rolls up, they also have a 2 o'clock call where they get information from the public, and then they also have needs that they have to meet from a flood protection standpoint. But our science is brought to bear on those decision makings based on, you know, what is the dire need of each ecosystem. So it is considered. We will be doing in the fall, where that last one was, we sample all of these different grids, and it's a very time-consumptive process. But in both the spring and the fall, we look at transects, where we do that sampling again, and we measure biomass, and we measure the height of the plant. And what we expect to see this fall when we finish these is what type of recruitment did we get over this past season. And we'll be able to compare that to trends that we've seen in the past. Looking at what is going on in the St. Lucie estuary, if you're looking at releases in August and that whole rain event, we had releases up to 4,000 CFS going down the St. Lucie, and this is all from basin flow. This is no releases from the lake. Currently, we're at about 2,000, and what you've seen here is, here's the salinity gradient, where we had between 15 to 18 down to about the US 1 bridge, and then we had 18 to 30 down to about the inlet, or to the entrance into the Indian River Lagoon. This is great for oysters. This here, which we're looking at 5 to 18, is not as good. So you've seen the salinity drop from the good zone down into the fair zone. And as we get into the data and we look at what's going on with oysters, during the period where we had this back here is a 14-day moving average of salinity at the US 1 bridge. And you see when salinities are in this area of about 12 to about almost 25 for a long period of time, it creates a wonderful opportunity for reproduction. So spat numbers, these are the numbers of the very small, these are spat over here, the little baby oysters that they collect off of shells that are hung in the water. Those are great numbers. We're going up here into the good range. So we're saying if you have 5 spat per shell, that's really great from a reproductive standpoint. So these bars are up and out of the top of the graph at 8.9 and 10.59 because salinity was very good for that condition. Where we've seen the salinity drop here in our next sampling, I would anticipate that that number will come down. When you look at densities, the same way. This is where they go out and they look at, count the number of live and dead oysters and how dense they are. Because of this nice continuous salinity gradient, you have a very good success in the adults growing and increased density. We go to the other side in the Caloosahatchee River. Here we have, again, basin inflows from the August rains going up to 10,000 CFS coming down the Caloosahatchee River. I've talked about gradients before. As long as you have one, it's good. But how long it stays there is also can tell you, is that good or is that not good? And currently we have a almost continuously fresh stretch of the Caloosahatchee River all the way down to Cape Coral. From an oyster perspective, which is down here at this end, it's pushing that out of that good range down here for the Cape Coral site, but the Shell Point and the Sanibel site are still on the good. So this is where it's a good thing in your environment if you have different places where an organism lives. So if you are an oyster and you can handle salinities all the way up into here, and you have different areas that under some conditions it's going to be good, and under some conditions it's not going to be as good. As long as you have someone downstream that can hold the population, this population is going to stay intact. But what this sets up now is if there was blue-green algae in this system, it is completely fresh. And so that would be an opportunity for blue-green algae, which is a freshwater species, to do pretty well. It's not there, and I'm not trying to be alarmist. I'm just saying when we do entirely freshen 2/3 of the estuary, if algae was to be present, this is the time where the temperatures are hot, sunlight length, day length is long. If the nutrients are there, you would have that opportunity. But we're not having releases from the lake right now. There's not anything coming off of the landscape in any great form or fashion that we've seen from an algae component, so we're not seeing that issue. But this is just one of the things we think about. When the estuary starts to go very, very fresh, that could possibly happen. Looking at oysters down here on this end, so you have two different places that we're looking. We're looking at Iona Cove here, and we're looking at Bird Island over here. So the scales are a little bit different in here. But here's the good, where we want to have, from a spat, we want to have at least about 20 or above for this side, because this side just does a lot better with oysters. The salinity is coming down from 20 to about 5, so we're not seeing real high numbers. But down here further downstream, where it stayed a little more saline, the conditions are good, and we've had more spat. Looking at it from a density function, here we have salinities, which are in a really great range from about 10 up to almost 20. And so we've had a really good, dense oyster population currently. Down here, I asked, look, here, this looks great. Why is this so bad? We have high salinity. But the reason that I was provided with why these numbers aren't high is because we're also almost a little too saline. So we allowed the marine predators to come in and start to consume the oysters that are there. So where we've seen some really good production, right here we're just in a spot where it might be a little too saline. When we look at our next number, because that has decreased, that predation is probably decreased as well, and we'll see an increase in the population. Moving to the stormwater treatment areas, to date we have taken 7,700 acre-feet of water through the STAs. And of total flow of 600,000 acre-feet of water through the STAs. We are still in conditions where the vegetation is stressed. When we were looking to move water south, and that water has to go through the STAs, we were looking at cells, what cells can handle it, what cells can't handle it based on the vegetation types that are there. So we're looking at on a week-by-week basis. We understand that we need to push some water through them currently, but we want to make sure that we don't, make a condition that's so detrimental to the vegetation that's already stressed that it's not going to be able to return. So we're making sure that while we do need to move some water south, let's also consider the vegetation that's in there now and make sure that it doesn't become overstressed so it can't function the way it's supposed to. Going down to...
I'm sorry, may I please ask a question?
Certainly.
Back up. Thanks. So, I always have to ask again because I forget. These are water years, these numbers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so 7,700 acre-feet of water has come from Lake Okeechobee, and the rest of it has come from the Everglades agricultural area.
It's from the surrounding area that inflows of runoff. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you do the math for me? What is that percentage?
It's about 10%, isn't it?
What is the goal percentage?
1. It's 1%.
So what is the goal? What's the goal percentage? It seemed like it was 20% at one point. That was my goal anyway. Or
I know it from a volume standpoint, and I believe that they were designed Originally, they were looking at a higher number, but currently, I believe it's 60,000 acre feet that they are designed to take from the lake. So if you look at this, you know, you've got about 53,000 acre feet more to go through the year to take water from the lake.
Okay. I always want to stick up for the lake. Thank you.
Certainly. You'll notice that all of the cells are above their target depths, but as we look at this and see if this is going to cause any harm, we'll try to bring those levels down. Going down to Biscayne Bay, oh, they changed my slide on me. I was trying to help y'all out by putting this nice green area below the maximum preferred salinity range, so you would see green is good. And red, if it goes above the red, that's bad. But there we go. I just had to hit the bar one more time. So here you're seeing inflows. This is the inflow and discharge into Biscayne Bay. And you'll see when discharge goes up, salinity comes down. So right now with salinity discharge tapering off, salinity is starting to go up, but still it's not even at 30 yet. So it is 5 salinity units away from its maximum preferred range. Looking at water depths in the Everglades, it looks really good compared to last month. It's filled up a little bit. This area at the top of water of this, this is the top of, John, what is the top of this? 3, thank you. I'm sorry, it went right out the window. I apologize. This is the area that we are concerned with. If it dries out too much, the peat soils become exposed and has a risk for fire. So when these start to dry, we get a little concerned, and you can see that those have wetted up nicely. So for water conditions within the Everglades right now, we think that they ecologically are pretty good. Coming down into the 5 creeks that go into the eastern Florida Bay, here's your red line here. If it's in the green, it's good. You're seeing this is looking at the 365-day moving sum of these 5 creeks for the MFL, and currently it's at 180,000 acre feet, which is above the 105,000 acre feet that would trip the minimum flow and level threshold. Below, looking at this station right here at Taylor River, this is where we look at the 30-day moving average of salinity. And salinity levels, because it's a 30-day moving average, it's been 0 for most of August until the storm came, in which we had a storm surge which pushed saline waters back up into these creeks. But because they were 0 for so long, that it's up to only about 4 PSU currently. But that's good. It's supposed to be pretty fresh along here during the rainy season, and that's what we're seeing. Coming down into, you saw a lot of this from Fred yesterday, Dr. Sklar, and what this is the 50th quartile range, so from the 25th percent quartile to the 75th quartile, as long as this is over a period of record from 2000 to 2016, as long as salinity is maintaining itself within this road, we think it's good. There was a red line right here at 40, and that's where we say that the system becomes hypersaline. Currently, it's at about 32 PSU, so it's fine for this time of year. Down here, looking at chlorophyll, Fred went through this, and he talked about how after large hurricane events, which is what these orange bars are, we see chlorophyll levels spike, and then they fall back down. This is the numeric nutrient criteria of 2.2, and currently the last sample that was taken was slightly elevated, but not tremendously elevated. And then the last slide I'll show you. Last month when I came, there is actually a red line right here, which you can't see because it's in this groove between the screens. But down here you can see it, and that's where we said above 40 PSU is hypersaline. I came to you last month, and values for both the nearshore and the offshore were elevated, and they were about 38. They were high. And I said, hopefully with the rains that we were seeing, we would start to see flow coming freshwater flow coming over the landscape and freshen up Garfield Bight and Terrapin Bight. And that's what you've seen. So last month, where they were both the same, now the near shore has dropped and has freshened the way that we would like to see it. And I'll end with this is a killdeer, and it's protecting its eggs, which you can barely see back here in the back, and from the predator who is the photographer taking its picture. So I thank you, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Thanks, Mr. Glenn. Any questions? Good job. Ms. Heater?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. The monthly financial report that you have in your package is through the month of July, through July 31st. We have collected all of our ad valorem tax revenue, and actually about $1.4 million of additional over what we had budgeted. We collected an additional almost $16 million in intergovernmental, and I just got word from staff yesterday that we're about to send up another $10 million next week. Our investment earnings are, again, outperforming, in accordance to this time last year. So everything looks very positive on your revenue side of the house, and there are no real anomalies to discuss.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thanks, Kate. Ms. Kopp?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a brief bit of positive news to share with you that we got out of the First District Court of Appeal on Monday with the Amendment 1 case. As many of you may recall, the trial court back in 2018 did come out with an opinion that would have severely restricted the use of those Amendment 1 funds to the detriment of many of the district's projects, including those related to Everglades restoration. The First District Court of Appeal did overturn the major component of that decision, which will allow those funds to be used for those types of projects. It does have to go back to the trial court for a little bit of further deliberation, but overall, the parameters that the first DCA set for the trial court to review it, I think will yield very positive results for us and for the district and for Everglades restoration. And there is an opportunity for the parties to appeal the decision. We'll be watching that very, very closely and monitoring it and reporting out to you with any major developments. But that's good news for us and good news for our budget.
Thanks very much. Are any questions from Ms. Kopp?
Good news for the environment, too.
Thanks. Mr. Bartlett?
All right. Thank you, Board. I've got a number of things for you. So I'll just go through the list. The first thing is what we had posted for you is our list of projects that we submitted to the Department of Environmental Protection for their consideration on use of the funds that Governor DeSantis got for them for alternative water supply. So $40 million was requested by Governor DeSantis. It was appropriated to DEP, and they asked the district by August 30th to send them a list of projects for them to consider and rank. All 5 water management districts did it. Mark Elsner and his team, raise your hand, you guys are great, went through a very fast process to ask folks for projects, get them, vet them, rank them, combine them, bucket them, and get them into a format that DEP can consider for funding. We got 64 submittals to us. They looked at them. The basic ranking criteria is readiness to proceed, bang for the buck, and maximizing match. So they look at those. Is it a ready project? Do we understand it? Did they provide benefits? And of those, 38 ranked out as good projects to submit to DEP for consideration. That totaled about $15 million requested of DEP, and if that was received, it would leverage into $155 million worth of projects. So good match on the side of the district, and 84 million gallons per day of water produced. So that's what alternative water supply is all about. We've got areas that are restricted from their allocations, so they have to go to alternative sources, right? And so it's either like treating wastewater, treating it to a higher condition, using it for irrigation or water cooling or things like that, or going to a different water source, you know. And so it's a lot of good projects. Really proud of the team, and we have heard from DEP that we did a good job with our submittal. We'll see how it turns out, and I'll let you know. Also, we got 56 comments on our strategic plan. We've ranked them, organized them, they're not ranked. We've organized them, distributed them out. What we'll do is do a response to comments. You know, okay, good comment, we'll edit the strategic plan. Good comment, you know, we'll respond to it this way, but we'll give a response to every single comment. We're getting some good feedback from the board on organization, content of the strategic plan, so I really appreciate that. Looks like we'll be bringing a draft strategic plan back to the board in November after we go through our vetting process. So I appreciate that. Starting in the next couple of weeks, definitely not next week, maybe the week after, I'll start, the leadership team will start looking at RAC nominations. So if there's anybody out there that still is interested in applying for the RAC, please do so soon. I've been told there's about 40 applicants so far, but we'll start looking at those in a couple of weeks. I had an update on the A2 Stormwater Treatment Area EA Reservoir Project. Ms. Thurl-Liptrich actually already gave it. But, Sean tells me that messaging is repeating yourself, so I'm going to repeat it anyway. So as she said, we are out there doing all the geotech, doing all the surveys, making sure that we have all the data we need to do a robust design, not only on the STA, but on the reservoir itself. And so we've got that going on coming in. At the same time, there's a lot of modeling work going on when you stack water in an STA or a reservoir, how you control seepage, you know, and how you design it so you can control seepage. So a lot of that modeling is also going on. We should get a lot of the topo surveys, a lot of the geotech in September, and a lot of that seepage modeling will continue in September. But really in October is when we're going to solicit for a contract for site rep. You recall we applied for a permit, site prep, for clearing and grubbing for that northern canal. We haven't gotten that permit yet. I'll get to that later. But we are going to go ahead and get that contract going so that we will be ready for when that permit arrives. That'll happen in October. We'll also be getting the preliminary design for that northern canal. We can use that preliminary design to apply for more permits from DEP, and I think it's DEP, right? From DEP for construction of that northern canal. We'll definitely have the final design for that canal and get that solicitation going in January for the actual construction of the canal. Again, subject to permits and other things. By March, we'll have a preliminary design for the entire STA. And we can use that to apply for permits and start to get that rolling so that we can then keep going towards final design, bidding a construction contract, and getting that under the way by the end of 2020. So that's our schedule. Some of the, constraints or obstacles we have to overcome. With respect to the leases, those conversations are going great. I have no worry that those will not represent an obstacle for this project. In talking with the Colonel and the Corps of Engineers, I'm a little more worried on that side. You may recall they gave us a letter that said we will commit to getting a project partnership credit agreement and permits by May, And if you heard me in our schedule, we're way ahead of May. So we have been talking with the Colonel and the Corps about, hey, do you have to wait till May? Can you break pieces apart to get things done earlier so that we can get permits to get rolling on this? He has looked at that. They are working towards trying to get the NEPA, national, what is it, Jackie? NEPA, EIS, all these kind of environmental hurdles done in maybe the December, January timeframe, he says. That's what they're shooting for. But certainly their deadline is May. And so that's one of those obstacles I'm a little bit worried about. But that's not going to stop us. We are not going to be the obstacle. We're going to get our contracts ready, get everything ready to go. And so that's the kind of thing we're working with that reservoir project. The C-43, the contractor is moving their equipment out to the site. You know, we're going to, yes.
I'm sorry, I have
Sure.
a question, please. So, sorry, just to repeat myself here.
Mhm.
So the first thing we did was put in for a permit with the Department of Environmental Protection, right? For the STA or the intake canal? Is
Both-
that right?
Yeah, both DEP and the Corps of Engineers, they both need to give us permits.
Okay, but they're separate permits.
That's
And we
correct.
received the one from DEP, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, can you explain to me, I mean, what, like, when I was a real estate agent, okay, I spent my life, I mean, I always said I may have never sold all the most real estate or the most expensive real estate, but I never had one deal fall apart in 10 years.
Wow.
Because I followed it up like a bloodhound. You
Mhm.
know, did you put your money in escrow? Have you started on your, you know, you have to do that to keep the deal together. So, I mean, what is it that we have to do to keep the deal together with the Army Corps? What does it mean that
Right.
we're waiting? What are we waiting for? What does the contract look like? What are the guideposts that we can know we've achieved something?
Right.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that. I feel like the permit component about clearing land, I mean, this is something we do every day. So I
Mhm.
find it difficult to believe that there's some sort of holdup behind getting a permit like that. I mean, we're
Right.
not asking to build a rocket ship to go to, we're asking to do things that we've done before repeatedly, which is part of our core competency.
Right.
This should, to me, is one of those things that should be, here's the permit, they go like this, okay, here it is, signed, thanks very much, go do your thing.
Right. I mean, so when you were talking with Leslie and Ms. Thurlippitt, you heard about the back and forth that we're having to do with the Corps of Engineers because they have these questions, we have to provide answers, they have these questions, we have to provide answers, but it gets to every checkbox we have to make in that permit application. I'm not trying to defend the Corps, but John, I don't know if you want to go through sort of all the most difficult boxes to check when getting a Corps permit.
All right, so, Mr. Wagner, you talked about, we've done this before, we do this all the time. But even in that, you've got to go through the National Environmental Policy Act, and you've got to demonstrate the purpose and need. So the purpose and need of the clearing and grubbing that Drew was talking about is to build a stormwater treatment area, okay? So that purpose and need has got to go through all of those check boxes for the National Environmental Policy Act through an environmental impact statement. That's the document that the Corps of Engineers is currently working on, where Drew had said we received that letter. They committed to have it done at least by May of 2020, but they're pushing hard and leaning forward to try to get it closer to December or January. So it's all of the environmental impact statement, the socioeconomic analysis, the dam safety analysis, the seepage analysis that Drew talked about. What are the environmental effects of the project? All of that stuff is what they're currently working through.
And I'm aware of that, but we've got 6 STAs that are already up and running, and we haven't met our Q-bells. So, I mean, it doesn't seem like you have to get real scientific about the fact that another STA in the process is a real helpful component on an environmental impact level. I just find it hard to believe that they, you know, at the 7th time you're working through your, you know, another STA, or the 8th time, whatever it is, it's not a little bit easier than having to start all over again.
It's frustrating.
So,
It's
you
frustrating.
know, I think the best balm for all things in life is the truth. You know, just having to know how things work. And I learn more every day that I don't know how things work, even though I think I kind of do. So, like, I'm asking you honestly, and I didn't ask Ms. Waugh this because, you know, I try to limit my questions to her. I don't know her as well as I know you.
Sure.
So is all of this happening because, I mean, you had like SEP, and SEP was a separate thing, kind of what I mentioned today, and then you had the EAA reservoir, and it was incredible. That got championed through, and like a miracle, it like went through all of these things, and it appeared like everything was like, okay, you know, we're done, awesome, but we're actually not done.
Yep.
Because somehow or another, the politics, tell me if I'm wrong, okay? The politics got ahead of the science. Is that correct? So like, it's unreal. We got, all, you know, all of the, everything we ever dreamed of happened, but the Corps is still sitting there in the back, and they're kind of like, you know, we are not at peace with all of this yet. You know, we have to make sure all these changes work. We have to make sure the STA is the right size for whatever this reservoir ends up being, you know. So are those the things, see, I thought all that stuff was worked out. But, and it's okay if it's not. We have what we need to get it done. That's the most important thing. But I need you to talk to me. I need you to really tell me what we need and, you know, how the politics and the science kind of make this, it's not just a checklist. It's not as easy as we want. And the public needs to know this too. And then once we know what the truth is, we can figure it out. We can push harder. We can figure out where to go with it. But right now, it's like this mystery. And it's like even a mystery to someone like me who beats my head against the wall for this 24 hours a day, and I still don't know the answers. You know, so if you could please really tell me how this works, it would help so much. And I'm not saying you're not. I think you're just used to being an agency person, and you don't quite give us all the information. You know, I want the information.
Yeah, it's one of those, I'm trying to be efficient with information, so it gets lost, right? So let me start back with the authorization, okay? Because when the district did a great job pulling together the post-authorization change report, okay? So they pulled it together. It was so thick. It had so much information, got it to the Corps. A lot of advocacy happened to make sure that it got through the Corps. They did a review. It got through the Corps and submitted to Congress in time for 2018 WRDA. Okay, so that was the important thing to get done. As part of that process, the Corps crafted a memo that had 10 or 12 questions that they had, you know, and I can't reiterate the 12 questions they had, but there were various questions they had remaining about the project. And so Congress recognized that there was 12 questions. Do you know how many? About 12? About 12. 12 questions they had. And so Congress said, all right, we grant you your 12 questions. You got 90 days to answer those questions. So they authorized a WRDA bill that gave the Corps 90 days to do their validation report on those questions, okay? And so that got passed. It got signed by the president, right? So that got passed. The Corps looked at that and said, that's unreasonable. We can't do that in 90 days. We're going to take 19 months. And so those 19 months is what they're doing, going back and forth with us, and embedded in that 19-month asking of those questions is an environmental impact statement. And so it's kind of all balled together. They're trying to do their validation report, and that's the 19 months ends in May, okay? And so they're trying to get that done, which involves questions about water quality. Will the STA work? You know, it involves questions about dam safety, right? Which I think they've gotten through that piece. So they've gotten through that piece. So I think the remaining questions is water quality, and that might be, I guess, endangered species and some of those, and cost share, right? And so water quality and cost share have to do with the STA, right? So they're working through those, and in order to get to the other side and get comfortable, they have to do the environmental impact statement and the NEPA analysis, National Environmental Policy Act. So the NEPA and an EIS is needed for the permits. This validation report is probably needed for the pre-project cooperative agreement, right? So that we can have cost share agreements. So when we start construction, it goes to our ledger, all right? So those are the things that are sort of caught in the analytical back and forth with the agency. And so we're continuing to get questions. And cost sharing on water quality between us and the Corps has been a thorn for decades, right? They don't want to, you know, and there's these old memos and so forth. As far as we're concerned, the president signed an authorization that included an STA, cost share the thing. But within the workings of CORE and their history and their legal memos and their interpretations, they're still debating that.
Why does the Corps get to say, when somebody tells them from DC, you do it in 90 days? On the one hand, they get to say, you know what, we'll take 19 months. But on the other hand, when we want to receive payment in a cost share thing, they say, we didn't get told from DC exactly the way that you think that we need to get paid. So on the one hand, when we want to get paid, it has to come down directly in the exact language that they think it needs to come down from DC. But on the other hand, when DC tells them clearly we want it in 90 days, they say they have some sort of discretion to tell you 19 months.
Well,
It doesn't make sense to me.
one's coming from Congress and one's coming from the executive.
I mean, it's a
branch.
rhetorical question, right? I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I just want to know basically in this process, quite frankly, who's to blame if this thing slows down? I want to put.
It's not going to be me.
No. But I mean, from my perspective, it is absolutely absurd that we can't get approval to do an STA. Our seventh.
Is the permit for clearing and grubbing being held up because they want the whole STA, NEPA, and EIS? So they won't even give us a permit, they won't even give us a clearing and grubbing permit, which is, as he said, like
Insanity.
mowing a lawn, but, okay.
Well, that's kind of, I mean, so we're doing what we can to sort of test them, to try to help them be creative, right? I mean, it's clearing and grubbing. Do you really need to know what the STA looks like to
Right.
do creating, you know? And
I
so
mean,
we're doing
that's-
what we can to try to
Is there
break it
anything
apart.
we
you
can
know?
do to help you?
Have meetings like this. I mean, that's, you know, it is probably,
Okay.
you know. So let me work on that.
Because I
But I
heard-
can tell you that the Corps of Engineers is watching this dialogue right now.
Well, I heard Colonel Kelly say very clearly at that
Yeah.
dais, right there, I'm not going to slow you down with permitting. I mean, he said it
Right.
to us. So if we're having a problem with, I don't believe it's a Jacksonville, I think it's probably not, but if we're having a problem, we need to make sure that this is a priority for the governor, it's a priority for the president through the governor, so let's not be bureaucratic.
The problem is, if we're having a problem with clearing and grubbing, like, we're going to have a problem with everything. That's something they should be fast tracking. They have, and they, you know, frankly, they may be listening right now, but they stood around for the entire meeting, and then they left, to me, at the most important part. It's irritating to me to know that we're not even at first base, and we're getting this kind of bureaucratic nonsense thrown in front of us on clearing and grubbing. It makes zero sense to me.
Right. And so we are going to continue to lean as hard as we can. We're going to have contracts like ready to go, you know, tractors ready to go, everything ready to go, so that we have all the leverage we can bring on, why are you holding us up? Why are you holding us up?
What are we clearing, a sugarcane field?
Yeah, it's site preparation.
Yeah, and building a pretreatment and reservoir to save the environment.
Right.
And you need an environmental impact study to clear a sugarcane field.
I think that's what they're saying. Yeah.
Doesn't make sense to me either. But it looks like we need to light a fire with our federal partners to move this thing along for the benefit of time and Everglades restoration.
And the other thing I would want to tell you is, every time they have a question of us, it's all hands on deck to get them an answer. Because, you know, we're not going to be the obstacle, right? And we get them daily, you know, so we get them daily. And you know, Leslie is constantly, you know, talking,
Absolutely.
right?
I would think too, I mean, these are times where we go right back to where we were before. We call on our friends, you know, our congressmen and women, people we know in our state government who can, you know, not come down on somebody, but just make a phone call. And just, you know, there are so many, we're all competing, and we must compete to be in first place. And it's exhausting, and it never stops. But I cannot let this go. You know, my term ends in 2022. Okay, I don't know what will happen after that. I don't know. I can't assume anything. And I want to make sure that every time I'm up here and every time I'm out there, I am pushing for this. You know, this is my Tamiami Trail. And it's all of ours, and it's not mine. I mean, I just feel like I have this thing with Joe Negron, you know, because he was like my hero of all time. But this is the governor. You know, this is the governor wants this, and it's our job to make sure we get it.
We're all sitting here because of this.
That's right.
Frankly, and as are you standing there, and I take it to heart, Drew. I know you're working really hard on this, and I know it's on your front burner all the time. So let us know what we can do to help you if you're running up against roadblocks that don't make sense.
Will do.
Yeah, and the amount of damage to the environment until we have these reservoirs that can store this resource that we're actually wasting, we're actually discharging out to rivers greater than natural. We have the Central Everglades drowning, and all of this is, the impacts to the environment is 1,000 times greater than clearing a sugarcane field. To move along a project that will store the water for the benefit of people, for water supply, and feed it to the environment that's being damaged dramatically. So time is extremely important to start minimizing the discharges into the rivers and all of the impacts that are going on. So whatever we can do politically,
Right.
wherever we can light a fire, if they don't move along, well, I'll just feed them to an alligator. Just get it over with.
How about a python?
Or a python, either one.
No, we love the Army Corps. You know, they're our friends.
Yeah.
But they work in a very bureaucratic situation because, you know, Jacksonville has to answer to DC. And so we find the people we know that can help open up those areas so that we're not having the same conversation in 6 months or a year, which would just be tragic.
Right. All right, we will continue this conversation at the next board meeting, and the board meeting after that, and the one after that. But we'll also talk between board meetings, because I've got ideas. We're done with the Corps? All right. On the C-43 project, the contractor is moving all their equipment out there, getting ready for the dry season to start that construction project. We have all our permits. Good to go. We talked a little bit earlier about the 40E61 and how to go forward with that rulemaking process and everything. And next board meeting, we are going to bring a notice of rule development for you guys to approve as part of the 40E61 process. That's what launches us into the workshop. And so I'm going to challenge staff to present the notice of rule development to you, Ms. Thurlow-Lipich, so that you can help us make sure that we get the presentation couched right to the public. And the last thing I want to end on, and you may have seen it yesterday, but Governor DeSantis asked for reoccurring funds for the next 3 years at the tune of $625 million for water quality and Everglades restoration. Reoccurring, guaranteed funds. If he gets that, you can plan, right? Not only can we plan, local governments can plan, lots of people can plan if they know it's going to come year after year. That includes $300 million for Everglades restoration for us. He got that this year, but in prior years it was 265, 2 something, right? So if we get $300 million a year, we can cause some damage, right? I mean, or fix some damage, right? So it's what a great request. I mean, what a great leader. So happy that he made that request. And you just don't, I've worked with local governments for so long, and the word reoccurring is so important, right? If you know it's going to be there year after year, you can really gear up. So kudos to our governor on that request. And when I looked at it, I bet he's got support for that. I mean, it looks solid. It looked real solid. So that's my executive director's report, Mr. Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Drew. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Tia, do we have any public comments?
Yes, sir, Drew Martin.
Drew Martin, I wonder if I'm the only person that's cold in here. Does anybody else think it's cold in here, or am I the only single one? I know I don't, everybody else is comfortable, okay. Well, I don't use air conditioning in my house, so maybe that's why. Next time. Anyway, I just thought I'd check, because I thought if there was one other person, maybe I could get somebody to adjust the temperature a little bit. I think if you, I think what Drew said about the Army Corps, I think you need to do that at the beginning of your agenda when they're here, so they can, and ask them to bring some of their staff with them, and then you can maybe ask some of those questions where they would be in the room and they could answer them for you and say, well, why does this take so long? A lot of it may just be some of these things require certain, in other words, they have to produce a report and then it has to have so many days for public comment. So they may just be caught up in certain things they can't control. So, but I do think it would be valid for you to have that discussion when they're in the room so they could answer the questions for you, because it does seem like that this seems like a pretty standard process. But I know that the dam safety requirements were based on some things that happened during Hurricane Katrina and some other things, so they do have to meet those standards. If you're building a pretty high reservoir, they have to meet certain standards, so that is probably taking some time. I'm not an expert on it, so, but I'm guessing that may be part of the reason. I just want to continue to talk about wetlands destruction, because you have a huge permitting, you have a large permitting was in your budget today. Drew introduced that, and I just think it's really important, because every time you, as a permitting agency, allow somebody to destroy wetlands, you're increasing your responsibilities, because those wetlands are taking stormwater, and now when they destroy those wetlands, now you have additional drainage requirements to drain that land. And that, when they destroy a wetland, you have additional requirements to protect water quality, because that wetlands was filtering water. So I really think that we need, I'm hoping you're going to workshop this, and I also would like you to investigate mitigation banks. Now, I know today you had a requirement to remove mitigation from a requirement from a project. But the point is, a lot of these mitigation and this preserves in Wellington are trying to be destroyed. And when people agree to a development project and promise to set aside conservation land, they shouldn't be able to remove that at a later date. That is part of their agreement. So I hope that at some point you'll have an opportunity to workshop that. And thank you for all your work, and enjoyed the meeting and listening to all the great discussions.
Great. Is there a board comment?
I'd like to make one comment on what the public speaker just mentioned about wetlands. I mean, part of the Everglades restoration is because wetlands were destroyed. You know, we destroy the natural systems and then spend billions of dollars putting them back in an artificial way. And I know part of that is because of a lot of competing rights and all of those things, but I think wetlands protection is part of how we solve this. I think nature always does a better job as the kidneys of the earth than humans do. And I think that point that you made, it has a lot of merit, and I think we need to look at that.
Thanks. Any other comment? If not, we'll get ready to adjourn. There's going to be a budget hearing at 5:15 in about half an hour. And if there's nothing else, we'll adjourn until then. I'm going to call the meeting to order, but first I'm going to I guess I just did call the meeting to order. Now I'm going to take a roll call. Mr. Martinez, are you on the phone?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, glad to hear it. Mr. Wagner?
Here.
Mr. Bergeron?
Here.
Colonel Roman?
Here.
Mr. Olipich?
Here.
Mr. Steinley? Here. Ms. Meads?
Here.
And I am here. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the district's tentative millage rate and tentative budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. We're going to do a quick pledge. Mr. Olipich, would you lead us?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Barnett, are there any revisions to the agenda?
No, sir.
Is there any public comment tonight on the tentative millage rate and tentative budget?
None, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Heater, you're going to present agenda items 5 through 10, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. I want to thank you for being here with us tonight for the first public budget hearing. So I will be reading a script. There are some important things that I need to read into the record per statute. So I will get started. This is the first of 2 public hearings required by Chapter 200 Florida statute to adopt millage rates and a budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. The second hearing is scheduled to be held in the B1 Headquarters Auditorium on Tuesday, September 24th at 5:15 p.m. This evening, staff will request action on 5 resolutions. There will be 2 resolutions for the adoption of tentative fiscal year 2019-2020 millage rates, one for the Okeechobee Basin, one for the Big Cypress Basin. There will also be 2 resolutions for adoption of the Everglades Agricultural Privilege Tax rolls, one for the Everglades Agricultural Area and one for the C-139 Basin. And then finally, there will be 1 resolution adopting the fiscal year 2019-2020 tentative budget. There are strict statutory guidelines that must be followed in adopting tentative millage rates and budget. The first substantive issue to be discussed is the percentage increase in the millage rates over the rollback rates necessary to fund the budget, if any, and the specific purposes for which ad valorem tax revenues are being increased. With the rates adopted by this governing board in July being at the rolled back millage rates, there is no increase in ad valorem taxes to be discussed pursuant to the statute. The tentative millage rates for the Okeechobee Basin are as follows. District-wide, 0.1152 mil at the rolled back rate. Okeechobee Basin, 0.1246 mil at the rolled back rate. Everglades Construction Project, 0.0397 mil at the rolled back rate, for a total combined Okeechobee Basin millage rate of 0.2795 mil. In the Okeechobee Basin, 15 of the 16 counties, these rates represent $27.95 per $100,000 of taxable value. The tentative millage rates for the Big Cypress Basin are as follows. District-wide, 0.1152 mil at the rolled back rate. Big Cypress Basin, 0.1192 mil at the rolled back rate, for a total combined Big Cypress Basin millage rate of 0.2344 mil. In the Big Cypress Basin, Collier, and a small portion of mainland Monroe counties, these rates represent $23.44 per $100,000 of taxable value. Mr. Chairman, I turn the meeting back over to you prior to considering the next two resolutions on the millage rates.
Thanks very much. Any board members have any questions of Ms. Heater before we move on to consider the resolutions? I'm hearing none. You can proceed, Ms. Heater.
The staff considerations are outlined on this slide, and each must be separately voted on. For consideration of Resolution 2019-0927, adopting the tentative millage rates for the Okeechobee Basin, and separately for consideration of the Resolution 2019-0928, adopting a tentative millage rates for the Big Cypress Basin.
Thanks. We're going to have to take these separately. So first up, I need a motion for 2019-0927 for the Okeechobee Basin.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Has there been an opportunity for public comment?
There has.
Okay, there wasn't any?
There was, and I'll offer it again if there is any.
No? Okay, sorry.
It's okay. Can never have enough.
I'd like to move to approve.
Thank you. I have a motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second for 2019-0927 Okeechobee Basin. You want a voice vote? Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any more comment? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed,
Aye.
like sign. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. The motion carries unanimously with Mr. Martinez voting on the phone. The next, I need a motion on Big Cypress Basin, Resolution 2019-0928.
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion by the board? I'm seeing none. I'm going to call that question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
All those opposed, like sign. The motion passes unanimously with Mr. Martinez voting on the phone.
This portion of the presentation pertains to the agricultural privilege tax, which is non-ad valorem per acre tax on actively farmed parcels located within the Everglades agricultural area and the C-139 in Palm Beach and Hendry counties. The EAA spans across both Palm Beach County and Hendry County, while the C-139 basin is located solely in Hendry County. Beginning with the agricultural privilege tax for the Everglades agricultural area, staff requests for consideration that the governing board take action to adopt a resolution that approves previous vegetable acreage disaster tax deferrals from 1996, 2000, and 2016, approves and certifies the Everglades agricultural area tax roll. No new tax deferral applications were received. I would like to take a moment to describe what a deferral is for you. So a deferral for the Everglades agricultural area, or the C-139, is when there is a disaster declared by the governor, and oftentimes it's either a drought or too much water, a flood. And those farmers within the boundaries of the EAA or the C-139, Palm Beach and Hendry counties, may request a deferral due to loss of vegetable crops, etc. So they request a deferral. Deferral is granted. They get to push, so defer, push that deferral for 1 year. If that land, we then put a lien on those properties, those parcels, and if that those parcels are sold or change, then they have to pay that push or that tax revenue that they deferred. So we had three, 1996, 2000, and 2016, where this occurred due to, natural declaration by the governor of disaster.
So moving on, the current tax rate is $25 per acre pursuant to Section 373-4592 Florida statute. The rate to be applied to the deferral acres is $25. For the 450,704.01 acres at $25 per acre, total revenue generates taxes totaling $11,267,600. Staff then applies a budgeted discount of $440,384 to account for early payment discount and budget trends for a total budgeted revenue for the EAA at $10,827,216. Mr. Chairman, I turn the meeting back over to you prior to considering the adoption of the EAA resolution.
Thanks. Does any board member have questions before we consider this?
I'm sorry, I think you just said, but can you clarify what the budgeted discount is?
The budgeted discount is $440,384. And then it is $10,827,216.
What is the discount?
Oh, the discount is about 96%. So what we do is we allow a 4% discount for people to pay early, as well as we then look at trends as to how much revenue we bring in, and we leave it at just the 4%. Sometimes we discount 5%. In the past we did, but we've noticed that we're bringing in, about, a 96% of the revenue.
So that's a historical early payment is the 4%?
Yes.
Okay.
I got one question. The deferral, what is the money for 1 year is deferred to the following year? It's not forgiven, it's just deferred?
Yes, sir. It's deferred, so it's pushed out. So, for example, 2017 taxes they'll be paying in 2018. 2018 they pay in 2019. But then if they sell the property or the property changes in its usage, then they have to pay that payment that they deferred. So the district would get the funding.
Okay.
Thanks. You can proceed with the resolution.
The staff presents for consideration Resolution 2019-0929.
Thanks. Can I have a motion to approve Resolution 2019-0929?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there more discussion by the board? If not, I'm going to call the question to adopt Agricultural Privilege Tax Resolution 2019-0929. Mr. Martinez being on the phone. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Like sign. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously with Mr. Martinez voting aye on the phone.
So this is a similar setup with this slide as well for the C-139. So for the agricultural privilege tax for the C-139 basin, staff requests for consideration that the governing board take action to adopt a resolution that grants vegetable acreage applicants, if any, and approves and certifies the C-139 tax roll. No deferral vegetable applications were received. The total tax per acre is $1.80 for total agricultural areas in the C-139 basin of 126,116.36 acres, which yields a total tax of $227,000 and $227,009. Staff applies a budgeted discount of $8,235 to account for early payment discount and budget trends. The total 2019-2020 budgeted revenue for the C-139 basin is estimated at $218,774. Mr. Chairman, I turn the meeting back over to you prior to considering the adoption of the C-139 basin resolution.
Thank you. Are there any more questions by the board on this one?
I just have one question. Why is one of them $25 an acre and one is $1.80 an acre?
It's set in statute, sir, on how much those boundaries, so those lands, agricultural lands that fall within the boundaries. So for the EAA that we had just went over, it was $25 for Palm Beach County and Hendry County, those that fall within that boundary. And then the C-139 basin was set in statute for $1.80. So it's in statute, it's driven by statute.
That's the one difference on these. We don't set these rates for the agricultural privilege tax. We do for the millage.
I think it's something to do with, they don't have the canal structures like the EAA, all the advantages the EAA has with that.
Thank you.
Any further questions? If not, we'll ask you to go ahead with the resolution.
The staff presents for consideration Resolution 2019-0930.
Great. Can I get a motion for Resolution 2019-0930?
So moved.
Yeah. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to call the question to adopt agricultural privilege tax for the C-139, Resolution 290930. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it unanimously with Mr. Martinez voting by phone.
This portion of the presentation pertains to the fiscal year 2019-2020 tentative budget amount of $972,296,654 to be considered tonight for both revenues and expenditures. As you see on the pie chart, ad valorem and state revenues make up 71% of revenues. The estimated ad valorem revenue of $284 million includes a $6.9 million increase over last year due to new construction and then adjustment of the discounted rates, so from 95 to 96% because of trends. Your state revenues you see at $407 million. It includes over $375 million in new state funds from the legislature, $21 million of prior year state appropriations, and $7 million from FWC. This graph illustrates your expenditures by program. It's broken up by the 6 programs defined in statute. 88% of the budget continues to support operations and maintenance and restoration. Operations and maintenance of land and works is $310.2 million, or 32% of the budget. This is where your capital program is, your capital refurbishment program, your O&M, your emergency reserves. Restoration at $547.1 million, which is 56% of the budget. This includes the majority of the $407 million of state funding, which is where your restoration projects are. There are 2 deadlines for legislative comments. September 5th, general legislative committee and subcommittee comments were due. Staff received no comments. September 17th, the Executive Office of the Governor and the Legislative Budget Commission comments are due. Mr. Chairman, I turn the meeting back over to you prior to considering the tentative budget adoption resolution.
Thank you. Are there any board questions before we consider the tentative budget? Hearing none, you can proceed.
Thank you. The staff presents for consideration Resolution 2019-0931, adopting the tentative budget in the amount of $972,296,654.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt the fiscal year 2019-2020 tentative budget, Resolution 2019-0931? Mr. Bergeron makes the motion.
Second.
Mr. Wagner seconds. Any further discussion? If not, we'll call the question. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, like sign. The ayes have it unanimously with Mr. Martinez voting by phone in the affirmative.
At this time, I would like to take a moment. I would be remiss not to thank you all for your direction and that you've provided staff to get us to this point. As Drew illustrated today, the budget is a very positive budget to be proud of. I'd also like to thank the executive management team for all their support in helping us when we have questions and giving us good direction. And most importantly, but budget staff who, as Mr. Goss knows, the budget world requires lots and lots of hours, working until 2 in the morning, et cetera. So I just want to thank them for their hard work. I would not be standing here, and we would not have a balanced, positive budget without them. So thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Heater, and thank you to all your staff. I know how much time and effort goes into this. This is an excellent budget, excellent presentation, and I appreciate it. Is there any board member who has any comments? Hearing none. Our next budget meeting is going to be on Tuesday, September 24th at 5:15, and that'll be the adoption of the final budget. And for now, we are adjourned.